Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Chime, the award-winning banking app and suite of basic banking features that can assist you in your financial world. Start building your credit. Open a Chime checking account with at least a $200 qualifying direct deposit to get started. Go to chime.com/sacred today. That's chime.com/sacred. Again, for all of your banking needs, head to chime.com/sacred. The Chime Credit Builder Visa credit card is issued by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A., members FDIC. Out-of-network ATM withdrawal and over-the-counter advance fees may apply. Call 1-844-244-6363 for details. Late payment may negatively impact your credit score. Results may vary. Early access to direct deposit funds depend on payer. SpotMe eligibility requirements and overdraft limits apply. Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 288. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined once again by my sons for the first time this year, Chris Raygun.
Hey,
Chris, good to see you today, my friend. How are you?
I'm good. I just got back. Just flew in from New York last night. So I don't know. I'm feeling a little weird. I'm feeling like I time traveled a lot in a very short amount of time.
Sure.
But feeling okay. Passed out the second I got home, so I got some good sleep.
Oh, goodness. Nice. Yeah, welcome back to California. Although I'm not in California anymore, but welcome back to California nonetheless. And good to see you. Good to be with you. I'm feeling so. We'll get into it later, but we already recorded an episode this year, like a Sacred Symbols Plus episode. But we haven't really caught up with each other, so I'm excited to see how everyone's doing today. So it's good to see you again, getting back into the zone of Sacred Symbols, although all the Sacred Symbols episodes went live during the holiday season. We haven't recorded fresh in a few weeks, so it's good to sit here with you today. And Dustin Furman, executive producer, welcome to the show. How are you today, my friend?
Doing just fine. I have a show and tell, something funny. Look at this, guys. It's a portable desk humidifier, because I noticed sometimes in the wintertime, these fucking 7-hour shows, who knows how long, my voice gets dried out. But here's the thing. I bought it from Aldi. And for the video audience, it's gamer RGB enabled.
Oh my God.
I didn't know that when I bought it. I just was like, oh, cool. One for my desk. Great. So I could put it here so I could kind of have like a, like a summoning type thing going on here.
Right.
But then it was gamer mode. And I thought, well, fantastic. This is perfect for me. So now we'll have a little mist going on.
Yeah,
from here on out.
You should put mushrooms in it so that you can microdose.
Oh, just like just suck them in. Yeah.
That would be insane. Slowly gassing yourself with shroom gas.
I am melted onto the chair by the end of the podcast.
Oh yeah,
why not?
Shroom vapor.
That's the most exciting thing going on with me in the last 2 weeks. Really, is this little battery powered RGB humidifier. Just that's about it.
It looks like a pocket pussy. I'm going to be honest with you.
It does.
Dude,
I was going to say that exact thing, and I felt like it wasn't appropriate for the first 5 minutes of the show. But
how do I know what they look like? Because I've seen pictures of them. Actually, whatever that company's called sent IGN a shit ton of pocket pussies one year.
Oh, Fleshlight, really?
Yeah, Fleshlight. And so they sent you open the box and let's say there's like 12 or 15 of them all in there. Just as they'd be sent to a store. And then we came back 2 days later and one of them was missing.
No.
And we're like,
that's funny.
Who did it? Who took the pocket pussy?
No,
because no one wanted to be the guy, but someone did it.
Someone did it.
I wouldn't be able to fuck this, but maybe you could, Colin. See, there's that tiny little that tiny little hole there. It's anything's possible.
You nailed me.
Anything's possible.
Of course, I have a huge dick, but that's fine. You nailed me nonetheless.
Well,
I am Italian, but I also am Irish.
Colin.
What'd you say?
It's been a while. I said I love nailing you, and it's been a while.
I know you do.
Yeah.
Totally. Oh, by the way.
Oh, man.
This was inspired by you, Dustin.
Oh. Dude. Nice.
I gotta change the date, actually.
Oh,
it's a calendar. It's a Japanese slime calendar. You use the dice to tell the date or whatever. But the cool thing is it comes with these these backgrounds. This would be like the field or whatever. But you can use your own pictures and then put yourself in with the King Slime. You got Goldman and so on and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
Micah picked that up for me from a friend, an LSM friend. I don't know exactly who because I don't remember anyone's names.
Yeah.
Also, you want to see something else that's even cooler?
Oh, a little show and tell. Okay.
Yeah, a little show and tell.
Oh, look, that's him.
Calendar.
Oh, it's a calendar. Okay, it's a little blurry, but that's
it's
from our view. But
I saw
the slime.
Yeah, the slime is clear. The blur on our end is so intense that all of the finer details of the lines on the calendar are gone. So it's just
understood.
It's just a slime above a big blank void of whiteness.
So you probably, well, I'll get into it later, actually, about what's going on here in my office. It stinks like vinyl toys in my office because I opened so many toys this past holiday. It's like a fucking it's like a Chinese factory in here right now. Absolutely insane. I'm probably dying.
Oh, the chemicals, yeah.
Who doesn't like the smell of a new toy, though? You know, just wafting it in. It's like a new game booklet that you don't get anymore. You know?
Yeah, that's an expired. That's a smell that's gone forever now.
Yep.
I know we've talked about smelling gas on this show.
Oh, love it.
Yeah,
Don't
break gasoline.
WD-40 gas. I mean, it's all good. Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. Over the break, I was doing something that I needed some rubber cement. You know, when I cracked that bad boy open, I'm not like deeply inhaling trying to get a feel, but I gotta take a whiff. You know,
totally. Dude, if you use a Kingsford marker and don't sniff it before you use it, you're a fucking weirdo. As far as I'm concerned, you got it. I think that's where the artistic merit comes from. You know, like graffiti artists use like the Kingsford and big thing. It's like, yeah, they're getting like a little bit that 5%. You know, by being dude, that was what was so funny. Do you guys remember the colored magic markers that smelled like, you know, strawberries or oranges? They came in a pack. They were very famous. I can't remember the name of them. It's so funny because that trained children to just sniff markers. Like, and now but in fact, the only markers you ever encounter in your life that should be sniffed are those markers.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a little weird thing. I used to do when I got my own pack of those, because we had them at school. And when I got my own pack, I remember being so excited. You know, the black one smelled like licorice, I think. The yellow one smelled like lemons.
Did they not know, like, when they introduced that product, that sniffing real markers was toxic or like had some properties that probably weren't great for kids?
Because they must have, because they call these non-toxic. You know,
that's true. They did call them. That's even crazier to me that they would, like, it would make more sense if they just weren't aware and were like, oh, well, why not have scented markers? And then they find out that, oh, whoops, turns out they're toxic. But the idea that they just willingly forewent, they were just like, oh, yeah, you know, this is going to get kids really high, but let's try and train them to do this anyway. It's kind of a wild act of negligence. If you really look at it.
Is this the one you guys are thinking of? Here, I'm going to send it to you now. Wait, you know what? This isn't even the one I'm thinking of. Fuck.
I remember the concept of scented markers.
Is this it? Because it's Sanford, if that's true, and that would make sense, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I never had them.
I've seen these. This is it.
I never had them. But I was aware that, I think I knew kids that had them.
I can't find the ones, these all look too modern. But this is for me, because I'm older than you guys. But this...
Really? This looks ancient to me. This looks like it's from the fucking 70s or something.
Interesting. Yeah, there's too much going on in that box. It definitely wasn't like that when I was a kid. Mr. Sketch. And then see, Crayola got in on this, you know. Man, oh man. But anyway, that was the point. So yeah, WD-40. Some of the pool chemicals. I mean, and again, just like you said, I'm not huffing it. But you just take a little sniff.
Appreciate it when it's there.
Right.
And then
like opening a bottle of wine.
Right, you know? Exactly. Yeah. We're really trying hard to justify this.
Dude, the pool chemicals that we have to buy for the pool are like, I'm like, what? It's like war chemicals. Like just completely war material or something. I'm like, what is this gas shit? It's like, holy Christ. All right. What are we talking about? Oh, well, so it's the first time we're together for the new year. It's very exciting to be here with you guys. Can I be honest with you? I was a little bored over the vacation. Like, I was like, I don't know, Chris, I know you have that same, I don't know if you feel that way anymore, but that same workaholism or whatever, where I just, and I was lamenting to my wife about this, where I was like, I don't know how to relax. I really don't. Like the first few days we were supposed to be gone, I was like, I don't know what to do. Yeah. Like, what am I supposed to do right now? you know, and it was. I hope you guys enjoyed your vacation more than I did, I guess is what I'm saying.
I did. Yeah. I mean, I definitely had that feeling. The thing for me is that I've learned to flourish in boredom. Like, because I know intrinsically in my mind that boredom is like a very good thing to experience. Like, it's not great to be bored and then immediately find a remedy for that situation. Like, it doesn't really do anything for you aside from distract you. And so for me, I like to, even if I'm trying to relax and I'm feeling a little bit like antsy, like I gotta do something, I just try to sit in the fact that I have nothing to do. And then as a result, like, out of that comes a lot of ideas. I spent a lot of time writing, like this vacation, because I was just sitting so bored.
Did you write Twin Breaker 2?
No, I did not write Twin Breaker 2. I did come up with some ideas for games, so I'll never use them because I don't write.
You should give them, or not give them, but talk to Barry and see what, you know, he's always like down. He's always down to like skunkworks shit. We have so many random. Not so many, but we have like random prototypes. Like, you know, I really want to do a typing game. I've talked about that in the past.
Oh, like Typing in the Dead?
Yeah, I want to do what I want to do. I don't even want to say it.
Yeah.
I want to do a game where you use a keyboard as instead of a controller. Like, you have to use a keyboard. That would probably be a really bad idea for capital allocation. But I think it sounds like a fun idea nonetheless. And maybe it could be one of those games where it's like it ends up selling 100,000 copies or something. I don't know. But
you never know.
But yeah, talk to Barry, because he always, like, Game Maker is somewhat easy to use, and he pretty quickly can work in 2D. If you want to have like a 2.5 or 3D game, we don't do that. But and then we'll just steal your idea and never pay you for it. So
the American way.
Yeah, exactly. Dustin, were you bored over the holidays? I tried my hardest not to bother you.
So my break started a little late and ended a little early, but that was kind of part of my plan in getting things wrapped up. But towards the end, there's always something going on for me during break because my parents are here. So, which they don't need me to entertain them. And, you know, I don't need to be around them all the time, but so just, you know, it's actually kind of nice. You just chill out. We watched movies and, you know, I didn't actually play very much games, ironically, now I think about it, just because they were here too. But it was one of those breaks where I think back on it now and it's hard for me to even quantify what I did in a nice way. Towards the very end, though, I was starting to get a little restless. It's like, okay, well, I think it was my anxiety about launching the new show, which we'll talk about in a little bit, that kind of kicked me into gear. That's like, okay, well, it's time to get going on this. Let's just do it. But yeah, it was a nice, relaxing break overall. And overall, dude, the surprising thing too is that all the content that we pre-recorded all went off without a hitch, which is very difficult to do because there's so many posts at the same time.
I noticed in the Patreon backend something that wasn't there until recently, which was the ability to set something to public after you set it for a paid tier. Did you see that?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, like I saw it last night that like you can check a box or set a date now to set things that are premium tiered to go free for everyone. It looks like, so you should definitely check that out. And we have a new product manager actually, talent manager at Patreon now that we deal with. As of this year, we were with a really awesome woman named Laura for a really long time. Before that, we were with a woman named Heather who just disappeared. I was really tight with Heather, and then Heather just disappeared one day. And I tried to kind of like ask around, be like, you know, where did Heather go? You know? And it wasn't like a mystery. It's just like, we can't talk about personnel things or whatever, you know? And then so I was like, okay, that's interesting. So then we had this woman, really nice woman named Laura, and she got promoted. So she doesn't have to deal with us anymore. So now we have a new person, and I emailed, Dustin was on the email where I'm like, the things we like to talk about are multiple RSS feeds, like said it 7 times. And then I'm like, thank you. Nice to meet you. And talk to you soon. And they understand that that's a joke because our audience's most requested feature is multiple RSS feeds, and they will not give us that functionality because it is not high on their roadmap, because I guess that's not important for most people. or most Patreons, but I know that that's important for you guys. So I am beating that drum. And apparently I don't know if you remember this, Dustin, when we had Laura early on, she's like, I looked at your notes from Heather and it says that you were talking about multiple RSS feeds. So I'm like, yes, this goes back 7 years. Multiple RSS. Imagine being able to, because I know it's annoying for some people. They don't want to listen to Sacred. They don't want to listen to Duke. They don't want to listen to whatever Constellation. They just want to listen to this, or this. That would be so awesome. So I feel like we're kind of getting close to that being a reality, which is going to be so exciting for us. And remember, by the way, we do have the Spotify functionality now. So you can use Spotify for your early access as well. And obviously use your RSS feed to get all the early access. You're just getting everything. And I know that that's a little much for some people. Dustin, you were going to say something.
I'm hoping, so they introduced a new feature a few months ago called collections, which is kind of like tags. I don't actually know what they're...
Well, we had tags already, though, but this is like a newer...
It's more like playlists, right? Like it's like a playlist of... Because we do that on Sonic Tank for our extra ones, where it's like, okay, well, here's one list where you can get it, but it doesn't elegantly interact well with other apps outside of Patreon. Kind of the issue, but it's
not that different from tags, but my dream is that they can just say, hey, you can apply an individual RSS feed to a collection. So then you can subscribe to the Sacred Symbols and the Sacred Symbols Plus collection, and then you just get those directly, or those two feeds. That would be the way that would make sense. Maybe that's what they're gearing up to try to do. Probably not. I'm no wishful thinking about that after 5 years. Colin, do you know I've been working with you for 5 years now?
5 years, wow.
December 2018.
That's when you came and did that was the little domino.
That was the little domino. 5 years ago, man.
Brad joining us is the big domino, and we'll talk about that in a minute. But 5 years, good. I mean, you're essential. I've told you that in the past. I don't think the company could really. I would have to just figure it out, I guess, if you left. But I have told you because I felt like I was kind of stymied at old places of work where it's like we kind of want to hold you forever, right? Where I'm like, I hope that you stay with us forever, but I also hope for you that if you find bigger and better things or use this as a stepping stone to a bigger or better thing, that you do that. So you're not like enslaved to me or anything like that. Well, let's not use such a strong word.
Yeah.
Indentured,
right.
And with that, I feel like, you chart your own course and you're good to go. But I hope you stay here forever. Because as of right now, I'm not opposed to that. Things are good right now. I'm very pleased right now. And we made, some awesome leaps this year that I'm very excited about. So I have no intentions. Well, if I die, Micah inherits the company.
Fuck. Damn it.
So then you have to deal with all that.
That would be really irritating if you died.
I know. I don't know what would I don't know what would happen. Micah did earnestly say that she would try to continue with the company, which I was like, yeah, you should. Yeah. You dedicate it all to me. This show is dedicated to the memory of Colin Moriarty.
Yeah, we'll build a little bust of your head. But
it's got to be like a really bad one. Remember, I don't know what was the soccer player? It was like Messi or one of those soccer players. Do you know what I'm talking about? Where he got the horrible bronze bust of him. Do you guys know what I'm talking about?
No,
Oh my god! I got talk amongst yourselves for a minute. I got to find this.
I know there was like a. I feel like in some city there was like a Black History Month thing or like a Martin Luther King, like something like that, some memorial that I think it just looked like an ass or something.
Here it is. This is New York Times. It's Ronaldo, and this is from 2017.
Cristiano Ronaldo.
Yeah.
Oh my god!
You got to put this picture in the thing, Dustin.
Oh my god, dude! Holy hell! That looks like. Oh,
so what do you think of it?
That's something. I mean, that's
wow, dude.
So what I'm saying is that when you guys do the bust, which you should, make sure it's as bad as this is.
He looks like, yo, man, that really fucked me up. He looks a little bit like BJ Blazkowicz. If he was,
yeah, he does.
like mid PTSD like episode. That's crazy.
That's when at the beginning of the game when he has full health, he looks like that. At the bottom. Oh, that's Doom. Or they did that on Wolfenstein.
They did it on Wolfenstein too. Yeah, that's him at his happiest. Oh, man.
Okay.
Wow. Yeah, I was not expecting that. That's really bad.
Good.
That's really bad.
So you can get early ad-free access to Sacred Symbols every week over on Patreon, patreon.com/lastdaymedia. More than 13,000 of you subscribe over on Patreon each month. We really, really appreciate it. Could not do it without you, including, as we were saying, our investment in our new show, which we'll discuss in a moment. That Strong Nerd wrote in and said, "Sup, everyone. Happy New Year. Colin, I just want to say thank you for always preaching the fact that you don't skip a week due to the holidays and the comparison you make for how the blue-collar type jobs don't skip days or weeks. I had a long, busy past couple of weeks due to the holidays in my line of work at Boar's Head. And you need to know how much are you the one who sent me all the Boar's Head stuff? You probably are. Oh, no, you're not. That was our friend in the deli that sent us the Boar's Head stuff. So we have another connection. This is incredible. And you need to know how much it helped me get through it with having a regular schedule of LSM content still coming through. So my appreciation goes out to you and your whole team. I hope everyone has a wonderful and exciting 2024. P.S. Congratulations on the wedding." Well, for all workers out there, white collar workers in fucking IT probably want to, December 27th at 2 a.m., you're on call. You probably want to kill yourself. You know? Like, yeah. You dude, and I will say that part of the boredom that I was experiencing was, all my favorite creators were just gone. Like, damn, dude, why doesn't anyone do this? It's not, I mean, it sucks to have to double up for a little while, but it's not that hard. I mean, it's not that hard to do.
Yeah.
Like, it didn't stretch the bounds of reason. So I'm glad that people got their content, because goddamn, I was scraping the bottom of the barrel watching fucking body cam arrests and shit on YouTube. But I like doing that. Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Chime, the award-winning banking app and suite of basic banking features that can assist you in your financial world. Learn more now at chime.com/sacred. So, as a self-declared man of finance, I happen to care about money. I care about my money, yes, but I also care about yours too, because I want you to treat your hard-earned funds with respect and reverence. After all, as the saying goes, dollars don't grow on trees. So what are your options? Well, for most of you, all you need is a checking account, a savings account, a debit card, and maybe even a credit card, and you'll be good to go. And my friends at Chime have all of that in spades, all wrapped up in a neat little app that helps you manage your finances without any unnecessary concern. Now, Chime has all sorts of great features: no overdraft fees up to $200, 60,000 free fee ATMs, early direct deposit, and more. But it's that credit card that I want to focus in on. See, credit is what it is. It can either be of major help or it can be the exact opposite. It's all about spending only what you have, paying your bill at the end of the month, and remaining in good graces by way of your Chime Credit Builder Visa credit card. See, having good credit is actually essential, at least if you want to be a real adult. With a good credit score, you'll be able to get a better car loan rate, easier access to apartments and mortgages, and heck, even jobs check your credit score just to see if you're trustworthy and responsible. An easy way to potentially raise your credit score is merely to do what I've been doing for literally 15 plus years now: buying everything on credit, immediately paying off the balance, and reaping the benefits of a sky-high credit score. My friends, Chime has you covered from all the financial angles, so will you give them a try? Start building your credit. Open a Chime checking account with at least a $200 qualifying direct deposit to get started. Go to chime.com/sacred today. That's chime.com/sacred. Again, for all of your banking needs, head to chime.com/sacred. The Chime Credit Builder Visa credit card is issued by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A., members FDIC. Out-of-network ATM withdrawal and over-the-counter advance fees may apply. Call 1-844-244-6363 for details. Late payment may negatively impact your credit score. Results may vary. Early access to direct deposit funds depend on payer. SpotMe eligibility requirements and overdraft limits apply. Sacred Symbols is sponsored by BetterHelp, a modern, effective, affordable, and accessible way to get the therapy you need. Learn more now at betterhelp.com/symbols. Well, first off, Happy New Year. Here we are in 2024, hopefully with the wind at our backs, ready to take on what the world throws at us. But what if you're not feeling prepared? What if you're feeling down and out, sad and tired, upset, and who knows what else? Well, I've got good news for you, my friends. You don't have to suffer in silence. Quite the opposite, in fact, because you need to seek out someone who will listen to you and who can help you. And this is where BetterHelp comes into play. See, I've been a proponent of therapy for quite some time, and I've experienced its many benefits since childhood. Heck, I still see someone today here in my area in Virginia. But that's the thing, I'm one of the lucky ones. I have insurance, I have transportation, I have the means and ability to get to therapy in person the old-fashioned way. And that's all well and good, but it doesn't have to be so complex, so expensive, and frankly so out of reach for so many people. Whether because you don't have insurance or the price is simply too high out of pocket, there's no one in your area to speak to, or you simply can't get around on your own. No matter what's keeping you from seeking therapy, BetterHelp tries to ameliorate the problem. Since BetterHelp is conducted completely via video, audio, or even just text, there are no office visits, no receptionists, and therefore lower costs and a far higher level of convenience, set to meet you where you are instead of the other way around. I know from experience that speaking to a professional isn't only helpful, but vital. You need to speak to someone who's trained to listen and who knows how to assist you no matter what you're experiencing, whether in a friendship or a relationship or at work or with family or whatever else. Being human means trials and tribulations await us around every corner. It's how we work through these moments that matter. Will you take a moment to fill out BetterHelp's brief questionnaire and see where it takes you? A licensed therapist is waiting to help. Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit betterhelp.com/symbols today. That's BETTERHELP.com/SYMBOLS to get 10% off your first month of therapy sessions. Again, that's betterhelp.com/symbols for remote, online, and effective therapy that can help you right now, but only if you take the first step. Sacred Symbols Plus. So we're back down to one episode a week of Sacred Symbols Plus, and we're going to discuss why in a little while. Recent episodes include our fantasy critic picks. So we did our scoring for 2023, picked our games for 2024. Big W for Chris, and big L for Dustin.
Yeah,
frankly.
So is that a little L for you, or a tiny W for you then?
Oh, it's something. It's an M for medium. Bunch of mailbags went up that people really enjoyed, but the big episode that's going to go live the day after this goes live on Patreon for our patrons is what is it going to be, like 2+ hours? I have no idea, something like that. Breakdown of the Insomniac leak. We're going to talk about the Insomniac leak on this show thoroughly as well. You'll understand more later. We basically have split things up. So go check that out. But I know a lot of you don't subscribe on Patreon. That's totally fine. We will make that episode free on YouTube. So don't sweat it. But if you want it early, ad-free, and all the rest, go check it out. BD Squat wrote in and said, "Hey, CDC, Happy New Year, and I'm excited for another year of amazing content from LSM. So remember, if you support us on Patreon, one of the perks you get, submit your inquiries on the weekly news thread post. I go through them. The more literate, the better, as I like to say. Shoot me the elbow if I'm wrong, but Colin, you launched 2 Sacred Symbols Plus episodes per week when you crossed the 10,000 patrons mark. You often jested or said in earnest if you fell back below 10,000, you'd go back to 1+ a week. I'm confident Summon Sign will be an unbelievable addition to the rotation, but can you at least further address removing the second episode of Plus when the Patreon is stronger than ever? Some of the deeper interviews or conversations you conduct about the industry with Jaffe, Luke Bernard, and others are the highest quality and not being replicated anywhere. I'm afraid of losing that. Thanks for everything you do. I'll hang up now and listen. No. You see, you have the wrong idea. This will allow me to do that more." See, and I wrote about this. You can read a letter that I wrote on the Patreon when we announced our new show, Summon Sign, which I'll talk about in a minute. But to address Sacred Symbols Plus going back to once a week first, and Summon Sign's a major component of that, and you'll understand why. I mean, I would argue we're doing really more than ever at this point. Even though you're getting one fewer show every other week is basically what it comes down to. But it's difficult for me to produce a show where the next one is always 3 days away.
Yeah.
And it might not seem that big of a difference to have a week, but that's how my mind works with all of the other shows. Like Wednesdays are just my Sacred Symbols preparation day. I already know that. That's what I got to do. I got to write the ads. I certainly have to write and research the show. I spend hours and hours and hours doing it. And it's important. That's what makes the show, part of what makes the show great. And so, like, what if I could address Sacred Symbols Plus somewhat similarly? And you're saying, like, you don't want to lose the interviews and the deep dives and stuff. In my opinion, the more, and I don't want to call them throwaway episodes of Sacred Symbols Plus, because I honestly don't think any of them are throwaway episodes, but the episodes that are less trafficked or that take less time and are kind of more filler because there's nothing to really talk about, or we don't have access to the person we need, or there's a production snafu or whatever. That's where the mailbag comes from. That's where kind of these random one-offs come from. And this will allow me to focus pretty much only on the meat. So I really think it's going to make Sacred Symbols Plus much stronger. And we're replacing it in premise with a show in Summon Sign that will incorporate much of what was already on Sacred Symbols Plus, which were game discussions. So all of our spoiler cache and review discussions are going to live on Summon Sign for all of the shows now. They're all going to live there. And that is vital because Sacred Symbols Plus will now really become much more focused into being interviews, into being true deep dives and research. I mean, you talk about you liking my Luke Bernard thing. Well, I had to do a lot of research to effectively interview Luke Bernard. I put a lot of work into that, not only playing the game, but studying a little bit about the subject matter and preparing and all that kind of stuff. I mean, I think that that's what you would want. So trust me, I think it's going to work out great. And I think you'll be very pleased. I don't know if anyone else has anything to say about this, but I wanted to address that for sure. I didn't want to act like it didn't happen. Yes, Sacred Symbols Plus is now going to be once a week. We are replacing it with a brand new, much better show in terms than like, your secondary episode of Sacred Symbols Plus.
Yeah. I just think it's an overall healthier balance to just do this in general. Like you said, the 3-day thing where a lot of times on Monday, we're sitting there figuring out like, especially during these quiet times, it's like, well, man, not only do we have to figure out one show along with all of our other shows, there's two of these. We want to make sure it's good. I think that's probably one of the most stressful parts is that we don't want to just, sometimes we do mailbags. We know you guys like that, but it's like, we can't do that. We want to make it really good. And so, yeah, like you said, Colin, doing one a week. Yeah, there's this worry about, we're going to lose that. No, absolutely not. There's still one of these there's still 56 episodes of Sacred Symbols Plus a year. Or 52. How many weeks 52, are in a year?
We have 52 weeks in a year.
Yeah, 52 weeks in a year, yeah.
Yeah.
52 episodes, you're going to get tons of great stuff.
Yeah, plus I think the Insomniac episode is actually a great example of what is possible when I have real time. Because that show is based on 10 pages of custom notes that I went through on New Year's Day like a loser. and wrote all of that up. And so I think the proof's going to be in the pudding immediately. And so check it out. Let us know what you think. But yeah, that's the way it's going to go. And we'll get into what's going on now with the new show. So Trenton Brink wrote into us on Patreon, said, Sacred Gentlemen, what an absolute baller move establishing Summon Sign and recruiting Brad Ellis. Colin is a true businessman that deserves to sit next to Mark Cuban and Mr. Wonderful on Shark Tank. The best $5 you could spend somehow got better. Can't wait for all the amazing content this year. Take care, guys. My God, I wouldn't even know the first fucking thing if I was on that show. I would make like the worst investments. But a lot of you wrote in about this, and I appreciate it. I appreciate your kind words. So yes, we have hired Brad Ellis, formerly of Game Trailers and Easy Allies. He is now running a weekly podcast for us that joins our small group of podcasts that we do each week. It's called Summon Sign, and it's a podcast all about gameplay, no matter the console, no matter the hardware. So it's going to be a combination of different people from Last Stand's family and people from the outside too, along and anchored by Brad, who will be the constant every week on the show. And it's there that people will talk deeply about the games they're playing. It's there that spoiler cast and review discussions will happen. It is there that all of that stuff will happen. But to alleviate and allay any fears that you might have, because I know that the what we play sections are important to you here on this show, is those aren't going anywhere. And as I addressed in the letter to the audience when I announced Summon Sign, I do understand logically you asking the question, isn't there going to be some redundancy? And my answer to that is no, not really. Because Brad is one person. There's like 10 of us that he can pull from in Last Stand, plus all of the people from the outside, different combinations and permutations like that. It just, the answer is really no. I mean, maybe like once in a blue moon. So you're going to get the best of both worlds. If you like that part of the show, which some people say that's the best part of the show, which is cool. I'm surprised by that. It hurts me a little bit because that's the easiest part of the show. It's talking about what we're playing, but okay, fine. That's your favorite part of Sacred Symbols. That's going to stay here. So don't worry about it. And that's the same for Punching Up. It's the same for Defining Duke. And especially with Defining Duke, as I understand, because those guys do their own thing, obviously, is it's a much more important part of that show than it is here even. So nothing changes. Don't worry. But I know that you guys wanted a show that really focused on the games we're playing. And this kind of unifies a review style product, but at least what I would call a reactive style product of the products that are coming out on the market. And I'm excited about it. So Dustin, I wanted to congratulate you because he's your good friend and I've put you two together. I've done you great service here. And you can thank me now.
Thanks. No, this is super exciting. I'm really happy about this. And to the audience, thank you. Because one thing that Colin and I were discussing is that we knew that you guys wanted this. We knew you guys liked Brad. And so we knew this was going to be to some degree successful. But then when the show actually came out, just reading everybody's feedback and the response was way, way better than even I expected. The excitement around this is so big. So yeah, thank you for that. Thank you for that support. Make sure you go and like the show on the different podcast services. We're available right now on Apple and Spotify for sure. Probably other ones at this point too. So even if you're on Patreon, go and help us out there. That helps us in the charts. We're trying to beat out Duck Dynasty on the leisure charts of Apple. We're pretty damn close. We're at number 4, I think. So
wow,
that helps out a lot. But Colin, the other thing I just wanted to mention was you know, there were some concerns about, is this show going to diminish, or is there going to be too much replication of talking about what we've been playing? One of the things that I've always loved about Brad's style of podcasting when he was doing Frame Trap is that he knows the right questions to ask somebody to bring more out of them. And I think that's one of his biggest strengths as a podcaster, and what he's going to bring to Summon Sign is that, yeah, when we talk about the games we're playing, for the most part, at least on Sacred, the style is kind of presentational, maybe a little bit of back and forth, but Brad's really good at bringing out even more of the people that he's talking to on the show. And so look forward to that in particular, because episode 1 that we did that you can listen to now is going to be different. It's like a game of the year type thing with Colin and I. But after that, it's going to be deep dive into specific games. And Brad is going to bring a whole new light. And Brad plays games. That's one of the things I was really glad the audience picked up on in the comments. They're like, this dude knows his stuff and he plays a lot. So he's the perfect guy for the job. I couldn't be more happy to have him from a professional standpoint. And also, like you said, he's a good buddy of mine, and it's crazy to have him on board with us. So I'm just excited. This year is going to be awesome.
Yeah, I'm excited too. He's very welcome with us. I'm thrilled to see the positive reaction, like you said, above and beyond what I had even personally expected. Not that I expected negativity, but just I expected like people to be excited and it's a new show and we're going. But I mean, it's killing. I joked around in our company Discord. I'm like, I didn't anticipate that you were going to do a show that out trafficked Sacred Symbols. So let's take it easy.
Yeah.
And yet, you know, we're at almost 70,000 views on YouTube after a few days, which is for us, I mean, incredible. I mean, for some other podcast networks, that's nothing, but for us, I mean, that's an incredible number for a video. So yeah, happy to have him. It's his show to do with what he wants. I'm excited to see what he does with it. Very similar to punching up with you, Dustin, and the cadre over there, and very similar to what we did with the Dukes, where it's like, just do. It's funny. I had actually said this to someone recently. Like, I don't hire and work with people that need guidance. And I know that that's weird to some people, but I'm like, you either need to intuitively know what I need you to do. And people do. Like, people think that that's crazy, but they totally do. It's like, I just need you with as little input from me as possible to understand what I need you to do. And I think that people, certain groups of people thrive in that, because what that allows them to do is like, we nail the problem and we do what we have to do. And then we hopefully have tons of free time. Like, I want the people that work for me to actually get as little, you know, or get as much free time as possible. What's going on, Chris? Did I say something that's funny?
No, it reminded me. Well, I had to cough. First of all, I got a cough. I don't know what the hell's going on, but it reminded me immediately of that episode of Seinfeld where his boss is explaining to him what he needs to do, and then he goes into the bathroom,
right?
And he doesn't know if he should follow him or not, and then he thinks he followed him into the bathroom, and he's like, he can't ask what he's supposed to do because then it'll seem like he doesn't understand or can't work the job.
Right, exactly.
It's perfect.
That's not the Penske file, is it? That's
no. It's a different one. I can't remember exactly what, but like, it reminded me of it.
Yeah, I think it's important that we find people like that if we work with them, and Brad is that kind of person. I know that I felt that about him pretty quickly, and I know that also through Dustin, and Dustin wouldn't let me near anyone that I think that if he knew that they weren't that kind of person, because I'm very, very hands off. I told Brad, I'm like, don't take my hands off like and as anything other than a compliment. Like that's like all it is. Like, I'm totally trusting you to do what you got to do. I think working in that realm makes it a little bit easier, and hopefully makes the content a little more fun too. Like, you're not so ground down by expectations and trying to like meet a certain threshold of hours worked. It's like, just do the product and just don't worry about anything else. So I think he's going to fit in perfectly with that mold, because that's just like Ben, that's just like Dustin, that's just like Chris, Dagan, you know, the Dukes, like every Gene, like you can just tell like these people, it's like you don't have to say very much to know what to do. And if I had to direct someone, I'm not a natural leader. I don't know if I had to mold someone, it probably wouldn't be very good. All right. So congratulations to Brad for joining us, because I'm excited for him too. And I'm the one thing I will say, and I said this to him, although he's smart enough not to read some things on the internet, is I feel for him because I know that joining us comes with a certain cost socially. And it's not fair and it's not earned or right, but it is real. And I know that that's painful. So I do feel bad on that level, but he's going to do great. He's doing great and he's going to be great. And I think we're going to see a lot more of Brad. All right. Let's see here. Oh, Bandwagoner wrote in. Said, hey boys, I was pumped to see the announcement of Summon Sign. Love the concept of the show and really enjoyed listening to the first episode. My question is for Colin. How does it feel not to be the primary show host? Do you anticipate your appearances on Summon will allow the audience to hear you in a different way as opposed to the shows you host? Seems like a great change of pace dynamic as you are responding to topics and questions versus leading the discussion. Looking forward to supporting and listening to you in the year to come. I don't know how to do it, like for our content. So it's a new kind of thing for me because I'm not on Duke really, you know, and yeah. I lead Knockback and I lead Constellation and I lead Sacred. And so it's something I have to learn how to do. Not that it's like a big deal. It's just, I'm not used to it anymore. I haven't been on a show that someone else has hosted in years. And so it's been fun. And I love that because it's just as a part of my mind, I don't get to exercise. I know you guys agree. Like Chris, you host Snark Tank. Yeah. And you know that like, that's a totally different gig. For me, you have, especially because we don't have like Dustin is our producer, but we don't have like a real producer. I don't have someone in my ear, right? Yeah. Like managing everything. I'm kind of doing all of it. It's why I always have like 5 fucking things on my screen at one time, because you have to manage it. So to be able to just kind of sit back and really listen and just like, you don't know where the conversation's going. Like, yeah, you have no idea what's going to happen is totally different. And I love it, but I just don't get to do it. So I won't be on Summon Sign all the time, but I'd probably be on, I don't know, once a month or something like that. And it'll be fun to do. Yeah. How do you feel about that, Chris? Because you get to bounce back and forth every week.
Yeah, it's a very different energy, I would say, between the two shows. Like this, Sacred Symbols is objectively like a more structured show. It's obviously news oriented. Snark Tank is more bullshit, really. It's just 3 people. Like sometimes we don't even know what the show's going to be before we record, and sometimes we know exactly what it's going to be. And sometimes it meanders in such a different direction than what we're planning that we just decide to go in that direction because it's just more interesting. It's more on like off the cuff, I guess. So it still has that energy for me of kind of going with the flow of conversation, but I do have to like, I do feel like the wrangler in some way where it's like, all right, listen, we gotta go to this next thing or else we'll never get to it. We got to get to these questions. We got to get to them. And so I'm always the annoying guy on the show. Everybody else gets to seem fun. Well, they're like improv.
That's funny in the opposite of Sacred, Chris, because I view you as the, like, I love having you here because you're able to spit in something that's like a little bit of an agent of chaos. Yeah. You know, you bring up this one thing, it's like, oh, and then it's, you know, it's totally immediately sidetrack something else that I love. But on the other show, you said you're the guy wrangling people up. So
yeah, I have to keep us focused. Otherwise, we'll never get to the questions. But I'm naturally that person. I'm naturally not I'm not organized in that way. Like I will fall into that same thing. But then like, oh, it's been 20 minutes. We got to move on. Sorry. And then everybody's calling me the what is it, the party pooper or whatever. And it's like, listen. We got a show to run.
Yeah, fuck them. You got.
I think they like it. I think it's a part of the dynamic that people like. But it's definitely a way. Yeah,
I was going to say, and me listening to your show, I've listened to nearly every episode, of course, but I have listened to it, and it's like, yeah, you act as some sort of shepherd, which I think it's just different, like more in the spirit of Constellation. But even there,
yeah,
I still try to really hone in on certain things like that I think are important. Like I do make note when someone's not talking enough. I try to kick things to people that haven't talked them. Like you just
for sure
managing things differently, and then you just approach every show like that. And so it was kind of
that's
weird, and I had to stop myself from taking the show over in the beginning. I acknowledged it, just in that I wanted to, before Brad even did anything, I was like, I just want to ask you some questions about yourself. I'm not trying to take the show over. It's like it's my alpha podcast energy, but I just need to, and then you can take over. And so now I got to just sit back and let it happen. You know,
it's a different style of, I don't know. It's just, I guess it's just the managerial nature of it. Because for sure, there are points where Sweeney's talking about something that Derek has no clue about, and I'm going to be like, listen, we can't just exclude somebody on the show from this thing. So I'll give you 4 minutes on this, but we got to move on to something that we can all contribute. Whereas here, it's like I'm along for the ride here, and so it's different, but it's cool. It's enjoyable to have both of those experiences, and I imagine it's probably the same for you. Yeah,
I'm looking forward to exploring it more. I would love, people even say like, why does Colin need to be on every episode of Constellation? And I'm like, I don't really know. Maybe that's something we would explore too. But in the meantime, I guess I'm mostly going to be in the hosting chair still, but not on Summon Sign. That's Brad's show, and we're excited to see more of it. Episode 2 coming very soon. Tim J. Weckworth wrote in and said, Colin, we need a progress report. How much of your office were you able to get set up during the holiday break? Also, were you able to get the soundbar Dustin gifted to you set up? Thanks for providing this necessary information. The soundbar is Micah, and it's in the loft. Now, I have to admit, I haven't used it. I have to admit that. But it is set up, and
baby
steps. She's used it. She's used it, I believe.
Did you watch Lord of the Rings?
I don't know. I don't know. It was all, I can't speak. She'll talk about this on Punching Up, but she's been playing that game, Dave the Diver on Switch.
Oh, yeah.
Which is quite riveting for me. Like, I'm really interested in this game. Very, very cute. But I don't know what she's been watching. So, we actually have been watching Castlevania at night, the Netflix series.
Which, the new one, or?
Well, I only saw the first 2 seasons, and she hadn't seen any of it, so we started from the beginning. So we're through the first 2 seasons now. So now, like, the next episode will be stuff I've not seen. But I didn't remember much of any of the second season. Like, as I watched it, I'm like, oh yeah, okay, I do remember this. The first season is so tight. And so
beautiful.
Good.
What is it? 4 episodes?
Yeah, 4 episodes. Yeah, it's awesome. I love the first episode. The second, first season. The second season is good too. As far as The Office, I actually did. So the 3 3/4 inch GI Joe thing is just in stasis over here right now. But I got every GI Joe I've purchased, all the 6-inch GI Joes opened and set up, and that's why I was saying it smells like a fucking toy factory in here right now, because they all just came out of the box within like a few days of each other. And I took everything down and dusted and kind of cleaned things up, put things away. So yeah, things are set up now. So now I have this, this is the Mega Man shelf here at the top. And then these are all G.I. Joes, and these are all G.I. Joes. And then this is kind of like, over here is like the Castlevania, Dragon Quest, Final Fantasy kind of like miscellanea stuff. And then at the bottom is more of the same with all of the amiibo. And that's how it's going to be arranged this year.
You should try to find a way to package that scent. That like Foxconn malaise,
right?
You know, like
Foxconn malaise. It's perfect. Yeah.
The perfect fragrance.
I wonder if I can do that. There's a store nearby that I went to once. It was really cool. Like, you make custom candles, like you make a custom scent and all of that, and they incorporate it into this thing. And I made a really great scent, I thought. But yeah, could you harness it to make the vinyl?
Surely you could. So,
yeah,
I'm
sure
you could. Like cancerous chemicals and tears. You know, perfect.
And then Micah got me some really great presents for Christmas.
More show and tell.
And I'm so excited about this.
Is that a sacred symbol?
It's a sacred symbol. Yeah, she got me my first China symbol. I've always wanted a China symbol, and I never got one before.
What's your China symbol?
Your dad is a drummer, right?
Yeah.
And because I've only had crash cymbals and ride cymbals. I mean, and I had a splash cymbal once as well, and a hi-hat, obviously, but I have no room to put it anywhere because there's no room for stands anymore. So I have to get a rack, which will be really fun. This is going to probably be back there for months to come.
What's the difference between like what's a China symbol versus like a normal symbol?
It's a China cymbal has that like really immediate crash. Like it's kind of a weird way to describe it because of the crash, but it's less resonant. It's like hitting a trash can almost.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
And it makes that like that, kind of really hard but instant sound. And that's why I like it. And the bigger I believe the bigger the China is like slope upward, and where it comes from in the middle will make that happen even quicker. So,
do you have a double bass pedal? Because you'd be set for some breakdowns now.
No, I can't play double bass.
Oh, well,
not that I ever really tried.
For you.
Not that I really ever tried. I can do like quick on my on 1 foot, but yeah, double bass. The only thing, when I play with double bass pedals at like a friend's house or like at a store or something like that, or not really a store, but like in a studio of someone's setup. The only thing I can play on double bass really is just doing like, like just like I can't. There's like nothing else to do for me, and it's just too difficult. It's not the kind of drums I play either. So
I gotta send you this video of at some point the drummer of Iron Maiden can do double bass with 1 foot. There's like a close up where it's like seriously double, like not like the insane double bass, but still very, very, very impressive for 1 foot. And like
that level of dexterity in a foot alone confuses me. My dad's like that. Like my dad will. I feel like my dad's never drummed at all, but like I look at him sometimes, he'll be like doing like these impossible rhythms like by himself. I'm like, why did you never drum? Like he would naturally be like a really good drummer. He's like, I don't know. It's crazy. You
should get him like a drum pad and some sticks and just see if he like learns some rudiments or something. Might pique his interest.
No way. He just, I don't know. He's a guitar person first, and then he just like that's the only thing that he ever learned really musically. He's also a veteran, so he's like he's a stubborn guy. He's like stubborn to try anything new because new things are bad.
It's funny you say. Yeah, I know that all about that. But it's funny because this is kind of controversial, but I kind of think double bass is a little played out too. Like it's a lot of it is delivered the same. It's not that it has to always sound the same, but when I hear a lot of it, it's like it's kind of is anti-rhythmic in a way. In some way. Like I love much more sophisticated single bass drum beats, and I think that they're in a lot of ways much more sophisticated. Like I think of like my favorite use of double bass where in a song like Metallica's One in the what would be like in the bridge, like that's fucking dope. Like, and it's just for that part of the song, right. But the songs where it's like throughout the entire like 128th notes or whatever on the fuck, it's like, what is that? Like it's just you might as well just use a backtrack and,
it's too much.
Play that way. So anyway, no one gives a shit. No one cares about the drums. Only I do. All right. Elias Starvarov wrote in and said, "Hey Colin, I'm in Vegas for a few days when the episode comes out. Any recommendations?" Yes. Herbs and Rye. It's very unassuming. It's off the strip and outside of anywhere, but it is a wonderful steakhouse and restaurant. And I haven't been there since before COVID. But it's very much an industry place, meaning that it's a place where people that own and work at restaurants and everything go to. And I know that through my friend Eric. So that's how I discovered this place, because it's really super unassuming. But in the time I went there, if you go there after midnight, so between midnight and 3 a.m., everything's half off.
Oh, whoa.
Yeah.
Huh. Like I guess it is Vegas. Yeah,
it's super dope, dude. The cocktails are sublime. The steaks are sublime. They have this black peppercorn sauce. Herbs and Rye. That's the place you want to check out when you're in Vegas.
Yeah.
Brad Viveride. How do you think you say this? Vivierge. God, that's a lot of vowels.
Oh yeah, I don't even. I'm usually
Brad Vivierge. Yeah, probably that's what it is. I've never seen that word. I've never seen that name.
Me neither.
Yeah, straight up.
Vivierge, French. Hey fellas. Many moons ago, when I originally heard that Colin goes to bed Winnie the Pooh style, I laughed and thought it was ridiculous. Who sleeps with a shirt and no bottoms? Why be constricted by clothing when you're sleeping under bedding? Why not just sleep nude? Fast forward to October 2023 on a cold Canadian winter evening. I was laying in bed nude as I always do. It was late into the night and I was having trouble sleeping as my upper body was cold. I thought to myself, should I try what Colin does? After a few moments of contemplation, I grab a shirt, put it on and crawl back into bed. I slept like a goddamn baby. I can't explain the feeling, but this is a game changer for me, and I do this regularly now. I don't know how I was living in denial for so long. I'm personally adding another Colin was right moment to the list. Hope the holidays treated you all well. This is an essential thing here that I'm glad more and more people are discovering. It's essential. Get in the bed, no underwear, t-shirt. You're going to be snug as a bug. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. Now, don't be getting into bed with a shitty ass or anything like that. This has to be post-poop, post-shower. You know?
Right.
That's important. That's an important component of it. But once you do that, you're free and clear. And the shirt does keep you snug. And I highly recommend it. Is it the Winnie the Pooh style? Yes. But I say you embrace it for what it is.
So do you feel like the underwear is constricting, but the shirt keeping you snug is good, but keeping the boys snug bad?
Yeah, like it's too constricting. I'm not trying to be. Yeah. I'm not going to talk about the size of my penis, but I will talk about the size of my thighs. Like I have big hockey player thighs, and I feel like my underwear gets kind of like, no matter what it is, it could be boxers or briefs, or boxer briefs, where it's like it just kind of gets constricted and all, and I'm like, I gotta liberate myself and free myself from that. You know?
I sleep with both a shirt and my underwear on, which is abnormal to my understanding. Because my problem is I feel like I'm just a little bit of a sweaty person, where at nighttime I'll get like slightly, I don't like my skin rubbing up, you know? Yeah. Chris, how do you sleep, Chris?
I just sleep in underwear, just a normal person. Like I don't know why everybody's dressed like Squidward when they go to sleep, or like I don't, or just like in a full suit. Like it's confusing to me. Like that, it's confusing. First of all, Dustin, that's totally fine. Like especially in like where you are in the wintertime. Like I totally get sleeping with like a shirt and underwear. Like that makes perfect sense to me.
Always.
But the shirt and no underwear is still such a disturbing image to me. No matter like who, it's so chaotic for no reason. Because I presume it's a loose shirt, right?
It's typically like whatever shirt I put on after I get out of the shower. You know,
right?
It could often be this shirt,
right? But it's not like a tight fitting shirt, is what I mean.
No. I'm not. I mean, they're getting tighter and tighter as I get fatter and fatter. But yeah, that's neither here nor there.
So you have this loose cloak basically,
right,
over you,
right,
and then just nothing below. Like I don't know. I feel like I need a little bit more security down there. You know what I mean? More than up here. Like what do I got up here that needs any kind of maintenance? You know?
Well, this is a divisive issue. I didn't anticipate that, you know, like but it is one of those things I encourage people to, you know, broaden your mind, broaden your horizons a little bit, and just at least consider the possibility that you want to sleep in a bed under the comforter, under the sheet, whatever, no underwear, t-shirt.
Yeah, you know? Man. I don't know. God bless. It's a free country, but
yeah, thank
but
you.
I hope to never see. I hope to never see this. I hope to never see this.
Yeah, I don't see why you would, although it is important to note that if I'm speaking to you between the hours of like 2 or 3 a.m. to noon Eastern, I'm in that state.
Noon?
Oh yeah, noon. Yeah, noon.
It's 11:50. You're like this.
Oh yeah, I'm probably just getting up around. I'm probably on my phone. I'm probably awake, but on my phone in my bed still.
All right,
dude. One of the days, I'm reverting back to being a teenager. I guess I wish I was. Those were the days, right? I mean, you know, the innocent, carefree days of being a teen. But I woke up at 3 p.m. one day.
Oh man, yeah.
Wow.
We definitely had those. Yeah.
I was like, okay, we're doing this. But yeah, I go to bed 3 a.m. or so. And I get up around 11, 12. Yeah.
I just feel like if you see that permutation of clothing in media, it's usually like a Buffalo Bill type of person. You know what I mean? Right. Like it's usually like a psycho.
Well.
Well,
it puts the Vita in the basket.
Oh man.
Bades wrote in, or do you think it's Bades? Because it's Bades.
I like Bades better.
Yeah, Bades is fine. Hey, CDC, I'm curious what the crew's adult beverage of choice is. Hearing Colin briefly mention a bourbon trip in Kentucky and Dustin share a 15% Dogfish Head Stout on Twitter, I wanted to know what's your go-to beverage, and do you tend to drink when gaming? For me, it's Buffalo Trace Whiskey or Weller Special Reserve. Kentucky Bourbon Barrel beers are also great. Much love to you all in 2024. I was curious how people would answer this these days. For you, Chris, I remember Moscow Mule being your drink, although I don't know if that's still true or not.
Yeah, I don't drink enough for that to have changed. You know what I mean? It's like if I was drinking every day, I guess I'd probably get bored of them. But like I drank like maybe like once, even once a week is too long or too big of an estimation. But like I don't know, it's like maybe like 3 times a month or something. So like I don't know, it's a reliable one. It seems to be the one that most bars know how to make reasonably well enough without screwing it up too much. You get a double and it's pretty good. It also comes in those mugs that I like. I just like
you like the mug.
I like the copper mug. There's something about it. It's a perfectly like reasonable amount of alcohol to consume without being like a big like I don't know like there's something about I never got beer really like I like a draft glass of Guinness every now and again.
Interesting.
So, like I can't drink beer throughout an entire night. It's just too.
Oh really?
Yeah,
I love beer.
It's too filling and it's too it doesn't do what alcohol is supposed to do quick enough versus how quickly it fills you up. Also, the calorie count's crazy. I don't know. It's too much.
Yeah, it is. It is very high calorie. The good thing about the Moscow Mule too, with the little silver cup, is you can go panhandle in the 19th century when you're done drinking.
Exactly. Yeah.
Which is cool. Yeah, beer. I love beer. I discovered bourbon, as everyone knows, though, in my 20s, and I fell in love with that as well. So I drink both, but my drink of choice is an bourbon old fashioned. Rye is fine too. Bourbon neat is also fine. I'll drink almost any bourbon you have. I don't mind what bourbon it is, although I like the nicer and tastier bourbons, and you named a couple of them really well. And then as far as beer is concerned, I'm an IPA person. I love IPA. And I know that that's very hipsterish, beer snob, annoying person-ish, but that is the kind of beer I enjoy. And I'm actually going to, there's I think I mentioned this on the show recently, or one of the shows, there's a new brewery in my area called Hidden Wit here in Central Virginia. And I went there a few weeks ago with my brother-in-law, and we're going there again tomorrow. So the day this publishes, he did like a flight there and all that kind of stuff. And it's cool. Like the beer is brewed right here. And I don't know, there's something special and old. I don't know if you guys feel like this because I don't drink wine. So I'm sure that this is really a profound thing for wine, especially, but there's something really deeply human about beer, in my opinion. Like we've been drinking this sort of thing for a long time, for like thousands of years. It's like more refined and probably a lot better now, but I don't know. It just feels like a connection to humanity in some way when you enjoy beer, in my opinion. So that's why I like it. Where are you, Dustin?
I like so unfortunately right now I'm not drinking any beer. I'm on the Dustin Furman early year diet right now, which means no beer for me, but I like almost all beers except for I don't like sours. Can't do them. My mom loves them, drinking them, and every time they're here they pick up sours and stuff, but I don't like that. This write-in, Bades wrote in about the Dogfish Head Stout that was 15%, and that shit rocked. That place ascended me to a new level, and I was a big fan of it. I do love dark beers. I love IPAs. My go-to summer beer is the Hell or High Watermelon from 21st Amendment, right up the road from IGN, Colin. They're one of their main locations.
I love, dude, 21st Amendment had amazing beer.
Yeah.
Really, really loved it. And you can buy it out here, which is kind of cool. Oh my God, a little taste of the old days.
Yeah. So yeah, and then as far as harder stuff, I'm like Colin, I like the old fashioned quite a bit, but that's one it's too risky to order unless you're somewhere nice, because they're gonna get the fruit salad at the bottom. So when I'm at a place where I don't know what I'm getting, got to go with the G&T. I'm a big gin and tonic man.
Classy.
Very classy, yeah.
Yeah, love it. More sophisticated drinks. I mean, if I'm going to a really nice cocktail bar like the Rick House in San Francisco or Bourbon and Branch or one of those places, then I'll order at least one drink. I'll order is something like a Blood and Sand or like something like really nice. but I'm not really, and that's Scotch, but I'm not really a Scotch guy. Like Dagan loves Scotch and tequila, which are like my two least favorite spirits.
Tequila.
Probably. Yeah.
Dude, I didn't know Dagan likes to party.
Tequila's too much. Tequila. I like Scotch, but tequila's.
Yeah, Dagan likes tequila.
That's. I've never not gotten like immediately sick from tequila. Like no matter how much I have.
What's the other? There's another agave based mezcal. That's like a type of, or like a similar. Maybe it's the Scotch bourbon comparison would be something like mezcal to tequila. But there was a bar that Eric Castro's friend owned. I think it was called ABV in San Francisco. That was like a tequila and mezcal bar. And they would serve them in like little dishes almost. Like clay style dishes. And you would just get fucking. It's not good. I mean, it's good, but it's not good.
Yeah. There's a lot of drinks that are good that are not good in that way. Like I remember like I had an LA water a couple months ago, which is first of all, it's black, which is scary already. But like I think it's like vodka. First of all, it's already a problem because it's vodka, gin, and rum, which is already like
that's too much.
You're trying to kill yourself.
Yeah,
that's what Dumbledore was drinking out of that punch bowl in the one. Remember to get out of there, like scooping it with the shell. That's what that sounds like.
Yeah, it's exactly what it is. There's a lot of drinks like that.
All right, let's go into the show. We've been doing this for a little while, so let's get into the show itself. Good to stretch our legs and be with you guys again. And again, good to be talking into the mic again this year and to be with all of you out there. I want to thank you guys again for a really awesome 2023. And what we hope to be is an awesome 2024 too. And thanks for riding with us here on Sacred Symbols. All right. We have somewhat of a correction, although it's really a correction for the PlayStation blog, but I want to read it. Austin Prentice wrote in, said, Happy New Year, Sacred Crew. A few episodes back, you guys reported on the new PS Premium games lineup and that Thrillville Off the Rails would be joining the service through the PS2 version. Well, after buying it a la carte along with the first game to relive some nostalgic childhood memories, I'm sad to report it's not the PS2 version like the PS blog claimed it would be, but rather the PSP version like the first game. While not too different from its console counterpart, there are more loading screens than I remember and other slight technical drawbacks due to being the handheld version. Well, I'm not really that disappointed and I'm reveling in the nostalgia nonetheless. When is Sony going to buckle down and actually work on proper PS2 emulation? Have a great 2024. So, Dustin, I wanted to bring this up for you specifically because just to clarify, because you had said it, Austin, I went back to the PlayStation blog post, which was December 13th of late last year. And it says, quote, it still says it today, quote, experience the visceral fun of interacting with a theme park you create in the sequel to Thrillville as originally released on PS2. I mean, that's what it says. So,
yeah.
But Dustin, you were kind of like, you had noted, and I thought it was important. It's like, oh, maybe this is a sign of things to come for better PS2 functionality, because as you have noted in the past, a series of PS2 classic games don't work properly on PlayStation 5. And they've seemed to have completely avoided PlayStation 2 with the classics lineup on premium and a la carte. And we were like, oh, this breaks down that wall. But actually, it wasn't to be.
Yeah, it is disappointing, but not surprising, because I think we had noted that there was so little excitement around this announcement that it would have been a weird first choice for a PS2 emulator. But that's feels like a big blunder for the PlayStation blog, if you ask me, to pitch it that way. They might want to fix that. And I don't know, maybe now that we're talking on the show, maybe next week it will be magically fixed. We'll see. But yeah, definitely the PSP version. And this is in Sacred Symbols Plus, so a little tease for that. But there's a big conversation about engagement with the classics lineup. And it seems a little low. And so I wonder if they're just kind of trying to do the bare minimum. And here's the thing, too, is that they haven't really done a lot of the major games from the currently supported systems with PS1 and PSP. They still have a lot of good stuff that they haven't even touched yet because they keep releasing weird, smaller stuff, which, again, that stuff is cool. But when that's all you're feeding out to the platform, it's kind of disappointing. So I'd like to see some of that. But yeah, PS2 support would be awesome. There, like I think we've talked about this in the past, that there's some PS2 games that were ported to PS4, so they have some kind of emulator for it, that it would make sense for them to use that. It needs updated because some of those games don't work on PS5, but I don't know what they're doing with that. It's not enough anymore for me to have PlayStation Plus Premium.
Yeah, think it's worth noting here as well, and we'll get into this in the Insomniac League part of the show, and certainly on the Sacred Symbols Plus episode that we do, or have already done about it, is there is data from that leak that suggests in a specific like presentational deck that suggests that even at the premium level, that people are much more likely to play the extra level perks than the classic games, which to me indicates either that there's just nothing there to play, which I think is true, but also that they don't feel the need because there is nothing there to play. I wonder in other words, if it's like this circular logic about why it's not picking up because the extra catalog, for instance, as we learned from that same data, is actually doing substantially better than they even had anticipated. And so a little bit of column A and a little bit of column B, but nonetheless, we still wait, I guess, for this PS2 game to be delivered. And I wonder what the miscommunication is here and the lack of an update. Like when I went to the PlayStation blog, I had assumed that they would have updated it, but they didn't. Okay. Ryan Diamond wrote in and said, Happy New Year, or he says New Year, Sacred Gents. I hope Santa was good to you all. He unexpectedly graced me with a PlayStation Portal. As someone who has had pretty much written off the device due to thinking it can't work that well, I'm here to sing its praises. To my surprise, I booted it up from 2 states away and was able to play some God of War DLC from afar with zero hassle or fuss. Since then, I've been playing it nearly every evening, and to my delight, haven't had any issues. Keep in mind, I do have great internet and my PS5 is hardwired, but I wanted to bang the drum a bit louder on this device that caught me off guard for anybody else that may still be on the fence. I'm sorry. Playing Power Wash Simulator in the evenings while watching hockey and listening to Summon Sign, which is fantastic, by the way. Welcome aboard, Brad. Has been absolute bliss. Many thanks to all of you, and I hope your holiday gave you some much needed rest and relaxation. Here's to another great year of Last Stand. Thank you. I had to read Ryan's letter because we'll get into what I played in a little bit, but I used the portal a lot over the holiday break, and it fucking rules. Love it. And it's incredible to think that people could play it from outside of the house. I haven't tried this yet, mostly because I never leave. But one of these days, when I know I have a great internet here in my house, but when I'm in a place that also has good internet, I guess I'll try it out and see. But it's incredible that it works like that. Like, I don't even care about that. And so it's cool that people are getting that level of use out of it, which is like well above and beyond what I'm even trying to do with it. So shout out to the portal. Any interest from you guys still in this thing or no?
No, it's not that I think it's bad. I just won't use it. I've actually been kind of curious. Chris, have you tried? I've been seeing people that are using their Steam Deck as like a portal because you can run the remote play software. I was kind of curious about trying that.
Yeah, I didn't even think about running the remote play software. I've been streaming Steam to my Steam Deck for a while, like from my PC, and it's actually worked really, really well. I was actually like over the break, I was streaming like Elden Ring and all these other games. Like Metal Gear Solid 5 I actually play natively, but like most of my other games I've been playing through. Whenever I play it on the Steam Deck, I'm usually streaming it, and it works pretty well. So I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if that somehow functioned pretty well as well. But I didn't even know there was a way to run the remote play software. Although I guess there would be. There's always some way to break these things open that you don't anticipate. So I guess why not?
Okay. A few pieces of smaller news items that I wanted to talk about before we get into what we're playing. Then we'll get into the bigger news. And then we will end the show as we always do with 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from the audience. But we have much to go before then. Brendan wrote in, said, Hey, Sacred Crew. I'm sure we're all wondering, but when do you think the next State of Play or showcase will be? My thinking is that it has to be in the next 1 to 2 months solely because Stellar Blade doesn't have a release date. And like Dustin, my PlayStation wrap-up advertised 6 upcoming games, 5 of which have release dates in the next few months, and the other game is Stellar Blade. When is it coming out? We have to know. I'll hang up and listen. I don't want to speak so much to the showcase question because we obviously have no idea. But there is a hint in the PlayStation 2024 highlights PlayStation blog post. Have you guys looked at this page at all? And if so, did you notice what I noticed about it? All right, so I'm going to go through it to you guys and you see if this logic makes sense to you. If you go to PlayStation blog and go to PlayStation in 2024 highlights, as you guys can do right now, there's a post by a PlayStation blog correspondent, and it highlights some, as the name would suggest, some major things that are coming to PlayStation 5. So it starts with Tekken 8 and January 26th, okay? Mm-hmm. Then it says Deep Earth Collection for PS5 accessories. And this really jumps around because some of this stuff's already available, but the Sterling Silver stuff is available January 26th, so same day, okay?
Yeah.
Then it says Helldivers 2, February 8, 2024.
So it's in order. Is what you're saying.
Right. Pulse Elite wireless headset, February 21st. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, February 29th. Now here's where things get interesting. Foam Stars, 2024. Rise of the Ronin, March 22nd, 2024. Stellar Blade, 2024. Destiny 2, The Final Shape, June 4th, 2024. If I'm a betting man, this indicates to me that Foam Stars comes out in March and Stellar Blade comes out in May or maybe even April. Do you guys follow this logic? Because why would you list things in this? Like, I feel like that's a hint.
Yeah.
And a wink and a nod. Am I wrong?
No, I think that makes perfect sense as far. It doesn't mean that these things can't shift. I think there's probably a pretty good chance that Stellar Blade might get pushed a little bit, just because that's just the trend for a lot of game development these days. But like, I do think it's reasonable to assume that this is at the very least the back end plan for these games going forward, or at least the order in which they anticipate these things coming out. Because that's what I thought too immediately when I saw it. I was like, why are they ordering it this way if they don't have dates? Like, you'd assume anything that doesn't have a date would be like, I don't know, last. You know? Like after the Final Shape, you would have Stellar Blade and Foam Stars just because there's no date.
Right, exactly.
That's how I would organize it if I didn't know.
Yeah, I would think that that's an obvious hint. And not that I was reading too deeply, but I didn't see anyone really bringing that up. It's like you can infer from this that Foam Stars comes out between March 1st and March 21st. Yeah. And you can infer from this that Stellar Blade comes out between March 23rd and June 3rd.
Yeah.
So that to me is fairly compelling. Dustin, are you convinced?
Yeah, that sounds reasonable to me. Yeah, seeing that they end with Destiny June 4th. I would expect, I know you didn't want to go over this directly, but I would totally see there being a state of play in the next 3 months that would outline some of this stuff all the way up to when they do a showcase sometime in the spring. And just to get more eyes on all this stuff, since they want to keep reminding people of like, hey, Foam Stars, Rise of the Ronin, what's the first release would be what, Helldivers?
Helldivers would be the first from from them. They list Tekken 8 because they probably have something with Bandai Namco, but yeah, Helldivers 2 February 8th is the first of the first or second party stuff that's coming.
Yeah, so I could definitely see a state of play this month or even early February, right before Helldivers comes out, just to say, hey, here's a reminder, here's a launch day or a launch reveal trailer for Stellar Blade that's right around that time frame that you mentioned. That all makes sense to me.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty convinced by this. And by the way, I will, and we talked about this a little bit before going away on break, but though I agree, and I think we all agree that there is a total dearth of first party games right now, and like we don't know anything, PlayStation 5's lineup is pretty strong, actually. Based even on just a few of the exclusives in its first quarter. I think beyond that, you get a little bit more fuzzy. But really, when you even put Stellar Blade in early Q2, like it seems like it's going to be, you have, and I don't care about Foam Stars, and I don't even want to pretend like anyone is going to care about it. I don't know that for sure. But Helldivers 2, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Foam Stars, Rise of the Ronin, and Stellar Blade in the first 4 months is pretty strong, in my opinion. Plus, Grand Blue games that are on here, Grand Blue Fantasy Relink is one of those games, and that's exclusive if you care about that as well. And I'm stoked about that game. And I think Stellar Blade looks fucking awesome. I think that game looks dope, and I wonder how that's going to do. So I think that people are being a little hard on the whole situation, though I agree about the first party situation.
Colin, did you see, this is related to what you're saying about first and second party, there's that tweet from Phil Spencer that he basically said any game we fund, we consider first party.
Yes. Yeah. That's Sony feels the same way.
Yeah. And that it makes sense to me that we always are. So we have these ways that we differentiate first and second party and third party, which I think make total sense and are essential. But to see an executive say basically, yeah, if we fund it, we consider it first party. To see Sony's lineup here, it's like, yeah, we've got a lot, even though it's not one of our first party teams. If they have that same mindset that Phil does, then it's like, yeah, there's a shit ton of stuff.
Well, it just doesn't ultimately matter. Also, like it. I keep saying this over and over again. Like, it sucks for us as fans, and it sucks for there being a lack of things to talk about from these studios. But it just the console continues to do really well, and these games, like most people that play them, don't care who made them. In my opinion, and so they don't know the difference. It's just, are the games high quality or not? I think sometimes we get too caught up into the weeds, though I understand, again, why that's interesting and what makes us fans. I totally get that.
Yeah. There's something about that, though, that does kind of, there is a pizza is a vegetable energy to that.
Oh, I totally agree. He's making stuff up.
Like, it's technically true. Like, I get what you mean, but I mean, for all intents and purposes, pizza's not a vegetable.
Well, no, I agree with you. And it's also worth noting that I agree totally that it's a PR front-facing thing to not minimize games that you're funding. You don't want to put them in two different buckets, and I totally understand that. But we know from the FTC leaks that they refer to games as second party internally at Xbox. And we've known that about PlayStation. So, yeah, they do speak out of both sides of their mouth. But we all understand what those terms mean. And if you say, and if you... It is true that if you go around and repeat that kind of stuff, you're just taking their propaganda. Not that it really matters one way or the other, but there is a differentiation between those things. The level of investment is totally different. And the need for things to do well is totally different. And your exposure to risk is totally different. So yeah, Brendan, thank you for writing in. That's where I'm sitting right now, is Foam Stars early to mid-March, Stellar Blade April, May, let's say late April or early May. That's what my prediction will be. Looking forward to that. All right. This happened on December 21st. So it was a while ago, but it was after we went away, and I wanted to acknowledge it. It's very strange. Legal update notice over on PlayStation.com. Deep in the weeds. We were discussing that the Discovery purchased items from PlayStation stores prior functionality to be able to purchase and rent TV shows and movies up through 2021, that you were still able to watch and enjoy those things until Discovery came in and recently said that they weren't going to relicense things, or Sony wasn't willing to pay the fee or whatever. And so these things were going to go away. And it was basically a ton of things, maybe not the biggest stuff in the world, but things people spend money on. And so it appeared as of December 31st, so late last year, at the end of the year, that Discovery content was just going to go away, even if you had purchased it, which was a big deal. And we discussed it on the show at the time. But it says now, update on Discovery entitlements affected titles. Due to updated licensing arrangements, the Discovery content removal plan for December 31st, 2023 is no longer occurring. We appreciate your ongoing support and feedback. So your, and I mean the royal you out there, the listener, your feedback, your consternation about this issue, I think, got the parties to the table. I wonder who was the more eager party, because it makes them both look kind of bad. I would imagine Sony, though, has a lot more to lose there. What do you guys think about this? Dustin?
Dude, some hardcore Mythbusters fans out there said, hey, we got to have this. And they made it happen. This is good. It's still, I think, a good example, as we talked about in the episode we did with Hogue about digital rights, that these types of things can happen. And, this is a smaller-ish instance, but overall, there's somewhat of a happy ending in that they did go and fix it. But I wonder for how long, if this is, I wonder if they knew that they were trying to work on it, but they thought, well, we got to get ahead of this just in case. And so, yeah, I'm happy to see people retain their content, at least for now, for the time being.
Chris, any thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I still wouldn't go ahead and... Here's my takeaway from this. Don't go and buy any TV shows, movies, or anything from the PlayStation Store.
Well, you can't anymore.
Right. But don't expect that what you have is going to be there. They might have fixed it for now, but like, who knows how long this is going to be there? Like how long will this, like how long will it stay from here on out? Like, surely there's a licensing agreement there still, right? And surely there's something done. Like, what do you think was done to ameliorate this?
I would assume just more money paid.
Right. But like, do you think it's like an in perpetuity kind of thing?
No.
Right.
I think early reports of it, this was something I was going to put as a postscript, because I don't know where this came from, but because maybe the website was edited or whatever, but early reports had indicated that it had said, or that they were reporting that this pushes it down the road a little bit. It's not like this permanent solution. So who the hell knows? But no one, to be clear, no one can buy anything on the PlayStation Store anymore after 2021.
Yeah, so I don't know, man. This is one of those rare examples of me. I feel like with TV and movie stuff, anything that's televised or linear in entertainment, physical media is pretty dope as far as that goes. Like, because that feels a lot more protected in some way. Like even back in the day when they would have those FBI warnings about taping or like burning DVDs. Like no one, everybody was burning DVDs at a certain point. I remember my dad had this VHS to DVD converter, which was so cool. I couldn't believe it at the time. I was like, this is sci-fi shit. But you know, I don't know. With this stuff, it's best to not rely on digital. I feel.
Well, clearly, I guess.
Yeah. Or I think it's the investment, man. I think games, because they're so expensive, there's a lot more of an incentive to like honor that type of thing. It's why you can still download stuff on Xbox Live that like from the 360 era that's no longer available if you've bought it already. Like you can still do that. But like with TV shows, it's like, it's $5. It's $10 max. Like who cares? So they're going to like, I feel like there's just like the weight of that purchase means less to the people who sell it to you, or like there's less of a reason to honor those purchases in some way. So I don't know, man. Get your 4K Blu-rays, get your downloads elsewhere. Just figure it out.
Yeah, I never buy. I mean, not that I guess I would. I'm not a movie or TV guy per se compared to games, but I'm totally happy just streaming this stuff and not even owning any of it. I don't care. Yeah,
I'm happy streaming most things, but I think the thing that got me was like when Seinfeld would like bounce between Netflix and Hulu. I was like, oh my God. All right, I'm gonna buy the DVDs just in case.
Yeah.
And so I have the entire series, and there's some movies too that I think are just like really quintessential for me to own. I think it makes sense for the stuff that you love, you know? Like I'm not gonna go ahead and buy like every episode of Frasier or something, you know what I mean? Or like, I don't know. There are certain things that I'm fine streaming, but for the stuff you really care about, I don't know, man. It might be worth it to invest in, you know, physical copies of those things.
I'm listening. All right. Just a couple more things. This happened this morning as of the time we're recording. CD Projekt Red over in Poland announced that 5 million people have purchased Phantom Liberty, the long-awaited Cyberpunk 2077 expansion. And are we going to talk about that at some point later in the show? Let me look here. No, we're not. But I know that was very well received. That's actually a lot better than I had assumed. I really feel like they earned people's trust back in a very Hello Games style fashion. And happy for them. So maybe one day I'll check it out. I don't know.
Yeah, it's very good.
And then let's see. The last thing I wanted to talk about, this is kind of a random story, but I think you guys will be interested in it. I think the audience will be interested in it too. Is Bill and Ted. So this is from Push Square. Bill and Ted's Excellent Retro Collection will be removed from PS5 and PS4 very soon. And they write, Limited Run Games has been working tirelessly to re-release a bunch of retro classics, both in physical and digital format. Unfortunately, it seems even the preservation specialist efforts have a shelf life. Writing on Twitter earlier this week, CEO Josh Fairhurst revealed that Bill and Ted's Excellent Retro Collection will be removed from the PlayStation Store on the 1st of January, despite it launching less than a year ago. And he said on Twitter, in response to someone asking about the digital games, he says, Bill and Ted will be removed from sale before January 1st on all platforms. Yes, this means it won't be available to buy, but people will still be able to re-download it. So it's, as we were talking about before. What? You made a deal that expired in 10 months? And apparently, so Push Square says, quote, responding to some pretty robust criticism from fans, Fairhurst explained that his company was only able to acquire 2-year licenses for Bill and Ted's intellectual property, and development on the compilation had taken longer than expected. Obviously, this is still bitterly disappointing, though, and may cast doubt on the longevity of some of Limited Run's other re-releases, end quote. Bingo. This is crazy. Now, they have the right to do whatever they want, but this, I can't help but this suggests that this is to push the kind of quietly and tacitly push more physical sales through their mediums by saying like, oh, well, the digital versions of these games are ephemeral. Like we we have no intentions of having a normal interaction with the PlayStation Store and giving you more than 10 months to buy our single player collection of games. I mean, that's unheard of. Who takes a game off from losing a license after 10 months? I've never heard of that.
Well, I mean, it reminds me a little. To be fair, this is a very different situation. But it reminds me a lot of the 3D Mario collection over on Switch, where they were like, "Hey, here's Mario 64, Sunshine, and was it Galaxy? The first Galaxy?
Yeah, I bought it. I bought it. Actually.
Yeah, me too. Because I was like, well, I mean, I don't know when this is going to be available again, but I think so. That's the only time that I remember anything like this happening. But granted, that's also some of the most top tier. I mean, that's some top tier 3D Mario, some of the best games ever made versus, I don't know, Bill and Ted's retro collection, which, to be quite honest, I'd never even fucking heard of. You know, like that's not even, I didn't even think they had games associated with that franchise at all. Yeah, they did. There was, go ahead. I'm sorry. So I don't quite understand from a marketing perspective. I don't know. I don't necessarily know what the purpose of it is here. I don't know if there's really going to be much of a demand for this anyway, even for physically. Like I don't really get it at all. But
they were selling it for $10. It's the NES LJN game and the Game Boy port of it only.
Oh, LJN.
That's how you know it's quality. It's LJN.
Yeah, LJN. And although LJN did do one game that I liked, which was Roger Clemens Baseball, which was like this off-license weird game that I actually quite enjoyed on the SNES, but that was about it. But I did want to note that, and I don't know if you feel this, Dustin, that there's something about limited run games getting a 2-year license to Bill and Ted specifically to manufacture a physical version of the game and not being transparent about the real limited nature. And I mean, I don't mean that in a like double entendre sort of way, but the limited nature of the digital availability of this affordable package. It just seems like it's designed. Maybe I'm giving them too much credit, like 4D chess level credit that they shouldn't be, but it seems to me to be designed to be like, no, you want to buy that physical version when you have the chance. You know, why would you even bother getting a 2-year license and then selling a game digitally for 10 months? I've never heard of something like that. It is their right to do that, but it's just that I feel like would have people a little bit more outraged than some of the things I hear people being outraged about things that are going on the PlayStation Store. It's like, what do you mean? Like, of course you're allowed to download it if you already own it. So those people are going to be allayed and that's totally fine. But am I off base here?
No, and I don't want to get into the details mainly because I don't remember them. On YouTube, though, particularly when the Cara Lynn stuff was happening with her, I remember at the time thinking, I know that Limited Run Games has been accused of some other shady business stuff. And so there are really good YouTube videos about that. And if I remember correctly, is it possible that this is just a situation that seems stupid and, you know, they weren't trying to 4D chess it? Sure. But from what I remember of those videos, it's certainly possible if they have, let's say they have a big stockpile of these Bill and Ted games and then they sell them at their store or their pop-ups or whatever. I guess that could be a possibility. What I don't know if they would, I mean, if they marked up the price, then absolutely. But so it's certainly weird. I know Limited Run is just as a company that has been fraught with dissatisfied customers for various reasons. And yeah, I know that he said in the tweet here that part of it was that development took longer. So that's why it was on digital storefronts for less time. But still, even let's say it came out at the very beginning of that 2-year contract, it's still only 2 years. That's crazy to me. And yeah, these games aren't very good to my understanding. The LJN game, they're not very good, but something about it still is fishy to me.
All right. That's it for the smaller pieces of news. Gets us all caught up. We'll have some bigger news items to talk about. After we talk about the games we're playing, we have a large expanse here of games. Chris, let's go to you first because you have so many different things that you've played here. And I want to actually start with Mitch Fallon's inquiry that will lead you in. He says, "Hey, you beautiful boys. I just finished God of War Ragnarok Valhalla last night and I am blown away. The story gave me closure I didn't know I needed and hints at some at tantalizing possibilities for what could be next in the series. The gameplay loop is also fun as hell. Are you as confused as I am why Sony didn't charge any money for this? They could have easily charged $15 or so, in my opinion. Is this a new strategy we can expect more of, or perhaps just a one-off measure to gain some goodwill with the consumer base? Thanks, welcome back, and keep up the amazing work in 2024. I will say, before I throw it over to you, Chris, that as far as what they're doing is, and it's clear from the Insomniac leak that they like to experiment with things. And this is another experiment, very similar to the disastrous experiment of putting Horizon Zero or Forbidden West on PlayStation Plus, for instance.
Right.
So, which we learned about from that as well. So I think that they probably felt that they could charge, but they're like, what does this do for game sales? What does this do? What can we learn? And I do think that that's what it's about. So, but I'm thrilled that people are enjoying it. It sounds pretty great, and it seems like you're playing it. So I'll leave you to take it.
Yeah. So I was messing around with it. I put about 6 hours into it. It's a roguelike kind of version of God of War, which I think actually works pretty well. It definitely has the trappings of a game that wasn't designed for this, being kind of pushed through a mold to fit it. Like, even just the way that you transport between realms feels a little slow, and it's definitely, I don't know, it's not the best roguelike I've ever played, but it works surprisingly well. I think the way that it kind of drip feeds you different assets from the game is really, it's a really smart way to reuse assets as well. Really economic. And it plays super well. And there's a surprising amount of story in here that I didn't necessarily expect. Although, I mean, God of War is pretty synonymous with narrative at this point, is over gameplay than it used to be. But, you know, there's a lot here that they're getting into that I didn't expect. I think a lot of people kind of expected maybe a standalone Atreus DLC, which I guess is still theoretically possible. But to get more Kratos and Mimir in this context is actually like a really smart way to use the world that they've built and the gameplay mechanics that they've built. It plays really well. I like it. I'm not done with it yet. There's some really cool set piece moments here. Not necessarily as scripted, but, you know, just being in, I don't know how much I want to spoil about it as far as location, but you go to some really cool places that I think people have been wanting to go for a while in these Norse God of War games. So I'm not done with it yet, but I'm putting some time into it. I was away from my PS5 for a little bit, so I'm excited to get back into it now that I'm home. But it's surprisingly good. As far as like why they didn't charge for it, I think you're right about the experimentation, but it also reminds me a lot of what they did with Ghost of Tsushima, with that multiplayer mode that was way better than it had any right to be. And I feel like there is a goodwill strategy there, in the sense of like, hey, look, we can afford to do this, and it brings us a lot of good press. Like, I do think if they charged $15 for that Ghost of Tsushima expansion, it probably would have been fair, but I feel like it would have felt a little, I don't know. I feel like the free nature of it really deflects a lot of criticism for some of the stuff that might not work as amazingly as some other dedicated experiences might. And God of War Ragnarok Valhalla definitely has some of those. The transitions from location to location is a little bit slow when compared to most roguelikes, just because most roguelikes are built very differently. And the amount of content in Ghost of Tsushima, for example, is just, it's not enough to warrant its own multiplayer game, but it's a really amazing free offering for a game that already exists. So I feel like there's an element of goodwill strategy here as well. But yeah, super solid. And that's only one of the games that I've been diving into. Like, over the course of this break, I've really used this break as an opportunity to kind of catch up and re-immerse myself into certain games that I've played before, finish up certain games that I've never finished, especially because the year ahead, I mean, honestly, I'm probably the odd man out going into 2024, because there's a lot of stuff coming out this year, but honestly, not a lot of it speaks to me. I'm excited for Stellar Blade for sure, just because it looks new and weird and harkens back to some old design philosophies that I'm kind of interested in. But outside of that, I don't really have that much to look forward to. So I'm going to try and use this opportunity this year to kind of delve into the backlog and polish off some games that I really should have finished a long time ago, and to platinum some games that I feel like deserve my seal of approval. I've treated platinums very deliberately on my PlayStation account, in the sense that I really only platinum games that I feel like I have a really strong connection to, or that I really, really love. Spider-Man and Spider-Man 2 are those games. I'm a big Spider-Man guy. Obviously, I was going to platinum those. Crash Team Racing, obvious
Which
one.
is a real platinum. That's a real platinum.
That was fucking stupid.
That's a tough one.
That was stupid. That's the only game I've ever played that made my fingers bleed, actually.
I have very few platinums that are like anywhere near on that level, and I have a ton of them, so that's a lot of respect for that.
It's very fucking hard. But I think what I really decided over the course of the break was like, man, I really loved Alan Wake 2. Like, to a degree that I was not anticipating, even though I was really excited about it. Unfortunately, and I'm really close to getting this platinum, but it's bugged. There's a glitch here where I think there's a stash where you get a crossbow, and that's all that's in there. And to unlock it, you need to get the crossbow. But I'm playing through it again on the Final Draft DLC, and I was like, oh, I'll just clean up the platinums on my second playthrough, like, big deal. But I think because your inventory cycles in from the previous thing, when you get to that stash, there's nothing in it. And because you don't take anything out of it, it doesn't register as that cache being opened. So it's this one, it's literally just this one issue keeping me from getting the platinum, but I'm waiting for a patch. I've been keeping up to date on it. Still no patch for it yet. Surprising, because this was something that I tweeted about on like December 22nd or something. So it's been an issue for a while. But once they patch that, I'm going to try and platinum it. And because I didn't really get that closure from Alan Wake 2, I went back to the original Alan Wake Remastered. I finished that. And I was surprised to... I was really surprised at how well Alan Wake 2 flowed into the first Alan Wake. There's something weird about it where it almost has like a Red Dead Redemption 2 kind of quality to it, where it almost... You could theoretically play Alan Wake 1 as a sequel to Alan Wake 2 in like a weird kind of prequel way, only because so much of the story elements and so much of the locales feed into both games. And there's so many story elements there that I'm surprised were in place for that long. Like, I really had no remembrance. Like, it had been a long time since I played the original Alan Wake, but I totally forgot that certain characters were in the original. Like, totally. Like the old guys at the diner. Like, I was it totally blew my mind that so much was in place. So I finished that game up, really had a good time. Because I was so involved in this Remedy-verse type experience, I went back to Control, because I want to finish those DLCs as well. There's something I've been talking about for ages, and now that it's finally on, that it's on PS5, and we don't have the PS4 performance struggles that initially plagued that game. Going through that, really, really enjoying it. Actually taking my time to read a lot of those notes now that I'm really kind of familiarized with a lot of, with Alan Wake and Alan Wake 2. I'm finding that to be like a really fun experience. Going through Spyro the Dragon 1 and the Reignited trilogy in general, because that's a game that I definitely want to platinum. That's a really historically important game for me. And I'm 70% through the original Spyro.
Nice.
And I'm going to work my way through that probably.
I have that plat. That's a good one. Yeah. That's a fun one.
Mm-hmm. It's really fun. It's like weirdly relaxing too. It's like a weirdly zen experience. It's literally just collecting. And there's some parts where I'm like, all right, I'll get a guide, I guess. Because some of these things are hidden in the most obnoxious places. It reminds me of those God of War puzzles where they would have like a gong hidden behind a leaf 4 miles away.
Right.
But it's cute. It's like it's a really fun experience going through Spyro. GTA 4, I'm still working my way through. I'm still so enamored by it, and I appreciate it more and more the more I play it, and how different it is from like every other Grand Theft Auto game that I've even remotely delved into. And I think I also want to get through GTA 5 this year as well. Polish out some GTA. But the thing I put a lot more time into, and this is the last game. I know I'm talking a lot.
No, it's all good, man. Take your time.
The thing I put a lot of time into, way more time into than I anticipated, was the finals, which is that kind of extraction, multiplayer kind of Battlefield meets Mirror's Edge meets Levolution type multiplayer extraction shooter, which kind of got some heat for using, and from me specifically, by the way, and other people as well, for using like AI narrators in it. And I've been playing it quite a bit. Let me see if I could check Steam real quick. I put about 7. Yeah, I think I put about 7 hours into it between Xbox and Steam. And It's really fucking good. Like as a multiplayer multiplayer sandbox, it's like it's got the right amount of depth and simplicity. It's not this Destiny level, like, oh, you have to really craft your build and here's these different stats that you really got to maximize. Here's these different attachments to your guns. It's like, no, you have a light build, you have a medium build, you have a heavy build, and they have different health and speed stats. Light is fast and weak. Heavy is, slow and strong. Medium is well-rounded, support. And you unlock guns, and that's the gun. There's no like, hey, there's one sniper rifle, and that's what it does. It snipes. It's not like, oh, let me get a 10 times zoom scope or like an extended mag. No, it's none of that. It's such a nice blend of flexibility in build crafting while still remaining as simplistic as possible to really get you into just settling into just messing around with the game mechanics and moving around the level. The destruction in this game is fucking incredible. I really can't get over, like, it feels like the promise of what Battlefield wanted to do actually realized in some way. And I think even the developers were talking about how it was really only possible recently, technologically speaking, because all of that is handled server side and it works really flawless. You can do some really amazing plays. And what I love about it is you can win just by being a complete dickhead. Like, you can let teams defend their location and wait for the clock to cycle up. And if you go in there in the last 10% and wipe them all out, it's yours. And I love it. It's very skunky. There's something about it that I'm really enamored with from a gameplay perspective. And they got something here. I did turn the AI narrators off entirely, though, because I really hate them. I don't think there's really, after playing a good amount of it, I don't think there's any real good reason to have them, because they're not really saying anything that's uniquely contextual. They're not saying anything that couldn't really be coded or pre-planned. It's not like they're saying, whoa, Chris really did some crazy shit there. They're not really taking advantage of anything that AI narrators would be good for. And so that really kind of confuses me. I don't know why that's a part of it, but it's a surprisingly good game. Some really fun sandbox elements. It's a really nice FPS, multiplayer FPS that I've been sinking my teeth into, and that's been my last 2 weeks basically in video games, playing a lot.
Yeah, it sounds like you've been busy. That's awesome. Yeah, if the finals, I don't know if they're still playing it, but my nephews were talking to me about it over Christmas because it came out, kind of randomly during the Game Awards, as we noted, on December 7th. So I love the name. I think the name is super cool. I love the concept.
It's cool.
The concept's somewhat interesting. Again, it reminds me a lot of Smash TV. Not in gameplay, but just in its premise.
For sure. Yeah, there's definitely Smash TV elements there, but I just love because it's fun to play. Like, it's not even necessarily like, it's fun to lose in it as well. It doesn't feel sweaty, and there's certain things that you could do that's so obnoxious. It's like if there's like because there's only really a few modes in it, but like there's one that's like kind of like basically like capture the flag, kind of defend the point. And you can just go, and if it's in a building, you can go underneath. You can go to the floor below, place an explosive like right underneath it, and it'll just, you can blow up the floor and it'll fall. It's like a real physics object. So you can really, there's one great point where it's like the capture point's in an elevator and people can like press the button and like move it. It's really cool. Like, it's a really dynamic game that I was really pleasantly surprised by. AI bullshit aside, solid game.
Dusty Boy, let's go to you.
Yeah. So as I said, I surprisingly, and not intentionally, kind of detached from video games over break, by and large. But I have been playing a bit this past week, and I played a few things. So we'll get into that. But right now, my main thing is that I want to replay Final Fantasy VII Remake before Rebirth comes out in February. Now's the time, just because I would prefer to not do it back to back. Want to have a little breathing room in between, but enough that it's still fresh. So I'm playing the PS5 Intergrade version, and it's been great. The 60 FPS mode really, really makes a huge difference, and it's just a beautiful game through and through. Playing, I'm like, man, this game looks so damn good. I can't wait to see how good Rebirth looks overall. I am having one weird issue and I want to put this out because I want to know if anyone in the audience has had a similar issue and knows a way to fix it, is that I'm playing with my Dolby Atmos soundbar setup. And there's a problem that in the back channels, there's a sound that goes over and over again. I've tried switching it to regular Dolby. I've tried turning it off, which basically my options are play in stereo or deal with this annoying sound. And it never goes away. Tried starting a new game. I've tried.
What's the internet say?
I couldn't find anyone else say anything about it. That's why I'm like, is this an exclusive problem to me? I deleted it and then started the process of reinstalling it last night to see if that would fix it. But yeah, some kind of weird audio bug, at the very least on my system, going on with Final Fantasy VII Remake. But other than that, having a good time. The other game I played a little bit over the break was Valheim. If some of you remember this game, this is a crafting survival game. It was gifted to me by our friend Lockmort, and he had set up a server, and I was playing this with Ben and our friend Brandon and our friend Justin. We were all in there making a little home for us Viking boys, and it was really nice. It was fun. I more and more am not really into these survival type games. I get annoyed. It's like, oh, I got to build another pickaxe. I got to eat some berries or something. But this one was pretty fun. It has this really neat kind of shaded art style that's kind of hard to describe, but I found that building stuff in it was really satisfying. I built a little shitty house for us to live in. We put all of our beds just, beside each other, kiss your homie goodnight. And we were going out there. There's different bosses you got to take down. And so there's a little strategy to it where you have a clear progress to go to. And there's some fun parts too, where you got to build boats. You're, Vikings. So you got to build boats and go on the boats. And it's horrifying just because if you get caught in a storm or if something happens and you're out in the middle of the water, you're fucked. So had a fun time playing some Valheim and some late nights over the break. And the last but not least is I've been playing this bootleg game of the One Piece trading card game simulator. And this is bootleg in that it's made by this fan made it, and it's available, and it has an awesome, robust community behind it. Not official from Bandai, but it lets you play the One Piece trading card game. You can build your decks, and it's really nice because if you are interested in playing the actual game, is that you can just put together your build and try it out before you go and invest in those cards. But I have been learning, Colin, I kind of have a guy, how you have your G.I. Joe guy that you've met through the show. Well, there's a listener, shout out to Brian. He's in the Pittsburgh area. We haven't played yet, but he plays in tournaments locally and stuff. So he's been kind of coaching me through playing the One Piece card game. And so I'm getting a little interested, a little nervous about trying to compete in any way. It's especially difficult because this game is so new and the cards are selling out so fast that if you want to build what's considered a meta deck that's supposed to be the most optimized deck for all the cards available, it can be $300, which I'm not really interested in doing that. But I am interested in playing, and I've been having a fun time playing this simulator. I have won twice. So it's a difficult game. It's one of those easy to learn. And if you're playing the bootleg simulator on your computer, you're probably a fucking dork like me. But you're actually probably good at the game, and you're actually trying to figure out winning strategies and stuff like that. But it's been fun. It's been very nostalgic for me getting into a card game like this because I was mainly into collecting Pokemon in 1999, 2000, but not really playing. It wasn't until Yu-Gi-Oh! A few years later that I really got into playing the game. Not that I was ever good at that either, but there's something nostalgic about it. I loved Hearthstone for a lot of years. I would play that. And so it's kind of scratching that itch for me. And it's been fun collecting the cards too. So shout out to the bootleg One Piece trading card game simulator. I say it's bootleg like it's bad. It's actually extremely impressive software that someone's built with a robust online and thousands of players that play it. It's just weird that it's not like a Bandai official thing. You got to download it from some website. It doesn't update itself, and it's got a few bugs and stuff like that. But it's been fun. It's been my nice little obsession at nighttime. I'll come in and play a few games and lose, but I feel like I'm getting better, maybe a little bit.
Cool, man. Yeah, $300 for like a good set. That does seem
if you
like
want to
quite a
build
bit.
the most meta.
That seems. I just, when I consider Magic and other things that I was more familiar with, like Star Wars customizable card game and stuff, that seems to be in the realm of reason to me. If you want to be competitive in that space, I would be interested to see if you ever play these games in person. I used to play Magic in person when I was a kid, but not since then.
Well, the difficult thing that's annoying is that there is on Main Street, for people who remember who went to our event in Butler, there is a comic and card store, but they don't play One Piece there. And so all the places that play One Piece are an hour drive for me, which I'm at the point that I think I'm willing to do. I just don't want to go and be a fucking idiot, And I understand the rules as good as I can. And even
you got to link up with your boy.
Yeah, well, he's like, dude, I'll come up. He's down to hang out and help. So
yeah,
that's what I'm going to do. But I am thinking about competing. That might be fun, but I'm going to lose straight up. But that's okay.
That's okay. That's how you begin. You might surprise yourself as well.
Chris, what do you? I want to know what your thoughts are. You were kind of snickering a little bit. I'm feeling judged by you. Really?
No, it's more the idea that this is a bootleg trading card simulator that kind of like everything about it just confuses the hell out of me. I never gravitated to card games though. Like it's just it's an aspect of gaming that's just completely passed me by. Like even physically, like I'm not really. Even when people were like, "You want to play Goldfish?" I was like, they're cards. Like I don't know.
Right.
What is the history of cards even? Like those playing cards specifically?
I actually don't know.
Have you ever thought about that? Like I was thinking about that like over like when I was home and my friends were playing, or not my friend, my family. They were playing poker on New Year's, and I was thinking about it. I was like, who the fuck designed these? And were they designed for this specific game? Like they're just playing cards. That's all they're labeled as. But they must have originated somewhere. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm trying.
I was just sitting fascinated by that. Too fascinated by that to even play. I used to play poker when I was a kid, but I don't know. There's something about cards that like, especially even when I see them in video games specifically, like that was a big thing for Back 4 Blood. That really turned me off. Where I was just like, why are these things in everything now? Like, let card games be card games. Like, I'm fine with Hearthstone being Hearthstone because Hearthstone doesn't infect my Left 4 Dead when I want to play Left 4 Dead, But yeah, I don't know. It's completely alien to me.
This is Wikipedia. The standard 52 card deck of French suited playing cards is the most common pack of playing cards used today. In English-speaking countries, it is the only traditional pack used for playing cards. In many countries of the world, however, it is used alongside other traditional, often older standard packs. So what we have is this French suited playing card, and the history of this. Playing cards arrived in Europe from Mamluk Egypt around 1370 and were already reported in France in 1377. The French suit insignia was derived from German suits around 1480. And then back to the original one I was reading. The English pattern pack originated in Britain, which was importing French playing cards from Rouen and Antwerp. By 1480, the earliest cards of the English pattern date to around 1516, but Britain only started manufacturing its own cards towards the end of the 16th century, when production began in London. So the ones that we kind of understand today are from that era.
That's crazy, though. It's crazy, though, to me that something that... Imagine, because somebody had to design those.
Right, we just take it for granted. It wasn't
like a corporation. It wasn't like a board of executives doing this. It was just some guy who must have did this. And no one knows his name.
Right.
He's probably one of the most influential people in the world, probably.
That's a great point. It's very similar in my mind to, I mean, it's even, your example's even better, but like chess is the same thing where it's like, we just play and we kind of understand where it comes from, but no one really knows. Like rules get added to it over time and everyone's like, okay. And then they just accept like castling and all that kind of stuff. Like just all these made up things and everyone just accepts it. And I'm fascinated by that too. Yeah, it's like that's what I was saying. Like you take playing cards for granted. It's like, oh, here's a piece of paper, here's a pen, here's a deck of 52 playing cards, and you're like, oh
yeah. Yeah, even just the idea of like an ace of spades, like by itself, like the idea that they were like, oh, the numbers are a delineation, shapes are a delineation, colors are a delineation. It's kind of crazy if you really think about it. As far as like it's, I don't know, we're really going off on a tangent.
No, it's I think it's a great point. Like I love the idea of it just being this thing. It's like an apple,
Yeah.
But it's actually like this deeply designed meta game that then people make up games using. I mean, that's the most interesting part is how many fucking bajillion games, and you can play something as sophisticated as like a casino poker style game or something even more sophisticated than that. And you can play fucking War.
Yeah.
Which is like the easiest game ever,
Yeah. Or we could do magic tricks, and magic tricks seem to be completely suited to them. It's weird. It's like inventing Legos. Like, how do you, we don't know who did it. That's crazy. I'm fascinated by that.
Jonathan Lego.
Yeah, John. Yeah, John Lego and Horace playing card.
I like that. I know that and this gets even deeper, but like the traditions too of like there's a one-eye Jack, there's a Suicide King, like all these different things where the king's stabbing himself in the head on one of them, and it's like there are all these stories behind all of that. And it's like, wow, yeah, this is funny. Yeah,
nuts.
Better than tarot cards. I saw that Fox News. I didn't watch it, but I just saw a story. They did did you see this? The tarot card reading?
Yeah, they did a tarot card reading for Trump or something, and the death card came up.
Yeah, she pulled the death card like live on air.
Tarot cards are cool. Like there's I only learned recently that there are different themed tarot cards. So there's like, I saw a deck that was Guillermo del Toro inspired and had like all these like tarot style art of like Hellboy and like Pacific Rim, but it wasn't like something you would get at like a Toys R Us or something. It was like genuinely like sophisticated art and like recontextualizations in the form of like traditional tarot art. It was pretty fucking sick. I don't know what any of that shit means at all, but it is kind of, I don't know, that's an entire other aspect of it.
Chris, whoever you're dating, stay away from her.
No. First of all, that's impossible. That's everywhere now. So you're not going to find somebody who doesn't know what tarot cards are.
Are you a Libra?
Oh man.
All right. I am.
I'm depressed is what I am.
Yeah, well, I can relate. All right. Finally, we'll get through this here. What we're playing. I played one game over the holidays, basically. Benjamin Lippert wrote in and said, hello, lads. This is for Colin, but if either Dustin or Chris cares to explain their father's actions, feel free to chime in. Colin. The other day, I thought to myself, I wonder what Colin ended up playing over the break. Play through all of the Call of Duty, spend time with the world of Avatar, maybe play Danganronpa 3 like Dustin would like. No, I went on the app to find that Colin basically played Tales of Arise for a few hours, and that's it. What happened? I figured you'd stop Power Washing Simulator because they managed to break the trophy for beating the game, but then what happened? Are you now an Xbox fanboy? You only play MMOs on the PC now? Did Jim Ryan's departure hit you so hard you swore off gaming? Obviously, I jest. You do you during your holiday break, but how did you spend your time, and will you return to gaming again? Hope you guys had a great break and keep smashing in the new year. Hey, Benjamin, I played Tales of Arise for a few hours. Try 40 hours over the break of Tales of Arise. So not even close. Just because I don't have many trophies doesn't mean that I'm far in the game. Everyone who plays Tales games knows that they're not generous with trophies, although this is a platinumable game, and I'll definitely get the platinum in it. A lot of Tales games are fucking obnoxious to platinum, and people out there know, like, you have to. Are you guys? Well, maybe Dustin, you would be familiar with Tales games have what are called titles. Do you know anything about this? It's like you cook 10 times with fish, and you're the fish chef, and you fucking use this weapon 100 times in this, and you're like, everything's bound to the like all the trophies in like the old games, like what would it be, like Vesperia, Exilia, and so on, are all tied to that. So this is a different sort of game, no doubt. But I take issue with you looking at my trophy list and assuming that I played a few hours. It's about 40. It's about 20 hours a week, probably. I was busy. I was pretty busy this holiday. Family was here. I was actually I got a little agitated with my family, I have to be honest, because it's like we're together the 22nd, the 24th, the 25th, and then they want to get together the 26th. I'm like, that's enough. It's too much. I have to like I can't, it's the same group of people doing the same thing all of these days in a row.
Yeah.
I got to get back to Tales of Arise, my man. So that's what I was doing. I was playing Tales of Arise and I really, really like it. You know, Micah and I were talking about this, and I think it's worth noting on the show that there are games I encounter every so often that I bounce off of where I'm like, it's not the game and it's me, and I'll certainly be back. And it's not a long list of games, but a game on that list, for instance, right now is Metro Exodus.
Oh yeah.
That's a game I played for a few hours and I'm like, I'm not in the right headspace for this. This is dope. I have the platinum for Metro 2033. I have the platinum for Metro Last Light. It's not the game. I'll be back. And so this was a game that when it came out in 2021, I had kind of experienced that with. And in fact, the first few trophies I have are from that era. When it launched, because I love Tales, and I wasn't really into Berseria or Zestiria, which were really the first mainline Tales games I didn't beat, because I was like, they're kind of, one's trying to kind of be open world, they're trying to change. This one gets a little bit back more to the roots, but more in a modernized way. So I was pretty enchanted by it, but it just wasn't hitting me at the time. So I was going through the PlayStation Store and looking at things, and I was like, there's really nothing here I want to play. And so I was like, I'll go back to Tales of Arise, and I got sucked into it. I'm really enjoying it quite a bit. We got that Tales level anime charm, which has always been a draw for me. And there's something very nostalgic to me about Tales in the sense that Tales of Destiny, which is the second Tales game, which was launched in the West in 1998 on PS1, was the first Tales game in the West and the first Tales game I ever experienced. And I got it for my birthday in 9th grade. And so it's just a memorable thing for me. And I really, really fell in love with it. And it actually got a game that I think was called Tales of Destiny 2 here, but is actually a different game. And then there's a real Tales of Destiny 2 and so on and so forth. And there's a bunch of other Tales games, as everyone knows. I don't need to get into all of that. But I have a deep nostalgic connection to the series. So there's just something about it to me that feels very cozy and at home. And it's a little melodramatic. And I do admit that it's wearing out its welcome. It's not very long, like by any stretch of the imagination, compared to Dragon Quest 11 or something that took me 130 hours to platinum. I'll probably be able to platinum it. I mean, I don't really know for sure, but probably in like 70 hours or something. But the story is getting, I'm just like, all right, let's like get going. I won't spoil it or whatever. Let's just get going here a little bit. I'm kind of getting tired of this, and it's time to wrap this thing up. But maybe that's just a me problem. I don't know if other people felt like that about it. But I found the characters. Oh, you did?
When I played it, I was ready to be
so you beat
done.
it? You beat it?
Yeah, Mike and I did a
right.
spoiler
That's right.
cast.
Right. Yeah. She told me that. Right. So yeah. So you felt the same way. Okay. Yeah.
I was so bored by the end. And you're right. It's not an exceptionally long game. In fact, it's way shorter than a game like Persona 5, but it was dragging bad by the end.
Yeah.
How long is it? Like, how long would you you say it? Because it's so interesting to hear other people's perspective on like how long it takes for a game to drag, because I feel like my fuse is so short for that stuff.
40 hours for the main story.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. My fuse is like the second when a game is over, I think, well, I guess it depends on what it is. Obviously, like there are certain games you want, like Baldur's Gate is a game that you'd want to last for a very, very long time. There's certain games that are like the second they get to the 26-hour mark, I'm like, all right, we got to start. We really got to, it's a quarter of 100 hours. We got to start moving on here.
Yeah. JRPGs, I have a different tolerance for them in that respect, because they just naturally take longer, especially the more engaged combat level JRPGs like this. I mean, this is a very combat heavy game. It's also a very exposition heavy game. I mean, no one shuts the fuck up in Tales of Arise at any given time. There's just always an option for someone to talk and say something at any given time. And that's cool. It's totally fine. I don't want to complain about it too much. I think it's getting a little bit far away from what I loved about Tales, which is more the world, and the combat's always really shined, even in its old format, like in Tales of Fantasia and Tales of Destiny, where it was more 2D. But it's a pretty deep game from a combat standpoint. I enjoy the characters. The plot is, I won't spoil anything, but it's basically about an enslaved people that are liberated by this random hero, this auspicious kind of hero. And they're going to these different kingdoms to liberate people. And in each kingdom, they kind of find an unusual situation and often gain a new companion to your party and all the rest. So it's very by the book, but it's fun. It's charming. It's cute. It's well made. A lot of cool anime cutscenes, which I think are, it was so fun. I was saying to Micah that, as I recall, Tales of Destiny had an anime intro and an anime ending. But it's so, if you told young, nerdy, 9th grade, anime interested, gaming, JRPG obsessed Colin, like, oh, you'll play a game one day where there's going to be like an hour and a half of anime in the game, not 3 minutes or something. I would be like, oh, that's so cool. So there's a lot of that and a lot of that charm here too. I will say this, and I don't want to push it too far, but it's something I can't escape considering the time I'm playing it in, is that part of the game is about the tension between the enslaved and the enslavers in terms of like how you live together after the deed was done and you're liberated and you're kind of moving on in some sense. And I can't help but feel, and again, I'm not grafting this totally onto what's happening in Israel and Palestine right now, between them right now, but I just felt that way. Like there's so much dialogue in the game that comes out just between NPCs and between you and just incidental characters, and certainly between your party, interparty, where they're discussing and trying to learn how to live together after strife and conflict and all of that. And it felt unusually timely. And I wonder if other people that are playing it now feel the same way. It's not at all important to the game, but it's just something based on what's happening in the world right now I couldn't escape. So I wanted to shout that out as well. But yeah, shout out to Tales of Arise. And Kevin White wrote in, said, Happy New Year's, boys. Happy New Year, boys. Larry David says that it's still okay to say this until today, right? Yes. Like Colin, I too have fallen in love with Power Wash Simulator over the past few weeks. Has Colin locked down the platinum yet? If so, how bad were the time-based challenges? I'm making my way through the campaign, but I'm worried about those damn challenges keeping me from the plat. Thanks as always for that. Thanks for always for all that you do and all that you do to keep us entertained. And here's to another fantastic year for LSM. Thank you, Kevin, for writing in and for your kind words. So I was playing Power Wash Simulator early on, and then indeed the game was updated and it did indeed break the trophy for beating the game. And I was just lucky enough to have seen that on the forums on PSN profiles before I got to beat the game. So I got to like the edge of beating the game, the last couple stages. And then I just was like, I'll come back to this when they fix the trophy, which they still haven't. It's been 3 weeks or so. Yeah. And so that stopped me from, that precluded me actually from getting the platinum, Kevin. But I was surprised by how hard the challenge mode is in that game. And I don't know if anyone out there has tried it or not. I am pretty proficient at Power Wash Simulator. I've beaten all the stages leading up to the last one. I've done all the special challenges for all those stages. I've unlocked all of the equipment and so on. It's not a challenging game. It really just requires patience. But there's this challenge mode where it's like a yin and yang, where you can either do challenges based on how much liquid you use, or you can do challenges based on time. And they both seem impossible to me. So I'm sure I can do them if I watched a video and really saw people's tips and understood the right loadout and all of that. But I'm surprised by how I've tried probably 10 different times on different stages to do it and cannot do it. And in the liquid thing and the timing thing. And it's really shocking. And I'm like, holy shit, this is randomly very hard.
Yeah.
And then I went and looked on the trophy percentages, and it's like only 1.3% of people that played the game have done these trophies. Now, the number is spiked because of PlayStation Plus, no doubt, because it was on PS Plus in December. But I thought that was interesting, and no one's gotten the platinum, or very few people have gotten the platinum, because you literally cannot get the trophy for beating the game right now. And a lot of people went past the threshold and should have unlocked the trophy, which means it's unclear whether they'll ever be able to get it. Hopefully, that will not be a problem, and they'll code it so that it does allow you to pop that trophy, or it checks to see if you have that trophy when you load the game and the campaign's complete, because that would fucking suck. Because it's so tedious. It's fun, but like I couldn't imagine having to do that again, or trying to. I would just be like, I can't do this.
It's a very I dabbled in it a little bit over the break as well. I didn't mention it because I didn't really put that much time into it. I did that first level where you're washing the van in the garage or whatever, and I was like, I was getting stressed out. Like while I was doing it, I was like, I don't think this is as calming for me as it is for most people. Dude,
it gets so complicated. The things you have to clean like a moving merry-go-round and
I
do like all this huge mansion, and it's crazy.
Yeah, it is so clearly like, I was like, oh man, it's almost suited for me. But then there's like these little thing where it's like you get 99% of it, and you're like, where the fuck is this one speck? You
got to press the buttons to reveal it.
Yeah, no, I know. There's like a highlight. Yeah, there's there's an update that lets you highlight things, I guess.
Yeah, that was an update. Yeah, I couldn't imagine playing it without that. I would have lost it.
Yeah, no, I but even some of them are just like the specs are so small that I'm like, even with the highlight, I'm like, where the fuck is this thing? And I was getting so, it was doing the exact opposite of what I anticipated it was going to do. So I was like, I'll maybe shelve this for the time being, but it was a lot more engaging. I'll say that. I was more engaging than I thought it would be in the brief time that I played it.
All right. Finally, Dennis M. wrote in, said, hey, CDC, this is mainly for Colin, but of course everyone can chime in. You said you wanted to use the holiday break to give the PSVR 2 another chance. I couldn't resist and look at your trophy list. Those VR trophies are really hard to come by, huh? I don't see any new ones. Joking aside, do you still plan to use your headset, or is the current lineup of games just not enticing enough to you? What would be a game that would make you use it, and do you think something like that is coming anytime soon? Have a great 2024. No, I didn't. Big talk, but no follow-up on that at all. I'm not really paying attention to the scene at all, so I don't even know what would be enticing or exciting. I think that the games that would be interesting or good to me already exist. I just haven't exposed myself to them, and I don't know. I just don't. It's very weird, but I just don't even want to bother right now. Like philosophically, it's like, yeah, you want to like familiarize yourself with this and have the knowledge and give it a chance. And I get that. And I do, but at the same time, I'm like, I don't know. I just want to play a more traditional style game. There's never, I guess what I'm saying is that I've never approached a time where I'm like, I'd rather play a VR game right now than just sit on my couch or in my fucking armchair and play PS5.
Yeah. That's the biggest, that's going to be the big problem with VR in general, as far as like video games go. Like it's until it's as convenient to play VR as it is to just sit on your couch or sit in your bed and play a game, which it just kind of never can be. Like even if they somehow figured out a way to, you know, get rid of the wires and make it as lightweight as possible to the point where it's like nearly imperceptible, it's still requiring a lot of you, you know? So it's never going to be the preferred thing. The thing to me was like, I remember over the break, us talking about this, or before the break, we were just like, oh, let's get involved in VR. And I didn't necessarily express that much interest in it, but during the break, I was like, oh, maybe I should I'll look for the most enticing VR game out right now to me and play that. And unfortunately, the most enticing game in VR to me wasn't on PSVR. It was on Oculus. It was on the Quest. It was the Assassin's Creed VR game that I had heard really good things about. Also, that
Asgard's Wrath.
Asgard's Wrath. I was curious about. I didn't play that because that felt like that's this 60+ hour, you know, RPG.
That's Sanzaru, isn't it? That's so interesting.
Mm-hmm.
That's so interesting.
IGN gave it like a 10.
Yeah,
it's like a 10 out of 10
really,
game.
I mean, overall, it scored super high.
Yeah, which is super enticing, but at the same time, it's like, that's a big commitment. So I'm going to go with the thing that's next most interesting, which was that Assassin's Creed VR game, and I played that on Quest a little bit over the break as well. God damn, I played a lot. But it was cool, but it just wasn't. It wasn't enough to. It was doing all of the things that I want VR games not to do, which was like, hey, talk to your sister in VR, talk to your Renaissance sister in VR and have a conversation with her and toy around with this. Look at this music box. And it's like, let me assassinate. Like, I don't need this extra layer of like cinematic immersion. I feel like there's too much effort placed into VR games now, or like, or certain VR titles that try to immerse you more than is necessary for the input that you're already in. I'm already immersed. I'm here. I'm as immersed as I could possibly be. Everything surrounding me is the game world. I can manipulate anything in the world, like with, no matter like how, like I can do anything. You don't need to convince me that I'm in this world by having me have a conversation with this character that I have no relationship with. You know what I mean? If anything, it breaks it. I think VR works best as a sandbox where it's like, I understand the trappings of Assassin's Creed. I understand the lore here. I understand the setup and premise. Let me loose on this sandbox with goals and objectives. Maybe some story that is like maybe fed to you while you're doing it, or like, you know, fed to you during, like while you're doing the cool shit. But I'm playing Assassin's Creed. You know, I want to sneak up on people and, you know, do the hidden blade thing in their necks and slink away and do some parkour. I don't want to sit and talk to an NPC for 20 minutes. Like, I just, that's not interesting to me. What I will say, doing this wrist snap and having the hidden blade come out feels fucking sick. It is really cool, but it's, you know, it's like 20% cool moments, and then the rest of it's kind of trying too hard. It's unfortunate.
Okay, my boys, we're back. We're going to tackle the biggest news item from when we were gone, which is the Insomniac hack. And we're going to get into it in the nitty gritty. We've actually already done it. So we got together a couple of days ago from when we were recording this episode of Sacred Symbols and recorded a robust episode of Sacred Symbols Plus all about this. The reason we did this was because I knew that there was a lot to say. As I said earlier in the show, I made 10 pages of notes of things that I wanted to go over from the hack, but I also, and what leaked out of it, but I also know that we wanted to get into the journalistic and ethical and philosophical and all those different angles, and we did all of that. And I wanted to do it basically all at once so that we could have it all in the mind and then kind of excise it and move on with our lives and not have to like revisit it and pretend we didn't say things already. So what I've instructed Dustin to do is to cut off basically the first third of that conversation and put it here. And it's going to appear after I read what I read, and then we'll get into that. And that's going to be our talk about kind of the hack in a, you know, as in terms of what happened, what we think about what happened, and all of the different kind of implications of that. And then the Sacred Symbols Plus episode is basically just what we think is some of the interesting data drawn from it. But we're going to get into it, and you'll understand a lot more after I get through this. So just give me a few minutes and I'll read this. Number one. Mere days after we went on our holiday break, big news emerged that we discussed the possibility of an episode's past. The short story is this. Insomniac, the Sony-owned developer behind Spider-Man, Ratchet & Clank, and Resistance, was hacked by a ransomware group called Rizida sometime late last year. Australian website Cyberdaily published an article on December 12th revealing news of the hack to the wider public, along with the ransom. Sony would need to cough up 50 Bitcoin, or about $2 million, to stop the information from coming out, and anyone was theoretically free to bid on the tranche of stolen data via the so-called dark web. A week later, on December 19th, the data was released to all, where major pieces of it were scattered to far more hospitable and normalized parts of the internet, like social media, Reddit, forums, and so on. And the data, amounting to 1.67 terabytes in size, equals a disastrous situation for both Sony and Insomniac, which, amongst other things, had Insomniac's entire slate of upcoming games through 2035 leaked, tons of details on sales data, development contracts, presentation decks on topics like PlayStation Plus, Wolverine, and even unannounced and canceled games. And perhaps most devastating of all, videos and even playable builds of their upcoming Wolverine game for PlayStation 5, first revealed in 2021. It is the position of this podcast that we don't make the news, but rather report on it as it happens. This is most certainly news, and it's news that we're going to cover. However, we will draw some what we feel are obvious lines. We have no interest in seeing or discussing leaked conversations, personal details, identifying documents, or anything of the sort, and we encountered none of this during our research. We likewise have no interest in seeing or discussing leaked footage, builds, concept art, and so on, and any information garnered from those items, details from which we personally avoided and frankly think you should too. What we will focus on, however, are items of a wider business nature, understanding that there's no putting the genie back in the bottle, and that this information has already been widely disseminated in the weeks prior to us recording. So we simply cannot pretend that we don't know what's within. Contracts, release schedules, partnerships, financial and sales data, and so on. More on that in a moment. Back to the story of the leak itself. 3 days after the leak occurred, almost certainly the largest leak a game developer has ever suffered outside of an full game leaking, Insomniac released a statement that reads as follows, quote, "Thank you for the outpouring of compassion and unwavering support. It's deeply appreciated. We're both saddened and angered about the recent criminal cyber attack on our studio and the emotional toll it's taken on our dev team. We have focused inwardly for the last several days to support each other. We are aware that the stolen data includes personal information belonging to our employees, former employees, and independent contractors. It also includes early development details about Marvel's Wolverine for PlayStation 5. We continue working quickly to determine what data was impacted. This experience has been extremely distressing for us. We want everyone to enjoy the games we develop as intended, and as our players deserve. However, like Logan, Insomniac is resilient. Marvel's Wolverine continues as planned. The game is in early production and will no doubt greatly evolve throughout development, as do all of our plans. While we appreciate everyone's enthusiasm, we will share official information about Marvel's Wolverine when the time is right. On behalf of everyone in Insomniac, thank you for your ongoing support during this challenging time," end quote. Sony, as studio owner and publisher, didn't release a statement of any kind, and you'll note that Insomniac's statement doesn't acknowledge the leak's post-Wolverine content, which is extensive, and essentially paints the picture of Insomniac's next 8 games as recently planned. It's also unclear just how this leak happened, and who may be responsible within Sony and or Insomniac for potentially and obviously accidentally disseminating the studio's most secret information. Nightmare wrote into us. Appropriate name. Said, happy first Friday of the year, CDC. My question is simple. Who used the monkey's paw during the winter break? Last proper sacred symbols, everyone seemed frustrated that besides Q1 2024, PlayStation had gone dark and full in terms of future plans, but now hackers have revealed Insomniac's entire slate of games until 2030, along with playable builds and hosts of all sorts of other information that the wider industry refuses to cover. Here it is, gents. I hope it's what you wish for. Definitely not what I wish for.
Yeah.
As we'll get into on the conversation, I have friends at Insomniac who have, amongst other things, learned that Sony wants to lay some of them off. And so we're going to let the conversation we had speak for itself now. But it's definitely the worst possible way to get information. But I also feel that the news is disseminated. We don't make the news. We report on the news. And we're adults. Can we all be adults as we go into this clip and understand that there's a major difference between a person's personal information, their personal correspondence, sensitive information, whatever. Like there's such a big difference between that and the existence of a video game or a sales data.
Yeah.
Or a deck that talks about PlayStation Plus. I'm sorry, if you don't understand the difference between those things from a ethical point of view, I think that they're pretty clear. And I have no interest in seeing any of that or talking about any of that information. And I haven't seen any of it. And I'm not even smart enough to know where I could find it, even if I wanted to see it. So I think we're doing the right thing by covering the data, covering the games, doing all of that. I think we're also doing the right thing by not talking about anything that we think is irrelevant, including, by the way, I don't want to see any videos. I don't want to talk about any builds. I think it's totally ridiculous that people are playing these things and looking at this old footage and trying to glean any information out of it. It's also going to spoil the game for you if you do that as well. So I just think we have to be adults and be able to differentiate. And people might disagree where that line is. And I think that that's totally fine. And I think that's an interesting conversation in and of itself. But to pretend that it's all one or all the other, I think is just totally childlike. And we're not going to play that game here. So let's get into our conversation about Insomniac. And then I'll remind you that we talk about it much more extensively on Sacred Symbols Plus. So you can check it out there. But what I want to do now is talk about the Insomniac leak as a whole, how we feel about it, how we feel about people's responses, what's in it, kind of broadly speaking. I'll go last. Dustin, I want to go to you first. And Chris, I know you have really strong feelings. In fact, Chris, I watched an episode of Snark Tank where you talked about this. So I would definitely want to get to you next. But
yeah.
But Dustin, let's begin with you. Insomniac, we knew that they were hacked. And what we didn't know when we went away was that it would end up being, as far as I can tell, the biggest gaming leak ever. It happens to be a subject and a developer that's really, really interesting to us. And so I think that maybe heightens it a little bit in terms of, what's in there and what might be useful for us to know. But I'm curious what you think about it from any angle you want, because there's so many different angles. What happened, how people responded, and so on and so forth. And what I would consider is quite a bit of inconsistency and sanctimony around this a little bit. But I'll leave it to you.
Yeah, I agree. I definitely think I can't think of a bigger hack that, as far as the amount of information that not only applied to the studio itself, but the publisher at large. And one of the things that I found the most interesting about this story when it was happening, and this was part of our conversation about how we were going to cover it, is that it just felt like more and more and more as people started to really get into these documents, that we were learning a lot, not just about Insomniac, but Sony in general. And that's a lot of the different things we're going to talk about today. And yeah, it was interesting, particularly as we were on break, to just kind of observe everybody else's reaction to this, seeing some people say that how it's unethical to cover it, which is obviously ridiculous. And we can get into that and see people get oddly defensive. And I guess I don't want to say oddly defensive in that I would probably feel pretty defensive if something like this happened to me. But at the same time, it's one of those things about we report on the news, and this is huge, huge news. So obviously, we're not going to be able to put any of those documents in the show. There's not going to be any cutaways where we show you any of the leaked documents, but absolutely, we'll be talking about it in detail. And so, yeah, just absolutely crazy. And I think that part of our approach that is good, this is something we discussed, was just everything's out. Everything's been fully gone through. We're not, obviously can't go through everything, but it's nice that now people are kind of just going on the fly, reacting to things. We kind of are able to look at everything presented and try to make a whole picture of this situation. And yeah, just absolutely crazy, especially with the, you know, the builds leaking and being playable on PC and stuff like that. Just insane.
Where are you at on this, Chris? I mean, we can go in any different direction, obviously pull at these different threads, but at a high level, where's your mind at on this?
Yeah, man, I don't know, man. There's so many threads here to pull, but like overall, I just feel like this is no doubt like one of the biggest hacks that I think I've ever been aware of in the gaming industry. Maybe you could argue that, or like maybe in the early aughts, the big Half-Life leak, but there were just because Valve is who they are, there were just fewer parties involved. Like, I mean, like you said, Dustin, the fact that so much publisher information was also involved, kind of, I don't know, in addition to the builds and just like future plans. I don't even think most game developers even planned even remotely this far in advance back then. So just generally there was less information to know back then. But like, this is the biggest hack I've seen in a long time. And the thing about it, to me, that confused me about the way that people reacted to it was, yeah, it's one of the bigger hacks that you know the industry has seen. But it was not even close to the only hack that happened the year that it happened, which is now last year as the time that we're recording this. So, and the fact that it was all of these other leaks were so heavily covered with almost no problem at all, because whether there are biases or certain connections there, I don't know. I think there's a case to be made, but I think generally speaking, like high level, I don't like the way that this was handled or talked about, because it kind of establishes the dropping of a journalistic pretense, which has arguably been dropped by a lot of people already. A lot of people who talked about this were saying like, hey, you know, we're not going to cover it because, you know, for whatever reasons, like it's unethical. And it feels to me like it just felt personal in some way, because there was no kind-heartedness thrown to Xbox when they had that leak. There was no kind-heartedness to Suicide Squad when they had that leak, or any of the number of leaks that we had in the past. That part really bothers me. And the thing that I saw a lot of people saying was like, well, hey, you know, it's different when a company leaks their own information. But like, I mean, is it really different when one single lawyer at Microsoft like uses the wrong pen to block out something that is arguably like nobody at that company wants to be known by everybody, and maybe one person at Insomniac clicked a link that they shouldn't have clicked? Like, is that fundamentally any different if the moral argument is, well, you don't want to cause suffering at these studios, because the suffering is there regardless, whether they did it accidentally or whether they did it in an accidental way that's more direct or indirect. Like the moral cost is still there. So I don't appreciate the morality argument with this specific leak. It does not hold water to me. And I mean, I don't know. And a lot of people, like, they're not journalists, and they don't say they're journalists. And I think it would have been almost okay if they just said that. You know what I mean? I feel like I would almost respect it more if they were like, hey, listen, just to be straight up, we have a really close relationship with the studio and we're not going to cover it because we know people there, and it's uncomfortable. Like, I would respect that more than what the pretense is now, which is like, well, it's unethical to talk about this suddenly.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
You can cover this in an ethical way. There's tons of information in here that has no business being seen by anybody, but there's also a metric fuck ton of really interesting objective news. And that's I mean, I don't know. I'm going off on tangents here, but like it just feels, I was really annoyed with the way that it was talked about.
I actually agree in the sense that it felt from my angle that people were trying in some senses to protect their relationship, not even with Insomniac, but with Sony. Yeah. And Sony is pretty crazy. I mean, you know, as far as like cutting people off, and I'm not even talking about us, it's just generally speaking, I've talked many times about how when Kotaku leaked PlayStation Home many years ago, they cut Kotaku off for years. And I think people are afraid of them in that sense. And they, you know, these people like you said, they're not, many of them don't call themselves journalists, but they're access media or access journalists. And that's the key word, is access. And without that access, there's nothing. We don't have to worry about that because we buy and play our games at the same time as everyone else. But for the people that really rely for traffic and attention on early access and this kind of this sort of connection with Insomniac or connection with Sony or all these other entities, I can understand that they're in between a rock and a hard place, but that's too bad. Here's the thing about this. I talked to people at Insomniac when this happened, multiple people, high-ranking people, and they're not happy about it. One of them was messaging with me, telling me, and I am sympathetic, being like, that Kotaku story basically just told everyone at the studio days before Christmas that they're going to lay some of us off, which is in there. And I'm like, yeah, that sucks. That's unfortunate. But I don't like, there's just a lot of crosstalk. No one wants to see Yuri Lowenthal's passport. At least I don't. No interest in seeing that. I don't want to see people's pay data. I don't want to see people's social security number. Now, everyone knows that I'm dumb as fuck with technology. I have no idea how to find or look at this stuff natively. I have no fucking clue. I mean, you have to go to like Tor and use like, it's like, I'm not going to do that. I'm not fucking around with the legal things. I certainly don't want access to the builds that are in there. I certainly don't care about spoiling certain things for me, although I did spoil the shit out of Wolverine for myself. Which I don't really care either way. And by the way, we're not spoiling anything here, so don't worry about that.
Yeah.
But I felt like, you said it, Chris, this is news. And I was thinking about, now, I'm a very political person, as people know, and I'm thinking about like, oh, the Pentagon Papers, Daniel Ellsberg, or Snowden, not even allowed back in the United States for leaking PRISM and all these different things about the security state in the United States. Now, some people think that what they did is wrong, but most people, especially when Ellsberg released the Pentagon Papers, which he wrote, by the way, in the 60s, when he released them in 1971, blew everything the fuck apart for the Vietnam War. It destroyed everything for the war, for the whole, the way people looked at it, all the secret shit that was going on and all the duplicity. And if we can treat government like that, we are definitely going to have to treat businesses like that. Now, it doesn't mean that it's good or right what happened. And it's crazy to me that people can't separate the two things. You can't. This is exactly what I told people in Insomniac when I was talking to them. Exactly. Was I was like, you have to understand, you guys cannot put the genie back in the bottle. It's over. Like, there's no going back. Because, you know, for the couple of people I was talking to, they were, you know, we were going back and forth, and I'm like, we're covering it. Like, we just haven't covered it yet because we're not around, but we're not going to ignore it like some of these other people did. I thought it was weird. Some people I really respect, like Video Games Chronicle and others. It's like, really? Like, what are you guys doing? No one's asking to see the social security numbers of the staff. No one is asking to see people's addresses. I must admit, I'm sure that shit is out there. And again, I don't know how to find it, but in all the stuff I was looking at on Imager and Reddit and everything, I didn't see anyone even asking for that stuff, nor did I see any of it. The only time I saw any of the like personal things was in that threat image that they released, where there were like scans of things, but they were really small. Yeah. So I felt like it was really disingenuous in some way for the people to be like, look at all the personal stuff in there. Do you have any idea how much personal stuff was in Snowden's leaks? Do you have any idea how much stuff was in the leaks about Iraq and Afghanistan? People died over a lot of those leaks. CIA agents were outed in the field. I didn't hear anyone going like, like there were literally embedded CIA agents in the Middle East that were basically disappeared after that shit happened. Right. And now I'm not saying that that's good. That's not good. We don't want that to happen, but it happened, and I didn't hear anyone complaining about it. Yeah. Then.
But it's not even unique in the games industry as far as leaks go, because I'm pretty sure the Capcom leak had a ton of personal information on employees as well, and they still reported the stuff that was relevant. They didn't report the personal information on the people because that's not news. That's just doxing.
Well, therein is the hinge, right? That's the hinge of the whole thing.
Yeah. Right, exactly.
And I feel like it's the argument that it's the press and the media's job to go through this stuff and present it in a way for the audience so they don't need to go and search it out where they might find someone's personal information or whatever. We can present it in a way that is like, okay, we're going to filter this out for you so you don't, to get less people going and looking for stuff where there would be sensitive information.
Yeah, I don't know. I just don't. It goes a lot back into like the PRISM leak and all of the different things with the NSA and even further back where you can also be selective about the things you leak. Like the WikiLeaks stuff, for instance, is like voluminous, insane amounts of stuff. right? On a constant basis, it was coming out. And like I said, that stuff had like, oh, here's the position of our troops in Iraq. Here's where CIA agents are embedded in Afghanistan here. And people, that's serious shit. And even journalists in that space, for the most part, were like, you can't report on that. The government, I think rightfully, were like, please don't report on that stuff. But that stuff was nonetheless out there. This is so much less serious than that. And that's why I'm saying, like, if you're going to body the government, I don't give a fuck about businesses. I don't like the government. But if I'm going to choose one or the other, at least it's the maybe, more of an allegiance to something that I can theoretically control in some way. So I don't find this allegiance to business and capital and all that very endearing. It's strange. Again, I'm not saying that what happened is right or legal. I'm not saying that it's good. It's just you can't undo it. And ignoring it. See, here's the thing, Chris and Dustin. So people were talking about, for instance, Greg and Kind of Funny, right? Now
they're really the center of this.
Well, I should say this. I mean, and it is awkward for people that don't know. I co-founded Kind of Funny. I always surprise how many new people listen to this and have no idea who, which is great, but like no idea the history. So I'm not trying to like take the piss out of him or anything, but are they going to just go forward? So like when Insomniac announces like a Venom game or like an interstitial or, X-Men, right? Are they going to be like, whoa? Or are they going to use the information? Because this is kind of where my mind was at. I was like, you can't unknow it. Are you going to remain totally ignorant of it? So when people are like, oh, Insomniac, I wonder what Insomniac's doing. Well, let's talk about it for 45 minutes. Like we know exactly what the fuck Insomniac's doing through 2040. You can't undo it. So that's where my mind was like, what do you do? Like that to me is so strange. Now, Micah heightened, I didn't know this, but Micah heightened this a little bit for me because she's like, oh, well, they have a bias toward Insomniac. Well, I'm like, so do I. I mean, I love Insomniac. For people that don't know, at IGN during the Resistance 3 preview event, so that was in 2011, I guess, and IGN's like, you guys, you're getting too close to them. So you're not covering them anymore. And that happened quite often to different companies if you were just around them. So that you'll find that the only Insomniac coverage I actually did was for Sunset Overdrive after that. And we had someone else review it. They gave it a 9. We'll talk about Resistance later. But I look at that and I'm like, okay, that's a sensical way to approach things. But I didn't realize that Greg's in Spider-Man. Now, I don't know how I didn't know this because I platinumed the game, Spider-Man 2 specifically. But he's the shirtless Spider-Man. Now, I don't know how you're supposed to know that. I have no idea.
It's a reference. It's more of like an Easter egg than anything.
Right. Because people were like, it says something. And I looked at it. I looked at the thing and I'm like, oh, yeah, I guess it's a little more obvious than I thought. But when I'm doing all these photo challenges, I'm probably just listening to Lex Friedman or something. I'm not paying attention to anything. Just trying to get the trophy. So I'm like, oh. Huh.
Yeah, that was.
See, I didn't even have that. See, so when I was going forward being like, that's not good. I think Greg's wrong on this. I think their approach is wrong. I'm like, I didn't even have that context. Now. Yeah. It's like, come on, dude. And then people are pointing out like the day before you're talking about Suicide Squad leaks, the months before you're talking about the Capcom leaks. We reference the NVIDIA leaks all the time. People have even asked me, and I've thought about it. It's like, well, what if all your shit leaks? Like, what if like your data leaks? And I'm like, well, that's horrible. And I hope no one does that if you're going to like revenge porn me or do something, like that. But if it's like, but it is what it is, unfortunately. At the same time, like you can't.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I guess I'm kind of winding around this road, but I'm surprised that people were so overt in their bias towards Insomniac and towards Sony. Not that, again, you can't show respect towards what happened.
Right.
But that I reached out to a bunch of people over there. I know a bunch of people there. I've known them for years. I've talked, and like I said, I talked to them and I wish them well. I was like, I'm really sorry that this is happening to you. I'm really, truly sorry. But of course, like I have a job to do as well. And so it was the mystery of being in the game, but also the mystery of like, okay, so you're just going to ignore everything you know. Like, what is that coverage going to look like in the years to come? You're just going to pretend none of that's real? Otherwise, it's just disingenuous. You're kind of having your cake and eating it too. I don't know. I've said a lot. Chris, do you want to add on to that?
No, I mean, him being in, like, I was aware of that Easter egg. Like, I understand that was like a part of the thing, and that's why it rubbed me the wrong way to see to see the context of it be more about like the ethical nature of covering leaks, that because it was framed as if like, oh well, leaks when they happen at a studio are they're really damaging to the morale, and it hurts the real, we love game developers. They make great shit for us, and they get shit on a lot. So like it's like, yeah, but it's weird for this to only happen in relation to the studio that made the game that you're in. And this is a person, by the way, like I want to make it clear, like I have literally no relationship with Greg Miller at all. You know what I mean? Like I have no
right. You're not taking the side. You said this in the Snark Tank. It's important. You're not going against him because. Yeah, I'm not.
It's not like Colin's my friend, and like there's like history. Like it has no bearing on me at all. Like at all, even slightly. It's just objectively true that he's in that game. He's not in a Capcom game. He's not in an Xbox game. He's not in Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. He's in Spider-Man, and that's the one that was that's the one that caused the ethical problem, and it's pretty obvious to me why. And honestly, like on a certain level, like I mean, I think that's fine if you just say it.
Right, I agree.
Like I don't even think there's necessarily a problem there. It's like, yeah, listen, we're really close with this studio. We have a close relationship with these people. They're like probably around us geographically speaking. So like, yeah, I'm going to feel a little bit comfortable. I would probably feel super uncomfortable having to report about, if I was like beholden to report information about somebody that I knew, or like, it's why I don't cover certain like drama about YouTubers, right? You know what I mean? It's like, oh, I know this person, like, whatever. It's not, but also I'm not a journalist. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And I don't say that I am. And I say specifically, like when people ask me, it's like, why didn't you talk about this? Because I know this person. And that makes me a bad source of information when because I can't be objective about it.
I agree.
It's fine if you just say that, but I don't like the reframing of like, well, it's an ethical problem to do it. It was like, it wasn't a problem yesterday with Suicide Squad.
And I would say it goes even further in that it's not just we're not covering it, but painting it in a light that if you do cover it, it's wrong. Like a holier than thou situation. That's
another thing too.
Pisses me off. But
yeah,
no, that's well said. I think that, and I'll give you guys 3 examples. I've talked about all of them in the past, but to put things in the context, because I was thinking about this, like I've been privy to stories where I was the person that was going to leak something and didn't say anything for different reasons. That's, I think, in its own way, its own lane, and people can feel that way about how they want to feel about it. But you certainly can't. And I did that for personal reasons, and I'll go into those for other people. But I think that when stuff's just out there, so like the Pentagon Papers, you can, again, and it's an extreme example, but you can disagree with Daniel Ellsberg, but like there they are. In fact, you can go read all of it right now. It's all been declassified. So you can go read all of it right now and see how damaging and insane the things were that they leaked. But the stories that come to mind for me, because I was thinking about this over the break, there was a Sony PR person. You guys remember the game The Tester, or the show The Tester? Comes up every once in a while.
Yeah.
One of the people that won The Tester was a guy named Will Powers. I don't know if people remember this guy. And Will Powers got a job at Sony, like at Sony San Diego. So at San Diego studio, before the PS4 era, there was like a PR magnet there. And so certain people worked out of there. And Will Powers ended up being brought in as a junior PR person on this team. And people can go read about it. You might remember that Will Powers was laid off from Sony San Diego and went on a diatribe about it on Twitter and all these different places. Now, certain smaller sites wrote about it. And I had an argument with my editor-in-chief at the time where they're like, this guy, like cover this. And I'm like, I can't, like, I was like, I don't want to do this to this person. And like, I don't want to cover it from my own perspective. Now, I kind of wish I did, because he ended up being a total douchebag, and covering it more broadly probably would have had him wash out a lot sooner. But that's one example. Another example I brought up in the past is when Kazunori told me at E3 that when I asked him about Drive Club, that he's like, we don't think about Drive Club. And my editors were like, you got to write that. And I'm like, but that's not what he meant. It's going to cause him problems. He didn't mean to do it. And then the biggest example I can bring up is, when I did the history of Naughty Dog, Amy Hennig, and I brought this up in the past, told me that she never experienced sexism one time in the industry. and this whole diatribe about how she thought it was kind of, I don't want to say overblown, but she's just like, I'm skeptic. It was kind of like a skepticism thing. I don't have the exact quote anymore. And I'm like, I definitely can't write that. Yeah. Because yes, that will get 1 million views on IGN, but so like, I understand being the arbiter of the information and so in other words, if Greg had the 1.7 terabytes of data, it would be like, okay, don't leak it. I understand that. But once you're not the arbiter of that anymore, and once the information just exists and people are reporting on it, then it's up to you to report on it or not. But I think it's clearly biased towards Sony and towards Insomniac. And again, people just need to have multiple ideas in their minds at the same time. It's just that easy. Like bad? Sure, it was bad. It's definitely bad. Unideal? Sure. Illegal? Yeah, it was illegal to do what they did. To blackmail them, to release the stuff, to hack them, and all that kind of stuff. But nonetheless, it's like reporting on a murder. You're not endorsing it. You're reporting on what happened and all the details about it. Like, I don't understand what the disconnect is there. And my assumption is that most people don't have that disconnect. That a lot of this is a put on. And that's why I was saying a lot of it is histrionic and sanctimonious, like for sure. But also reveals a really deep bias that I think can't be ignored, and you can't rectify, like you said, Chris, all the different things you covered versus all the different things you didn't, which is why I just think once things are in the ether, it's just incumbent on you to report them within the frame of your charge, like your show. If this is your thing, then you report on it. Dustin, I think you said something, or maybe you said it, Chris, where it was like, people are saying like, this is really bad for the morale of the studio and stuff. And I'm like, I don't care. Like, I'm not trying to be a dickhead, but like from a reporting angle, like, do you want me to care about Insomniac's feelings, or do you want me to care about the truth? That kind of stuff's even weirder to me, where they're like, it's bad for Insomniac and it's bad for the developers. And I'm like, I don't know, man, like, you're way too deep into this. You have to be an observer. And let other people worry about the stuff going on in the trenches, which is their problem. I know it sounds kind of cold, but isn't that what we do with everything? It's not revenge porn. It's not your social security number. It's not a fucking Google Earth image of your house. It's fucking data and all this information about games. Yeah. I don't take it that seriously. And I know it's serious to them and the money's serious, but other than that, it's like, I don't know. I can't worry about the morale of Insomniac. Like, I don't know.
Well, I think you can care and just cover. Like, it's not difficult to understand, like, from a human angle. It's like, wow, that really fucking sucks. And I do care. Like, I care about that in some way. Obviously, I'm not a demon. I'm not reveling in joy at the idea of people's like passports being out there. That's not fun. I care on some level, but it's out there. I can't pretend. It's like that red dot. It's like the red dot in the cashmere sweater. Like, I can't. I know where it is. I can't pretend I never saw it. So like, I just don't know what the expectation is when all this information's out there and you're just supposed to like put blinders on and like pretend like you don't know about the fact that Insomniac's basically a Marvel factory now. Like, you're just supposed to pretend like that's not relevant information and that's not newsworthy and that all this information isn't interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, totally. Well said, Chris. And that's what I want to know is like, someone's got to hold these people to account, right? When the first time X-Men comes up, it's like, how do you know that? Like, what are you talking about? You said it's all ill-begotten. So you have to put your blinders on. Ooh, I wonder what they're working on next. I don't know. Are they working on a Resistance game? I don't know. They're not. All right. Now, before we cut back, so this is all obviously in the main show, and I noted, and we'll kind of go into it on the main show about what's going on here. I wanted to ask one more thing. Then we're going to get into the nitty gritty because I know that a lot of people don't want to know the deeper information. And I know that people don't want spoilers. I'm not going to spoil anything other than the existence of things. So if you don't care, if you want to not know that things exist, I don't know how you would have avoided it by now, but you need to skip ahead. But otherwise, we're not getting into the plots and the characters. I'm not going to say anything about that stuff. And again, I profoundly ruined Wolverine for myself as far as like the entire thing. because I just couldn't believe what was in the documents. I was like, this is so interesting. I'm willing to ruin Wolverine for myself to like just like literally this is the golden path. Here are the missions. Here's like all the things. Here are the bad guys. Here's the order of operations. And it's like, okay, I mean, we're going in. It's very similar to what I did to myself with Uncharted 4 V1 back in the day. All right, so I want to know now, and we'll go around the horn. Chris, you said it, Marvel Factory.
Yeah.
Fuck. I mean, this was the Resistance aside. And boy, man, Resistance did a lot worse than I thought it did. Resistance 3. And we're going to talk about that. But when I saw this slate of games, I was like, you have got to be kidding me with this shit. How can you let this happen to yourselves? You know? And of course, what we realize when we go into the data, which we'll go into on Plus, is the data says that they make a lot of money. And that's why they're doing it. The margins aren't quite as big as I thought that they were going to be, though. But for people that don't know, so here's how I understand it. Spider-Man 2 out. Venom. So we already knew about this in a way, right? Because what's his name? Tony Todd. He had said something very conspicuous that no one really picked up on that I thought was very interesting, which was, I don't know if you guys remember this. He said like, they didn't use like 90% of my VO. Do you guys remember this a couple of years?
I do remember that, yeah.
And everyone's like, yeah, there's a whole fucking spinoff with you in it. So yeah, that's coming probably Miles Morales, like 2025. Wolverine, 2026, maybe 2027. I don't know what's going to happen now with that. Spider-Man 3, 2028. Ratchet, 2029. X-Men, 2030. New IP, 2031, 2032.
100 years.
X-Men 3. So Wolverine would be X-Men 1. So X-Men 3, 2033. New IP number 2, 2035. Also, multiplayer ambition, Spider-Man 2 Online. So this apparently is maybe canceled if it's so we'll get into that. Wolverine Online was something that was mentioned. And then X-Men Online. So that's, I mean, that's it. I mean, there's no reworking that. In fact, I read the contract. so they're in, you know, like for the X-Men games, and the contracts are really interesting. And man, is Marvel making so much money on these games. Oh my goodness. So yeah, Chris, let's go to you first. Marvel Factory, Insomniac subsumed forever by Spider-Man, Venom, X-Men, Wolverine. They're not going to come out of the other end of this until literally the late 2030s.
Jesus Christ. That's so sad. I know obviously the data shows that, you know, it's making a lot of money for them, and they're making good games, to be fair. Like, I mean, it's not like I don't expect these to be bad necessarily. I think Wolverine's going to be a good game. It's just a matter of like, I do lament the fact that, you know, Marvel is already so dominant in movies, or has been for a while. It might be slowing down now. I don't know. I don't pay attention to that side of things anymore. But the fact that they were so dominant in movies for so long, and now that there's like a million TV shows, there's like, oh, Daredevil's back, but it's on Disney Plus now, and it's different. And then there's an Ant-Man show maybe, or fucking, I don't even know. Like, there's like a million things happening now with Marvel. And to see that happen in the games industry too, not only with games, like, it's one thing to have a lot of Marvel games, right? It's one thing to have like, oh, hey, here's Midnight Suns and here's Guardians of the Galaxy, like these one-offs by different studios. That's cool. Like, I actually liked Guardians of the Galaxy quite a bit. And I heard Midnight Suns was great. Like, so it's not even a matter of like these being bad necessarily.
Yeah, Cog loves Midnight Suns. Cog loves that game.
But like the idea of, hey, here's Insomniac, who makes really interesting stuff on their own, now kind of committed to this Marvel label for the next, basically for the rest of this decade, and then some. And even like the stuff that isn't Marvel, it's just another Ratchet. So it's not even, you know, it's not even new in that sense. You know, that's disheartening, and it's sad. It's sad, especially when you look at the data that shows that, like, yeah, Sunset Overdrive made like what? How much money did Sunset Overdrive make?
The people were circulating that it made like $500, but that's not really true because those are older
Is that
numbers.
real?
I have newer numbers. They're
but
in
it did
the
bad, right? It did horribly, and then like Rift Apart didn't do well.
We'll get it into Sunset Overdrive because there's a lot.
Right. Yeah. But the fact, I guess, the thing that disappoints me is that like it's just the right way for them to go because it just makes so much more money than their previous, than their other IP, and that's kind of sad. Like, I get it. I don't even necessarily begrudge it from a business standpoint. Like, I understand, like, you want to get your bag and you're still making good stuff. I don't expect Venom to be bad. I don't expect Wolverine to be bad. I expect X-Men to be probably great. But I'm tired. I'm tired of Marvel. I want to have something else. Like, give it, like, the idea of, like, something, not Sunset Overdrive, but something of that style of just something different. Like, not an established thing that they've done, that's kind of out the window, and it's out the window largely because these budgets are ridiculous, and the necessity of them to make their money back on these ridiculous investments is so much higher than it used to be that, like, you'd be dumb not to do Spider-Man, you'd be dumb not to do Wolverine or X-Men or, I don't know, fucking what, Flash Thompson, like whatever the hell they want to do, I get it. And I guess I'm bummed that I get it because I don't want that to be true.
Yeah, it's I guess the best way I can put it, Chris, because I think you're right, is I'm surprised, and this is just being honest, again, as a person who loves Insomniac, like, they're part of the problem now. They are a major part of the problem. Because, and what I mean by that is, this is completely creatively bankrupt. And I am shocked that they don't want to, well, it's not shocking. They make a lot of money on these games, but it's shocking that Ted Price and all those guys wouldn't be like, man, all right, let's make our Spider-Man trilogy and our little interstitials. We got a Venom game and we'll do a Carnage game or whatever. But let's use this as a lightning rod to attract talent and make something really dope. We haven't made a new IP a new IP of consequence since Fuse, I guess. Oh, Sunset Overdrive.
Sunset
would be after that. It's been a while. Now we're going to get into their sales data on Plus, and the sales of a lot of their games is bad. I mean, they lost so much money on their Oculus games that it's actually crazy. That was something that they lost tens of millions of dollars. Probably not them, Facebook. But I'm disappointed that they seem to be either fully in. Clearly they're just completely in hock to Marvel at this point, and it's surprising that they would let that happen to themselves, or that Sony would let that happen. Because what does that say about what's going on at the other studios? Not that they're also making Marvel games. That's not what I mean. It's like they're doing probably all the most predictable, boring shit that you can possibly imagine if this is the kind of thing that they would let really their marquee studio at this point. I mean, we keep saying and giving them, Insomniac's carried the load, but now they're going to carry the load with fucking Marvel games. And I think that the timing's a little bad because who knows? I mean, Marvel is a ubiquitous brand that's going to exist forever. I know that, but it doesn't seem like Marvel or comic book stuff is on the up and up. I mean, what does it look like by 2035? Is it the fucking Western by then and they're in these contracts? I think it's a little dangerous to say, like, this is what we're going to do. These are the contracts we're going to sign. This is the money we're going to take. Not really knowing what the environment was. I mean, if you fast forward to the end of the 2030s when these games are done, and then you take that time and subtract it backwards, we're in a very different place in the MCU and in Marvel fandom. So why wouldn't the same in some way be true in the future? That's my biggest surprise. It's not that they have this plan. It's that the plan is just all license with like a small team making Ratchet. And then kind of a skunkworks making a new IP of some sort. But if you look at all of the tables of the different workforces where everyone's working, like very small teams are working on these games. They're working on Ratchet right now, and it doesn't come out until 2028 or 2029 because the team is small. That's just going to be their life. Dustin, where are you on this? Do you have anything you'd like to say before we move into the nitty gritty?
As far as the Marvel studio, the Marvel machine, the thing that I find so interesting is just that you look at how we talked about with Spider-Man 2, the budget just getting bigger and bigger and bigger with each release. And Colin, you mentioned about how they're looking for ways to already slim down in order to make these projects work. And the thing that really concerns me is that I don't want to give the impression that Spider-Man 2 was a middling game at all, because it's huge sales success, huge success in terms of reviews. But I wonder if now, okay, so they're technically on the third game in that IP with, if you include Miles Morales. The thing that concerns me is that after we get Venom, and if Wolverine is also in a similar vein in terms of its combat, and then, Spider-Man 3, whether it's one game or two, is there diminishing returns where people, I heard it over and over with Spider-Man 2. People are like, I liked it. A lot more of the same, little better, but some ways worse. You know what I mean? These games are going to have to figure out how to differentiate themselves, just because if they're already at the point where if Sony is knocking on their door and saying, hey, we need you to make these games that sell millions and millions of copies a little bit cheaper, and we need you to slim down. I don't know. That feels concerning to me. It feels a little bit like they're kind of like spinning a plate, and it could tip if you're not careful. And if you keep doing the same formula over and over again, I guess it could be totally fine. Look at something like Call of Duty, totally fine. But I think that they are the exception and not the rule, where we'll see if with these games, I'm sure they'll still be successful, but if the budgets keep ballooning, it just seems like a scary situation to be in.
Yeah, first of all, you have to tip your hat once again to Sean Layden. He said all of this when he left Sony before COVID. He's like, they asked him in an exit interview at some site, I don't know, or Wired or something, where they're like, what's the big problem? Like, what's the big klaxon going on right now as you're leaving? He's like, the price of the games being made, it's just way too expensive. And he was more right than I could ever possibly imagine. The budgets of these games are insane. And I don't even understand why they have to be so big. Other than that, Insomniac, they're in North Carolina, but they're primarily in Chris's neck of the woods in Burbank, and it's expensive to live there, and it's expensive to have a company in California and all the rest. And I'm sure part of it is that, but these budgets seem out of control. And it really encapsulates this argument that I've been making about the opportunity cost that companies make when they make games and the money that they have to put down, but then the idea of charging more for games. Like, one of the major things that's interesting here in this documentation, we'll go into it, is how Sony is not going to do day and date games on PlayStation Plus. At least that's they did an experiment. I don't know if you guys read the notes, but we'll get into it on Horizon, and lost a ton of money by putting Horizon Forbidden West onto PS Plus. And so there's all of these assumptions being checked. And I think that the major thing here is we are coming between the immovable object and the unstoppable force when it comes to like price versus budget. And there's just no way that $70 is the last stop on the cost of new video games. And you're already seeing the scratchings of people, or not people, but publishers trying to circumnavigate that in some way by saying like, oh, we'll just go around this whole $70 barrier. Here's a early access for $20. And here's like a season pass right off the bat for $40, and all these different things. And they're just front loading, and it makes it interesting. This really does illustrate how bad it probably is for a lot of companies. Because if you imagine that the ROI and the budgets versus net profit that they make on these games is this kind of marginal, when you consider how good the games are, imagine how bad it is for other games out there. And by the way, this is a really important thing. When you look at Sony's numbers, you have to remember that they can sell 30% fewer copies of a game and make 30% less net profit on a game and break totally even compared to third parties that sell on PlayStation, because they don't owe anyone money. They make it all. Yeah. So it's interesting. So I want to leave it there for now. We'll now get back to the regular Sacred Symbols and go into everything else. If you want to hear much more, Sacred Symbols Plus is where you want to go. Now, I know, and I've probably already said this on the regular show, this is a topic a lot of people care about. This will eventually go on YouTube, no doubt about it. So Go check that out at the time. But I don't want this whole episode of Sacred Symbols to be about Insomniac, especially when it's 3 weeks old at this point. But I do know people want us to analyze it. We are going to analyze it. You're going to hear things that no one else have reported on. And I hope you guys enjoy. So let's get back to that now. All right, boys, let's get into the rest of the news. There are a few interesting news items that I didn't really see circulating that I'm surprised aren't. And I bet you this podcast helps get this stuff more into the public consciousness. But we're going to start with a bigger piece of news that happened right before Christmas that everyone was talking about. Number 2. Of course, all of the interesting stuff happens when we're away. In the days leading up to Christmas, Sony launched a rare press release into the wild, this time making a key announcement. PlayStation 5 has officially surpassed 50 million units sold. The data is accurate through December 9th and means PS5 reached the 50 million sold milestone in just a couple of weeks over the 3-year mark since launch. This makes PlayStation 5 one of the most meteoric sales successes in video game history. The rest of the press release is extremely masturbatory and not worth reiterating here, but needless to say, PS5 is completely dominating its competition. Indeed, website Video Games Chronicle relays word from mainstream publication The Financial Times that PS5 sales were up globally year over year, a staggering 65%, and that Sony sold 22.5 million units in the calendar year alone, according to data from researcher Ampere Analysis. The same data has Xbox Series X and S having sold 7.6 million units across the globe in the calendar year, a year-on-year decline of 15%, indicating PS5 staked a 3-to-1 sales advantage in 2023. Incredibly, though Nintendo is on the verge of revealing its Switch predecessor, Switch pushed 16.4 million units globally in its 7th year on the market, an astounding figure. According to Sony, PS5 is just a shade behind PS4's sales trajectory, trailing by merely a week. If you're curious about the historical status of 50 million units sold, here's some context. Super Nintendo's lifetime sales were 49 million, while the original NES sold nearly 62 million units. Xbox One is the next hardware on the list in front of PS4 at a predicted 60 million or so. The next big sales milestones to surpass in the home console space would be following the NES, Xbox 360 at 84 million, PS3 at 87 million, and the original PlayStation at 102 million. PlayStation 4, still on sale to this day, has sold 117.2 million units life to date. And we know that PS5 is well above 150 and is, for PlayStation hardware, untouchable in terms of its sales. All right, so 50 million sold. Dustin, feeling bullish? Doesn't this indicate that all of the hullabaloo that we constantly not only talk about on this show, but are subjected to about the dire situation at Sony is simply not rooted in reality?
Yeah, absolutely. For many people, they don't differentiate their games between a third-party game or a second-party game or a first-party game. They just care about, does the platform that they're buying into have the games they want to play? And so PS5, while maybe the first-party output at times may feel like lacking, I personally never feel like there isn't something to play or something interesting going on, even if it's not something that Sony's directly involved with. And I think that, 50 million, it's a huge milestone. And as we've said, a lot of that is just continued momentum from the PS4. And not to say that it's like they've taken it easy because they were able to ride off PS4, but they've been able to ride off PS4 and then also put out some awesome, strong releases in the last 3 years. It's crazy, man, to think that PS5 has already been out that long. But yeah, it's been awesome to see the success and to see. I'm just curious now, the main thing we're waiting for is just like, where are some of these big heavy hitter studios? Like, my main thing is, I'm like, where's Sucker Punch, man? Where is Ghost of Japan or whatever the sequel to Ghost of Tsushima is?
Japan.
That's where he's
Ghost
going.
of Fresno.
Yeah. So, yeah, shout out 50 million.
Chris, any thoughts before we move on? 50 mil sold. How many did you buy?
One. But I will say, it's interesting to me that, they've done so well, despite all the, all the consternation on this show and even just the general complaints that I've seen online about, like, not really knowing much, obviously pre-Insomniac hack. But it's interesting to me that it seems like, we talk about how it doesn't seem to matter, right? How it doesn't seem to matter that we don't really know what the future holds for PlayStation. It doesn't seem to matter that so few studios outside of Insomniac have really gone. And they're still on this upward trajectory to the point where they're in their 5th year, they're having basically their best history ever, or they're with their 5th console. I mean, and it seems like it's the same exact situation on the opposite end, where nothing seems to matter. Microsoft, as far as the Xbox is concerned, because Microsoft is still losing out on that thing, despite the fact that, in my opinion, having used pretty much all of these consoles for a really, really long time, it's probably the best machine that they've made ever. And that doesn't seem to matter at all. It doesn't seem to matter at all that like all this backwards compatibility is there, that all of the backlog capabilities are there, that Game Pass is there. It doesn't seem to matter. It doesn't, as far as like getting consoles into homes. And so this kind of feels like the console generation where nothing matters. It's weird.
Well, I think that there's something lost in the weeds with this whole approach of. Let me back up. Xbox is approaching the situation where it's like, we want like their KPIs, like subscribers. We want subscribers on different platforms. And I'm like, that's totally valid. And I understand that for Game Pass. I think that makes a lot of sense. In fact, that's the only viable path. But every console you sell is and we've talked about this, as a captive Game Pass subscriber in some way. Like, unless you, and if they're not, then they're buying games, and that's even more valuable for you. But at the very least, they're captive. And PlayStation 5 just kind of quietly outselling them 3-1 is just taking so many potential customers off the board and driving them not only towards PlayStation 5, but just a different way of doing business. And Game Pass is a known quantity. It seems like people are actively choosing with their mind being like, I don't care. Like, I don't need another subscription. I don't want to play games like that, or I only buy one game a year anyway, or whatever the case might be. It's just so interesting, and it's probably incredibly frustrating because you're right in that Xbox is doing everything right. Really, I mean, as best as they've ever done, I would say. And to see that they sold only 7 million or 7.6 million units at the same time Sony sold 22.5 is crazy, just because that punches out, you would presume, a bunch of people that would maybe be Game Pass subscribers if only you push your console harder.
And that's by the way 7 million units of both X and S. Right. It's not even like 7.6 million Series X's and however many Series S's. It's like that they're a cumulative kind of quantity. It's like, oh hey, this is all of it. That's not good, man. Like, I don't care what I understand that they're going after subscribers and that's their main business model, but you can't look at that and be like, even in that environment, like, surely they want it to be better than that, because all that better console sales, like you said, it's a captive member of your subscriber or subscription service at that point. So, like, I don't know, man. It's really crazy. I mean, you said it best. It really must be frustrating for them over there. Because this is the first generation where I feel like I've loved both of them, like, a lot. Like, as far as like what they do and like how they function and what they deliver, I'm super satisfied with both of them. And so it must be frustrating for them to have put out probably their best machine since the 360 and have it not really materially manifest in any real way. That's gotta suck. But I mean, PlayStation 5's killing it. Congrats to them. Hopefully for them it continues. I think it will, obviously, especially now that we know so much about what the future holds. I think that's gotta help in some way.
Well, you would almost imagine, right? You don't want to say the trajectory is a floor, because they really, really were pushing with new sales and a cheaper console and really attractive bundles, and they're pulling out all the stops. I mean, it's not like these things were just selling.
Right? Yeah, they didn't do anything wrong.
But I will say this, Chris, that. And you probably saw the images too, but I was seeing a lot of this and people even messaging me about it, and friends and family that have saw this stuff, where it's like they were basically giving Xbox Series S's away in December. Like, they were selling at places like Costco for like $129 or something, to the point where I was like, I already have an Xbox Series X and an Xbox Series S in the house, where it's like, you might as well just go buy that. If you're literally selling them for that cheap,
I was thinking about it.
You might as well just go buy one. That's like a trivial amount of money. That's like a nice dinner out for two. And you go get like an Xbox Series S. And I'll be very interested to see if that breaks PlayStation 5's stranglehold over NPD, or what is it called now? Circana. Because if they can't, I don't know if you guys saw, did you guys see any of that stuff? Like the pictures of the prices on Xbox Series consoles were like ridiculously low, like, as if they were just trying hard to get rid of these things. And there is a revision in the pipeline, it seems like, so maybe that has a lot to do with it too. But Dustin, what do you make of Sony's kind of passive dominance? Are they turning into like an Apple like company in some sense, where they just have a built-in, it's just what you do. It's just what you buy. It's what you play on. It is what it is.
Well, I wouldn't say that they have passive dominance. I would just say that their strategy goes well beyond their first party. And that's what we were talking about earlier. Like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is one of the biggest fucking games of the year. It's going to be huge, and it's only on PlayStation, but they're not making it, and we talk about Stellar Blade too. It's a company that they don't own, but they're partnered with, and same with Arrowhead, also with Helldivers 2. So they're not being fully passive at all. They're just not necessarily operating under first party, which obviously they still have some awesome stuff in the pipeline for that. I mean, the first party thing right now this year is really just Last of Us Part 2 remastered, which is probably also going to be a pretty big thing. So I think that they've been able to manage, since their first party games are taking so long to make now, they know that they need to go outside and look past the studios they own and make deals that make sense. And I don't know if there's a deal that makes more sense anywhere than Final Fantasy games going exclusive on PlayStation. I mean, it's one of those things that I think that even though they were always going to sell really well, it's like a big statement thing. And it's a really big marketing thing. Like, yeah, we have Final Fantasy. The big Final Fantasy games, they're here first. And then maybe PC later, and not on Xbox at all. And I know we hate those types of games, but it works. That's why they keep doing it.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's a completely different strategy, because Microsoft is like, we need more first party. We need to buy everything. Instead of just like making strategic partnerships, which I think probably would have benefited them a lot greater. But we'll see.
You're about to do it. It's your Trump impression is bleeding into your life.
I was walking in a Costco and I saw a Series X for $3, and I said no. That's okay.
All right. Congrats to Sony for 50 million sold. Great milestone. Really impressive considering the situation that it emerged into. And I'll be interested to see how it tails off now, because I assume that this will be the highest year for the console in terms of units sold. All right. Number 3. Now, this is one of the pieces of news that I'm surprised more people aren't talking about. This is a really big piece of news. Something interesting is happening at PlayStation, and it involves a key piece of talent that was once within Sony's grasp, only for him to get away and then apparently come back into the fold. So here's the story. Do you remember a studio called Deviation Games? They've come up on the show quite a few times in the past, and the first time was back in the summer of 2021. It was then that Sony announced a partnership with this new team led by industry veteran and CEO Dave Anthony, with creative led by none other than Jason Blundell. Now, Dave Anthony is a name on his own. A veteran of Activision-owned team Treyarch, Anthony was the executive producer of 2003's Call of Duty 3 and 2008's World at War, and directed 2010's Black Ops and its 2012 sequel. But is it Blundell or Blundell, probably, right?
I feel like it's Blundell.
Yeah, but Blundell is an even bigger deal, as he's widely credited with helping to create and shepherd Treyarch's Call of Duty game's widely popular zombies modes. He acted as producer of 2006 Call of Duty 3, executive producer of 2010's Black Ops, 2012 Black Ops 2, 2015's Black Ops 3, and 2018's Black Ops 4, and directed Black Ops 3 as well. But in the days leading up to COVID in early 2020, Blundell left Treyarch after some 15 years and ultimately found his way to Dave Anthony's new outfit, Deviation. Now, back to that summer 2021 announcement. Revealed on Sony's official PlayStation blog, Dave Anthony wrote in part that he'd landed, quote, a landmark deal for Deviation Games, working with Sony Interactive Entertainment to develop a brand new original IP, end quote. At this time, more than 100 people were working on this mysterious second-party game, and you may not be surprised to learn that we never heard another official word about it. By the fall of 2022, just over a year later, Blundell left Deviation, and then in 2023, it was reported on this very podcast that Deviation was laying off a substantial part of this team, and at that time, our source told us that the game that they were doing with Sony was canceled, though this has never been corroborated by Sony or Deviation. However, Sony's silence about the project at the same time they literally purchased the 2 other second-party teams they were working with concurrently in Haven and Firewalk indicates that the game is no more, especially because Haven's Fair Games and Firewalk's Concord both have been officially revealed, and since Deviation's PlayStation game apparently entered development all the way back in 2020. But now we get to the really interesting news, namely that Jason Blundell has returned to Sony. As reported by Twitter account ZubiTech, not only is Blundell working for Sony again, but people from both Deviation and Treyarch have joined him at Sony on an unknown, unannounced project. It's likewise important to note that Deviation itself is still in business and has been staffing up again following layoffs and is still hiring, though it's likely for a separate project. Interestingly, news of Blundell's reemergence at Sony actually first came via social media posts from a popular streamer JC Backfire, who announced he's working at PlayStation Studios as a game designer under Blundell himself. This led to further discoveries via LinkedIn of some talent Sony has since taken in from Blundell's previous orbit, including Fred Thompson, Deviation's ex-design director, Adam Rojas, Deviation's ex-animation director, Pat Dwyer, longtime production lead at Treyarch, Kristen Syke, Deviation's ex-principal animator, and Olgu Tanaverdi and Manny Flores, Deviation's ex-senior software engineers. So what actually happened here remains to be seen entirely. Are they working on Deviation's original game? Was there a civil war at the studio? Did they fail a milestone? Did Sony just want some talent and not the rest? And perhaps most interestingly, what are they working on? And are they doing so under a yet unrevealed internal banner? Only time will tell, but PlayStation fans will be pleased in the meantime to know that Jason Blundell is back in the building and he's quietly toiling away on something with some of his old teammates. Eric Roth wrote in and said, "Howdy, Sacred Gents, Happy New Year. What are your thoughts on the revelation that after leaving Deviation Games, Jason Blundell joined PlayStation and seems to be starting a new team or studio out of the LA area with the following devs according to the same starting time frame at SIE according to their LinkedIn pages?" And it's the same people we talked about. Dustin, seems like something's happening here. I wonder if Sony's going to have a new studio announcement of something that they actually own internally, courted these guys to come work for them, another LA-centric office, so that would be 3, or developer in addition to Naughty Dog and Sony Santa Monica. So what do you make of this? Do you think something is brewing over there? I mean, it clearly is. They've poached some really important talent, but it is important to note, as I noted, I'm saying that word a lot, that Deviation is still exists and they're staffing up. So they've lost some people, but they're doing something else. I don't know what exactly that is, though.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about the crossover with Deviation and the leaving and then coming back, but I'm sure that Sony liked the idea of having a Call of Duty competitor a few years ago when we first heard about Deviation. But I bet you they really like the idea of a Call of Duty competitor now, because what a revenge it would be to lose the deal where Microsoft owns Call of Duty now, but to come back and make something that could maybe not replace, but at least compete with Call of Duty that they own. Now, obviously, that's way, way, way easier said than done. People have been trying to create something that compete with Call of Duty for literally decades now. Literally, let's see.
Almost.
Is that true? At least a decade.
Yeah.
So a long, long time, people have tried to create something that compete with Call of Duty, and no one really has. And so this strategy of taking the people that made Call of Duty great and then working with them, I would assume, to make a game in that style. I mean, maybe not, but that's why would you want that team unless you really wanted to have them do what they're best at? Come in and try to do that. It's risky, but I think it could be cool. And now's the time, because people are so unsatisfied with Call of Duty, particularly Modern Warfare 3 being arguably, I've not played it myself, but I've heard the common sentiment is that it's just a lazy release in terms of its multiplayer being just all the old maps remade and the single player being really, really short. It's definitely not a competent release compared to the previous one. So if there's a time to jump in when Call of Duty's a little shaky, now it's probably still a few years away, and maybe they'll be able to right the ship with Call of Duty, but I think there's room now for a competitor to step in. And so to see them do that and do it with the right people, it's very exciting.
You have any thoughts you want to share, Chris?
Yeah. Sorry. I don't know. I think it's fascinating to me that, I mean, first of all, they poached a hell of a lot of people. So that's kind of crazy. I know the Deviation's still staffing up and doing stuff, but I was looking at their website earlier, and they've got kind of an interesting website. I don't know. It's like a really The web design there is really cool. But I think as far as competing with Call of Duty, you're right in the sense that people have been trying to make a Call of Duty competitor for many years now. Although I feel like at a certain point, people just gave up. Like that, we had a lot of Medal of Honors early in the 2010s. Like I think there was was it Warfighter or something? There was like the remake. There was the official reboot.
But Danger Close was the EA studio that I think was.
Yeah, there was Danger Close with Medal of Honor Warfighter. Then I think before that was just Medal of Honor, a straight reboot. And you obviously had Homefront and Homefront.
The Revolution.
I couldn't remember if Homefront the Revolution was the first one or not.
No, the first one's just Homefront.
Yeah. So, but at a certain point, it feels like people just kind of gave up and conceded. It's like, oh well, I guess it ain't working. So like, let's leave them to do it. Even Sony kind of got out of making first person shooters in general, and I can't imagine that wasn't a reason where it's like, well, we're getting all of our needs met by this studio as far as this goes. Like, why focus on this? When, especially knowing the context that we have now from the leaks, that the Resistance started to taper off in a dramatic way, and I wish we knew more about Killzone, and how that went really, like behind the scenes. But at least I do.
No,
maybe
for sure.
Know more. Maybe you know Car. Maybe you know more, Colin.
No, but I don't. My assumption about Shadowfall is that it did very well because it was a launch game and it probably couldn't read very much into it.
Right. They probably read the tea leaves on that accurately.
Yeah, but I think so too.
But I think, I mean, now would be a good time. I mean, the sentiment is really, really low. There is blood in the water in some way. But at the same time, it is going to take a while. If they're starting now, it's going to take a while for them to really materialize anything that would realistically compete. And in that sense, I don't know if they really have the time or the runway necessary, because I do think by the time whatever they're ready with, whatever this team is ready with to compete on that front, I feel like by then Call of Duty would have probably righted the ship at that point. They have the resources and the manpower and the team structure to do that. So I don't know. It's both really good timing, but also it's a big risk. Assuming that that's what they're doing, we have no idea. But you have to assume that based on the people that they've poached, why would you acquire these people if not for their expertise in doing the things that they specifically have succeeded at in the past? It'd be weird. It'd be weird for that not to lead where it obviously seems like it would lead.
All right. Well, we'll leave it there for now. I am curious about this. I was surprised that this wasn't buzzier over the break, because it seems like really relevant information to me. And shout out to the sleuths online that put these pieces together. It wasn't me that did this is just some of that shoe leather journalism. You know what I mean? All right. Number 4. A lot of interesting details about upcoming games continue to emerge via social media, and we have another example to discuss. Twitter account Curacasis, a self-described gaming researcher, seems to have put together a bunch of disparate puzzle pieces together to give us a better indication of what's going on with this much rumored Horizon MMO that's been in the works, seemingly for years. So here's the rub. We know that vaunted South Korean MMO developer NCSoft has entered into an agreement with Sony, one we reported on late last year and have discussed for seemingly a couple of years prior. What's interesting here is that this Twitter researcher has found what could easily be deemed a killer piece of information that will lead us to greener pastures, namely that a lone NCSoft employee unwittingly posted a logo for their upcoming project called Skyline, clearly written in the Horizon text, with an identical logo treatment to the existing 3 Horizon games. With that key piece of information known, that NCSoft is referring to the project internally as Skyline, were led to other details this person has dug up by putting these pieces together, namely syncing Skyline up with an NCSoft job listing from December that mentions it. In that job description, it notes that NCSoft is, quote, developing an open world PC and mobile MMORPG that can show actionable combat and different narratives, end quote. Note that there's no mention of PlayStation 5, though it's likely safe to ignore this. It sounds hard to believe that Sony would make a Horizon MMO and not put it where it belongs the most. So it's likely just an oversight in the job listing, or even intentionally vague so as to put people off as to what it is, considering NCSoft has never once released a console game. 140 people are said to be working on this game, and it appears it won't launch until 2025 at the earliest, as another project, Aeon 2, is slated to come out first from NCSoft, and that's dated for this year. Otherwise, we wait for more on this interesting project, one that's explicitly designed, quote, to expand beyond consoles and broaden PlayStation reach to a wider audience, end quote, according to the aforementioned press release. All right. Dustin, first of all, Horizon MMO, we have a little bit more details. I love the sleuthing here as well. And I looked into this and it's really fascinating. Someone in South Korea put on LinkedIn that they're working on a thing called Project Horizon. They put an image for Project Horizon. It is clear as, I'm sorry, not Project Horizon. What is it called? Skyline. I'm sorry, Project Skyline. And it is clearly it is the Horizon logo treatment for it. 100%. They took it down, but that was all this person needed to say, okay, so Skyline is Horizon. That means that all of the job postings for this game are this. And they made all these connections, which is interesting. So now we know the engine and what's going on. Do you read into this absence of PS5 and the job listing like I do, that they're hiding what it is? Or do you think that they're saying they're not making a PS5 game? Because that seems impossible to imagine that Sony would make a Horizon MMO for PC and mobile and not put it on PS5 and maybe even PS4. I don't even understand how that would be possible. So my assumption is they didn't want people to draw these connections, and therefore that Skyline logo leak was all that was needed.
Yeah, there's no way this doesn't come out on PlayStation 5. That would be insane. But this is, we talked about this I'm assuming the Sacred Symbols Plus episode, I'm trying to keep them straight, but about Sony wanting to get in and on live service. And I think this is one of them. And particularly Sony, I think, has been very impressed with Genshin Impact and Honkai Star Rail, stuff like that. And those are the mobile and console games that have been extremely successful. And I think that that's probably what this is being designed to compete with. Now, here's my question. What chance do the characters in this game look like anime characters?
That'd be pretty cool.
I think it's high. I think we're getting an anime style Horizon MMO, and I'm here for it.
Yeah, I think that would be, I don't know that I'm going to play. I don't want to play an MMO really, but I think that would be a really neat touch, very similar to how, I mean, she's not anime in Fortnite, obviously, but seeing Aloy and others in that kind of style, it's cool to see her in different ways, not just this hyper realistic version of her. And the last time I saw fucking, Aloy was in the VR game and she was like 2'8". I don't know if you guys saw anything about that. It's like, this is Aloy. It's cool that she's unassuming, but I'm like, she's literally 4'7" or something. I'm like, what is going on here? So seeing a different, I would love that. It's very similar. I said earlier that I'm watching Castlevania, which is so Western anime, obviously. It oozes with it. And I think it works, even though we've never really seen it before. And that could be another way. Maybe it would be the best Horizon. Could it be? NCSoft's a big deal. Yeah. Oh, Chris, where are you on this?
I mean, oh man, I feel so many different ways about this. I think, first of all, yeah, obviously this is coming to PlayStation. I think using the same logo, like the same font, is such a rookie mistake. That's so insane to me that they made that mistake. But I think in all likelihood, yeah, this is probably going to be I think they're definitely going to take cues from like Honkai Star Rail and Genshin Impact and all these other anime style kind of really, 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 really successful games in that space, and try to maybe closely align themselves with them enough that they might appeal to the audience that is already really, really invested in those games as they are. The idea of an anime Horizon, though, I gotta say, is probably the least appealing thing to me in the world. But I'm clearly not their demographic anyway. If they're going in this, I'm also not really that interested in an MMO either. So like, what the fuck do I care? But I mean, it's interesting. The slate. Where does it says 2025, right?
Earliest 2025.
Like, that it's slated for earliest. I mean, that would be something. That would be not a bad, considering where their live service initiative is at the moment. That wouldn't be the worst time for that. And it would be a pretty good indication of, where things are going, because clearly, I mean, MMO is probably it's an MMO, but it's clearly going to be folded into some live service model. It's just like the model of online games now. So like that must, do you think that counts?
Yeah, I would assume so.
Right?
What's interesting about, they didn't make it because ArenaNet makes it, but don't they publish Guild Wars as well? NCSoft? And what's interesting about that is that Guild Wars 2 is one of those random games that people loved where you bought it once, right? And then you got everything for free. after that. Like it was that's how I remember it being like a like that instead of being a subscription model, because my old roommate Christine Steimer used to play the shit out of that game. So I remember that being like kind of the catch was it was supposed to be like this very value rich proposition. Am I accurate about that? Maybe not.
I think that there was no monthly subscription fee. I believe there were paid expansions.
Oh, expansions. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, but I mean, World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy 14 to this day still have monthly subscriptions. So that was what was appealing to me at the first Guild Wars that came out in 2004, maybe.
Yeah,
was I wanted to play an MMO, but I, as a fifth grader, didn't want to pay a World of Warcraft subscription fee. So I played Guild Wars for a bit. It was fun.
Yeah, I'm interested to I guess to Chris's point. Where does this fit into that model? Like, I guess I'm also interested in where it just fits in with Horizon. What are we trying to do here with this game? And when will they acknowledge it and how will they talk about it? And knowing that these games require a long tail, maybe this is what they're talking about trying to lean on external entities that can just own this particular product and not have to worry about it because they know how to do it. So probably not a game I'm going to play. I love Horizon, but that would be, I don't think I've ever played an MMO in my entire life, to be honest.
Really?
Yeah.
Not even like not even like out of curiosity for a little bit?
No.
Because I messed around with Guild Wars 2 a long time ago in like 2012 or 2013 or something. Like it was so long ago that I ostensibly didn't play it. Like I have no memory of what the fuck Guild Wars 2 was or like what I did in it. But that was really my only MMO experience at all. Like real MMO.
Yeah, it's like all the things that turn me off. Massively multiplayer online. It's like, oh, okay, no thanks.
Yeah.
Number 5. A sad piece of news filtered around to certain corners of the PlayStation ecosystem in days leading into Christmas, though what happened went widely unreported. Sony's second-party partner, First Contact Entertainment, has shuttered its doors. First Contact is responsible for one of the original PSVR's most iconic pieces of software in Firewall Zero Hour, which came to the device in 2018 and found a loyal audience, loyal enough that Sony invested in a sequel for PSVR 2 called Firewall Ultra, which launched in September of 2023. But it wasn't enough to keep the team going. In a brief post on its Facebook page, an unknown person at the company revealed the news, quote, "After almost 8 years of working with the most amazing team I've ever had the pleasure of being a part of, I'm sad to announce that we will be closing our company at First Contact Entertainment. The lack of support for VR within our industry has eventually taken its toll. As a AAA VR game developer, we are just not able to justify the expense needed going forward. We are a team of fearless innovators willing to push new technologies to its limits," end quote. Firewall represented a rare Sony-funded investment into its own VR platform, and indeed Sony owns the Firewall Zero Hour and Firewall Ultra IP. This may have been what ultimately killed the game, however, as it couldn't reach a wider player base, remaining relegated to the PlayStation ecosystem only, which is the double-edged sword of what Sony is trying to do with PSVR 2. Sony has yet to acknowledge the studio's closure at the time of publish, and though the team was deeply partnered with Sony, it did have a more agnostic project in the works, a sequel to its Solaris off-world combat title for both PSVR and Oculus. First Contact's website still eerily has job postings listed, and a new patch for Firewall Ultra went live just days before the announcement of the studio's closure, their last official communique before going dark. Stephen Crane wrote in and said, hey CDC, welcome back from the break. Sadly, Firewall Ultra developer First Contact Entertainment shut down just before the holidays. They mentioned that, quote, "the lack of support for VR within the industry," end quote, was the major reason for this closure. While I never want studios to close or for people to lose their jobs, and although I enjoyed Firewall Ultra, it's worth mentioning the myriad of problems this game had and continues to have. From broken matchmaking at launch, an impossibly long progression system, pay-to-win operators, and more, the game is far from the AAA shooter PSVR 2 fans were hoping for. I think Sony saw First Contact Entertainment as an acquisition target, but this rocky launch didn't convince them to go forward. That launch also stopped more people from diving in, especially considering the much better Crossfire Sierra Squad launched around the same time. Shortly after launch, according to the in-game leaderboard, only 4,613 players had ever played the game. While PSVR 2 is struggling, I don't think it's fair for the developer to blame the industry when they release such a broken product. Dustin, I was wondering if you had any insight into this.
No, that write-in is right on the money. And that when I read this initially, I was like, dude, I get it. I think there is some truth to that it would be hard to put AAA funding into VR games when there's just not a huge market, particularly on PlayStation 5 for those VR games. But at the same time, it's like your game wasn't very good or well received. I mean, Firewall Ultra is sitting at a 65 on OpenCritic, and the little bit I played of it was not so hot either. And it's true too that there's just better products on the market that are similar and much better, and I think cheaper. So Pavlov, which is one of the highest played games usually on a monthly basis for PlayStation VR 2, is $25, also a first-person shooter game, and Firewall Ultra is $40. Right now it's on sale for $30. So you released an inferior product for more money. I don't know, man. I can't say it's necessarily you should be pointing fingers at the industry being the problem, because there are games that are being successful that have moderate budgets as well. And that's the thing about Pavlov too, is that I think that that's like a really small team that made that and is killing it still. So bit weird. With that said, though, I want to be clear that it sucks they're shutting down for sure. And I feel bad about that because we need VR developers, and Sony in particular needs VR developers that do cool and interesting stuff. But yeah, it's unfortunate they're shutting down. I wish I could say pick up Firewall Ultra, but I would say don't, because it's not very good. If you want a game like that, pick up Pavlov.
Yeah,
it's crazy that potentially 5,000 people or fewer played it, and makes you wonder what Sony saw in this, because they don't really make many second party investments anymore. Usually they play a lot more hands, and they're not really playing very many anymore. And so this is one of them. And this is really the only one in the VR space. And it's kind of a bomb. It's unusual, and people aren't talking about it enough. It is a Sony published and owned IP. What do you think, Chris?
I think the VR space is really competitive, not only with other teams, but with, I mean, like we were talking about earlier, just the natural human instinct to not want to participate in it. Like you got to make something really, really, really exceptional, or something that promises something that's exceptional in order for people to really even pick up and even bother with it in the first place. I think outside of the initial curiosity of like when you first get it and then you're willing to try kind of everything. It's kind of got the same. It's got the same kind of syndrome that like getting a console at launch has, where it's like, oh, there's only 5 games available, I'm gonna play all of them. You know, at a certain point, you know, when the technology's not new anymore, you're not gonna do that. You're not gonna be like, oh, what came out this week, 3 years into the system's life cycle, I'm gonna play all of it. No, you're not. You're probably gonna play none of it, or you're gonna wait for something that you're already very keenly excited about. I think that's why Half-Life Alyx was such a big success, is because there was a great understanding of like, wow, they haven't made a game for fucking ever, and it's a AAA VR title, and it's from a publisher and a studio that like is basically has infinite money, and it looks awesome. Like, I've got to try this. Beat Saber was just like a complete beaten time, where it's like, damn, that's a perfect game for VR. I can't believe no one's thought of this before. And I don't know, man, Firewall Ultra just, it kind of looked like a really standard version of everything that every other VR shooting game that I've ever seen. I wish I could speak more highly of it, but I mean, I wasn't compelled to play it. Nothing about it really struck me.
Yeah.
Even the first Firewall, which was received pretty well, didn't really appeal to me either. And so I don't know. I mean, it sucks for them. I'm sad to anytime anybody loses their job like this, especially when it's an entire studio shuttering. It's sad, but I mean, it just wasn't it.
Yeah.
And VR is a rough market.
Yeah. It's an interesting cap to the year for them and all these closures. I was surprised that it wasn't making the rounds more, because of the point, though, as made in the letter from Steven, that they did seem like one of the very few logical acquisition targets that Sony might have been eyeing. And yeah, they're just dead. And it's always sad to see that you can tell the plug is pulled, and they don't even know, where there's social media posts and there's updates deployed, but they must have known internally. They see their own player count. If the player count is truly that bad, I mean, that's dire stuff.
It's worth noting too that the VR space is just a very mysterious space in general. Like we were talking a little bit earlier I think it will be earlier, either in the Sacred Symbols Plus episode about the Insomniac hack, or maybe earlier in this episode when we're just kind of going over the cursor information, that like we had suspected that maybe the acquisition of Insomniac had to do in some part due to their expertise in VR because they were working a lot with Oculus, and it turned out that was not the case at all. And it's because a lot of that information is just not really available. We don't really know what people are working on. A lot of the best VR games tend to be supplementary versions of games that already exist that are really good, like Resident Evil 4 or Resident Evil Village, or Resident Evil is kind of killing in the VR space, weirdly enough. A studio that doesn't really have that much of a history outside of Village and 7. It's fascinating. It's just a weird aspect of this industry that like flows in a very, very strange way. And I do wish we knew more in some ways about that section of the industry. But yeah, it's a shame.
All right, guys, finally, number 6. We've been gone for a while, so of course it's time for us to discuss new PlayStation Plus games, this time for the month of January. Indeed, since we're a little late in reporting this, these games are already available for you to download right now, and will be there for you until February 5th, so long as you have an active PS Plus Essential account. Be sure to add these to your download list now in case you want to check them out later. A Plague Tale Requiem for PlayStation 5 is no doubt the biggest game of the bunch. Developed by Asobo, published by Focus, and launched in the fall of 2022, Requiem is the sequel to the well-liked 2019 game A Plague Tale Innocence. Also available for PS5 players is Evil West, the excellent vampire-centric third-person shooter from Flying Wild Hog, released in late 2022, also from publisher Focus. Finally, Drinkbox Studios' charming 2022 action RPG Nobody Saves the World also comes to the service, this time for both PS4 and PS5. Drinkbox was, of course, previously known for its Tales from Space games, both Guacamelee titles, and a little RPG that was once exclusive to Vita in the form of Severed. Any thoughts on this? I thought this was a very strong lineup of games. I've platinumed one and beaten one, so it's not really for me, but I will add Requiem to my download list just to have it, because I already bought the original one, and maybe one day I'll get through those. So that's cool to have that option, but this is a very strong outing. And I don't know if you guys noticed, Chris, did you notice that 2 of these games, I think, premiered, didn't they, on Game Pass? And now they're coming later to PS Plus, so Nobody Saves the World and A Plague Tale Requiem were both Game Pass games, right? And,
I think so. Yeah.
And so it's cool to see them kind of explore the other subscription service, get more of their money. Congratulations to them. And I'm always happy to see Drinkbox getting their money because I love those guys. So what are your thoughts on this? On this month's offerings?
I think it's really strong. I loved Requiem. I finished it. It was wonderful. Nobody Saves the World is fantastic. That's maybe one that I'll probably get around to finishing because that was one that I played on Game Pass initially. And I actually played a lot on the Backbone a long time ago, which makes me think this is actually a really good PlayStation Portal game potentially. Because it's just super solid. As far as Evil West, I didn't love Evil West, but I did like the fact that that was a game that a lot of people did enjoy, and it does strike me as a very kind of out of the ordinary game. And this is it harkens back to maybe late PS3, late 360 sensibilities, which I appreciate. So I'm glad to see that there. It seems like a pretty, I don't know, it's not necessarily robust, not a lot. But what is there is really strong. I think that's really what matters ultimately. So it's a solid month.
Any thoughts, Dustin?
Yeah, both Plague Tale games, which now both of them have, at least one was previously available on PS Plus, and now the second one, are really, really awesome. Highly recommend those. Story-driven, really beautiful. And now I know they've changed it, so there is a 60 FPS mode with some compromises. So if that was holding you back before, definitely check it out. And I'm a little curious about Evil West. I don't know. I kind of just want to pop in and check it out. I don't know if I need to play all of it. Maybe I'll check it out and love it. But I've been curious about that one for a while. So not this month absolutely is one of the best months in a while with those three bangers, honestly.
Yeah.
All right.
Nobody Saves the World is so good.
Oh, it totally is. And I was just looking to verify that when Nobody Saves the World came out, it was on Xbox, and only on Xbox came to. I thought I remembered that it came to PlayStation a little later, so I thought that was interesting too. So cool to get kind of the other side of the coin. And Gabriel SG wrote in about this and says, "Hi guys, first I wanted to say thanks for all the content over the holiday break. It helped keep me sane during the madness of Christmas. I've had my PS5 for about 6 months. It is my first PlayStation since the PS1, and I have to say I'm loving it. PlayStation Extra is an unbelievable value, and having been a Game Pass subscriber for 4 years, I think PS Extra is easily the superior product. There are more high quality games, and while there are rarely day one releases, the majority of Game Pass day one games are mid, and getting 3 games to own a month is arguably better. What do you guys think? Well, I think that subscriptions are just not for me, generally speaking.
Yeah.
I'll remind you that in the Insomniac leak, one of the things, and I mentioned it earlier, that was in there was that Extra is overperforming and Premium is underperforming when you relate them not to subscriber numbers necessarily, but to the inclination of those subscribers to play their primary, tier. So Extra gets into the game catalog and Premium also gets into the game catalog. And I look at it, and again, I don't want to interact with games like that, but in understanding that a lot of people do, I look at the catalog and I'm like, this seems pretty fucking strong to me. I'm actually often surprised when people are like, oh, that's on the PS Plus catalog. And I'm like, really? That's interesting. So I can understand why people get value out of it. I know that's what Sony and Microsoft both want, but to me, I'm just, because you had said something like getting 3 games to own every month is arguably better. You don't own them. You don't get those games to own. You get those games to retain as long as your PS Plus subscription is active. And that is powerful because you can still play your PS Plus games on PS3 and Vita and PS4, obviously, and into PS5. And that is a more powerful thing than the games of the subscription of like Game Pass, where games go in and out, except for first and second party games, which I think is the most valuable part of those as well. Dustin, do you have, or do either of you have either of the subscription? You have Game Pass, right, Chris?
I used to, and I got rid of it because I wasn't using it. And I only have Essential right now for PlayStation Plus. So I think Extra though, is 100%. A buddy of mine, Jason, he got a PS5 last year, and he's mostly playing on Xbox. He's just playing Call of Duty, but he wanted to get into some of the major first party stuff, the things he had missed out on. He was a Last of Us fan. I said, dude, get Extra is the tier. And he's been absolutely loving it, checking stuff out, being able to play some of these major games. And Extra has been, as the details show, overperforming. And I think that it has the right to, because it has a lot of really awesome stuff on there. Is it better than Game Pass? That's such a subjective thing, depending on if you like the content that they're putting out and their day one stuff, or even not their day one, but just the stuff on a monthly basis. That's going to be subjective. But I don't need either one of these services really at all. I bought so much Game Pass when it was cheap, and then I feel like I got played just because I didn't use it. And then the one game that I should have bought Game Pass for was Starfield, because I played it for 10 hours and then bounced, and I thought, damn, I should have just went with a $15 subscription on that one. But you win some, you lose some.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if I have Game Pass or not. I know I have I know I had Game Pass for a while. I know I have the Essential, like the lowest tier of PS Plus. After I was premium for a while. I was premium for I think like 3 months, and I was just like, this is not working at all for what I wanted. And so I just kind of bumped myself down. But Extra is a great value. I think Game Pass is still pretty cool. Like there's like I saw Far Cry 6 on there a couple days ago, which actually kind of I was looking at it, I was like, maybe. I don't know. It's been a while. It's been a long time since I've actually like really sat down with a Far Cry game, and I have gotten this weird urge to meander around a tropical. I don't know. There's something about the tropical setting in Far Cry that always like really hits for me. Like I think it's why I loved Far Cry 3 a lot, and Far Cry 6 kind of having a similar thing about it. I don't know.
Yeah, it's the first mainline game to have that since 3. So
yeah, it's calling me a little bit. I'm not gonna lie, but I'm playing a lot right now, and I want to finish it before I add anything else.
Yeah, focus your mind.
Yeah.
All right. Well, PS Plus games available for you now until early February. Check them out. Nice little collection of games for you. Let's get into listener inquiries as we wrap up the show. 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from the audience over on Patreon, patreon.com/lastnamemedia. One of the perks you get for supporting us over on Patreon at certain levels is to be able to submit your inquiries into a post I put in the newsfeed each and every week. I go through it. I select what I want. You've already heard a bunch of them throughout the show. Here's 6 more. Blue Moose begins, says, hello, Sacred Boys. With the rumored release of the PS5 Pro and also the successor to the Switch planned for this year, do you think there is a chance that both will release around the same time? Both are rumored for fall releases, and curious if releasing them so close to each other will affect sales. Love all the amazing content, and stay sexy, my friends. This is possible, and we can talk about it, but Dustin, I actually wanted to use this opportunity also to just talk about the rumors about the new Switch. You are the host of Punching Up, our PlayStation podcast that you do with Gene Parker, the Washington Post.
Nintendo podcast.
I'm sorry, what did I say?
Yeah. You said PlayStation.
Oh, PlayStation. Yeah, I'm sorry.
That's Punching Up built into your DNA
podcast
at this point.
Yeah, exactly. Punching Up, our Nintendo podcast with Gene Parker, the Washington Post, my brother Dagan, and Micah, my wife. And so I wanted to give you an opportunity to talk about this and how it might relate to PS5 Pro and if they will come out around the same time and if they will affect each other. I don't really know that they will. I don't think they really have anything to do with each other. And I wonder if PS5 Pro is even going to be a big product in and of itself. Look at how happy are people with Xbox Series S, relatively speaking. Why wouldn't people aim for the cheaper solution if there is one available? So what are your thoughts here?
Yeah, well, right now, the biggest question for us on Punching Up is just when this Nintendo Switch successor will come out, because we've heard some things that Nintendo wants to do it earlier than holiday. They want to get this thing out and going. And so I'm not sure if they'll come out at the same time. As far as them being competition, I don't really think so. In fact, I think that I understand there are many gamers that have to be choosy. If it's hard to buy a console, I totally get that. But I think at a lot of times too that a lot of people would be totally happy to buy both things. PS5 Pro though, man, I'm getting so excited. It's been interesting too, seeing some takes on the internet. I saw an article recently, I can't remember who it was from, and I just saw the headline that said something about how PS5 Pro is even more unnecessary than PS4 Pro was. And I think I could see some of that being true, but there's been some talk about what their AI upscaling could look like, and the thought of seeing how much more performance you can get from a technology like DLSS on PC and having that on PS5. I get to a lot of people, it's not going to getting better performance isn't a big deal. I respect that. In fact, I wish I was like that, but
yeah,
the thought of getting all games to be upscaled 4K 60, maybe some of them 120 sounds fucking awesome. Bring it on. It is not unnecessary for me, and I know there are many people that agree. And I'm sure Sony would love to sell, even if it is a smaller demographic, but their hardcore audience on a more powerful machine. Hell yeah, I will absolutely buy a second PS5 for that.
Oh yeah, I'm just to reiterate it the millionth time, I'm all over this thing. Can't wait.
Yeah.
Can't wait. Yeah. What are your thoughts, Chris?
I think, I mean, there's an argument to be made, but I don't know. I think the PS4 Pro and the PS5 Pro respectively are just ultimately they're for a different audience. You know, like the new console of any generation is always for the new and exciting thing. It's not necessarily for most people for performance or any of these like bells and whistles. It's really just like, oh, the new shiny thing. And that's where I'm going to play. And that's fine. But you know, the Pro, I remember really wanting the Pro specifically because it's like, dude, there were games starting to chug, and we're seeing that this generation now. Like, I mean, we just saw it with Final Fantasy 16. I remember specifically seeing that quite a bit with that game, not to a degree that bothered me as much as it bothered me on the PS4, to be sure. But I'm starting to see it, and like you mentioned with Alan Wake 2 in your playthrough, Colin, where it was the shimmering and all that stuff. You know, again, for me, we're at an era where it's not necessarily bothering me too much, but I'm starting to see the cracks start to show, and you can only imagine, what it would look like in a couple years. Where, dude, I remember when Control came out on PS4, and it was fucked. Like, I loved it, but I loved it in spite of a lot of things that would normally turn me off, because so much of that game was atmospherically and just from a gameplay perspective and narrative perspective so interesting that it let me pull myself through the fact that it was running like a fucking toaster. But I'm all over it too. Like, any way for me to boost performance and get like a really high fidelity image while getting high fidelity frame rates, like it's not unnecessary to me. You know, granted, most people, what was it I still think about that story every now and again, where we talked about, I can't remember, I wish I could remember the context of it, but how most people actively will turn off higher frame rates.
Yeah.
If given the chance.
Yeah. 70-30, I think it was.
Yeah. That's completely fucking alien to me.
That's from a well-known AAA game. Yeah.
Yeah. That's crazy to me in every sense of the word. Everything about that is insane. But if that split is generally reflected on the consumer base, then yeah, it probably is unnecessary, but I'm all over it.
Zach Wishnuff wrote in, said, hey, Happy New Year, gentlemen. Can't speak today. Why do you think that Time Warner is the only major entertainment conglomerate, save for Sony, that creates video games itself? I find it interesting that companies like Disney and Universal divested from the space when they could own the entire production line of their interactive media rather than licensing it to others. I think this is more obvious than ever, and that they might actually be making the wise move, which is to just mitigate risk entirely. I mean, think about, and again, we know from the Insomniac leak, Disney made hundreds of millions of dollars off of the Marvel Spider-Man games. And all they did was license their product. That's all they did. And they could have made even more by making the game itself. Assume they went to Insomniac and said, like, we'll fund and produce the game. This would have been possible because Insomniac at the time of making Spider-Man wasn't owned by Sony. So that could have been the part of the deal. But it was Sony that came in and mitigated that risk for them. And I actually really think that there's a little bit of a level of respect in some way. I mean, first of all, remember, Time Warner itself wanted to divest from games. They just stopped trying to divest and pulled back from that. But that was they were trying to sell too. So it really would have only left Sony in that space when you think about like the communication and entertainment companies really making their own games in a major way. But I think this is wise to find the outlets to your creativity that can do things properly, mitigate risk and create one-off relationships, and then put a ring on it if you feel it's really, really necessary. But I think that these companies are just acting in a logical self-interest by doing this. And now that we know Spider-Man 3 is going to cost, what was it? Like 500 million or something? It's like, why would you ever want to spend that much money on a video game? That's insanity. And for these guys, they look at that and they're like, that's 2.5 MCU movies or something. That's insane. Like, why would we ever do that when we can make billions of dollars by selling those or by having those movies, and our ceiling might be lower and the risk might be higher. So while you see something illogical, Zach, I see something highly logical, and would imagine that this divestment will happen even further if possible, to leave it solely to the know-how, the people that have the know-how. I don't know if you guys saw this circulating article on gamesindustry.biz where they talked to some various people, like industry vets and prognosticators. And some of them think that like the AAA space is to the point. We know that it's getting to the point of untenability, but they're saying basically like now it's here. And
oh yeah, easily.
And so yeah, it'll be. So I don't know if you guys have anything to say about the topic, but I wanted to speak on it nonetheless.
Well, I mean, I think it's smart of them to just be. Put it this way: like if you own like a really high in demand property, that doesn't necessarily mean that you are the best steward for it. It just sort of means that you own it. And so there is a level of respect or not only just like a self-respect of just understanding what you're good at and understanding what other people are good at, but like, respect for the people that you're working with to say like, hey, listen, I own this. I have no idea what the fuck to do with it though. And you seem to know what you're doing in this environment. Let's partner up. I have something you want. You can deliver on something, and then we can both come out pretty well. I think that makes a ton of sense. And I think you're right. I think it will continue because it's just, man, it's getting expensive out there to make the shit.
And meanwhile, Sony made like something like $100 million profit on Miles Morales up to a certain date, where it's like, that's a lot of money, but it's not. Think about how much money they put into it and how much risk they absorbed.
You spent a lot to get there.
Yeah.
The other thing too, I just wanted to add, Chris was saying about companies wisely being, trying to be stewards of their IP. And we talked about Spider-Man, which is a great example where Disney was able to sit back and be, hey, you make the game, you're good at it, and we can just kind of sit back here and make money. But there's also the other side of the coin where you have Lord of Ring Gollum.
That's
and
true.
You have Walking Dead, Dual Destinies, right? Something like that. And that's just trash. And that can be bad and tarnish the brand if you license it out to the wrong people, or you just, maybe they didn't even give a fuck and they just were like, well, people will buy this anyway.
Yeah, the argument that I would put there though is I mean, it's the same thing with anything where it's like, you've got to pick your partners carefully. There's some studios who originated the IPs that they're working on, who arguably should have licensed them out. I think Halo is one of those examples where it's like you would have done you would have been kind of smart to license that IP out to different studios to see what they could have done with it. And in fact, they did try that with the RTS games. And by the way, those were great. So I don't know. I think in some levels, it's like you just have to be. You pick your partner carefully. You know.
Yeah, those are Creative Assembly, right? Those games.
There's Creative Assembly, and then Ensemble. Ensemble, I think, was the first one.
Oh, Ensemble.
But I think Creative Assembly was the second one.
Landon Reich wrote in and said, "Howdy, gents. I rarely feel the need to send anything into the show, but I have a general comment on the state of PlayStation Store. As I was browsing the holiday deals, I noticed how much garbage is on the storefront. Casino games, glorified mobile games, just heaps of trash all over the store, cluttering it up. I know you have commented on this before, but it still baffles me that Sony hosts these games that surely nobody is downloading or playing and makes the store look cheap and not fun to browse. That's my piece. I hope everyone had a great holiday." Landon, thank you for writing in about this, just because it's so funny you feel this way. And I agree with you, but it was so much worse and it's still not great. But there are still games that are coming out that are not shown on that list. And did you guys see, this was kind of a backdoor excuse for me to bring this up, I guess did you see that there was something like 17,000 games published on Steam last year?
Oh my God. Yeah.
Where you look at that and you wonder, who benefits from this? Who benefits from this complete insanity? It's the most libertarian, laissez-faire, free market I've ever seen. And that's totally great. But I think one of the things that these walled gardens could use to their advantage is by saying, like, this actually isn't the free market. Like, we don't allow everything here. This goes back to the largely flagrant, but still defensive and logical Nintendo seal of quality back in the day, right? The Nintendo seal of quality spawned specifically from the Atari experience. So Nintendo simply wanted to tell these developers and publishers, you are not allowed to publish more than X amount of games on our platform a year. It was 5 at the most. And if you do, you're doing it illegally like Tengen did or others, and then you're going to get sued. And this forces you to focus on the games that you think will do best. And it's funny because it's so quaint. It's like, no more than 5 a year, guys, which is like so many games. But companies like Konami famously made a shell company, an Ultra, to release more games. And the idea of quality over quantity was baked in from the very beginning of what we understand as console gaming. And it was understood that the lack of quality games on the Atari, where games were being made in literally weeks and sent weeks. And they would say, wasn't ET one of those? It had like less than a month or something. Yeah, it was like 6 weeks or something for ET, something insane. Yeah. And everyone was getting in on it. And I don't know, to me, I wonder where people's heads are at. How much more damage needs to be done by various marketplaces that bleed into other marketplaces? No walled garden is immune to the effects of other walled gardens. No example of this is stronger than what the Apple iPhone did to all of gaming and just destroyed the market. It destroyed itself first, and then it started to spread. And again, as I've said many times, we owe so much to that in so many bad ways. There needs to be better quality controls. And I say this as a developer, but I also say this as a consumer. I don't understand who wins when you put a game up that sells 50 copies. Games don't, let me back up and say, I used to say that games don't sneak by the goalie. But now you look at the number of games and you're like, games must.
Oh yeah, there's no goalie
at this point. Good games. And so I understand that it requires a subjectivity and it requires manpower, but you would think someone at Steam, at Valve would be like, we have a lot more to gain by purging the store of literally 90% of the content than keeping it here so that people can find the games that they're here to play. And we know the difference. So why are we letting everyone on here? And Sony should be way more walled than that, which is why I'm so mystified when I see some of the stuff on there. But I'm going on a diatribe, but Landon, I did want to note that to see the true games that are actually coming to the storefront, you have to go to PSN profiles and then sort by shovelware. So you can actually see it's crazy.
Well, dude, you could even just sort by price on new release. Like on the PlayStation Store, if you go new and then sort by price. There's this one Meadow Gallop for 99 cents. It's just a horse frolicking game. And I looked it up on YouTube, and the first thing I see is new, very easy 99-cent platinum.
Yep.
Meadow Gallop.
Pathetic.
It's really sad.
Yorgis wrote in. So hello, sacred fellas. Colin, you mentioned how the upcoming NCAA football video game will be a huge success for EA, but alas, a wrench has been thrown into the plans. Some recent leaks suggest that the game will be using the Madden engine, much to the chagrin of many players. Personally, for me, the excitement for the game has really gone down hearing that. It has become a yearly tradition for a Madden game to release and for a myriad of bugs and broken features to be the topic of conversation. I understand from a business perspective it is wise to use the same engine and save on costs, but why is EA taking this risk and possibly allowing NCAA football to face the same wrath? What are your thoughts on this matter? I don't doubt the sales of the game will still be huge, but do you foresee a missed opportunity for EA to create something unique? Thank you and everyone at LSM for your hard work. I don't mean to do 2 questions in a row for myself, but I gotta answer this real quick. I understand what you're saying. It's ridiculous to think that, in my opinion, to think that EA would make 2 parallel American style football games with no interaction between them in terms of the engine and the physics and all of the things that they work so hard on that are the same between the games. Just the speeds and the talent and the strength are different. I want to underline, especially for you guys, because I know you two don't follow sports, and just for the audience out there, a lot of you guys don't follow and listen to sports and watch whatever. I know that I've said this before, but I want to reiterate. This game is going to be gigantic. And the reason it's going to be gigantic is not because NCAA football is coming back per se, and it hasn't been around at the time it comes out for 12 years, but because it's coming back into a totally different environment. Not only for pro football or for NCAA football, which is bigger than ever, but for the athletes that play in football that are finally going to be in the game in an era where social media has taken off. And I am just telling you that when this game gets into the wild, these 18, 19, 20, 21-year-old kids are going to be so far up this game's ass because they are in it, and it's going to be all over their TikToks, and their face is going to be all over their Facebook pages and their Instagrams and on Twitter and all these different things. They're going to market the shit out of this game. The key and the crux to making NCAA football sing has always been the NIL stuff, the name, image, and license, the ability to license the football teams, arenas and stadiums, the ability to get people's faces and their real names. Remember, when you play an NCAA football game, it's just numbers. There are no names. Like, they're not allowed to do that because they're amateur. They're not allowed to make money, and they cannot license themselves. And there is no I shouldn't say there isn't. There wasn't an organizing principle that would allow them to get lump sums for their name, image, and likeness, because their pay is their scholarship. And that is not the case anymore. And that means everything. So while people are upset about it being Madden derivative and all of the rest, I just choose to focus on the fact that, and you say this yourself, that it's going to be huge from a marketing perspective. This game is going to speak for itself. I can't imagine how this game is going to be marketed and I just can't wait to see it. That's going to be the most interesting part. It's revolutionary. And I'm so thrilled, although they're not getting very much money. I'm thrilled for all the players that are getting money for their likeness, and that this will happen every year now, forever. And they finally solved this problem, and it's so dope. So I know this is not something you guys care about, but it's something worth talking about. This game is entering into such an interesting time and market. And dude, Snapchat and TikTok and all these things didn't even exist when NCAA football came out. Twitter was really all about text, not video and image. And it wasn't so much about personality. And these guys couldn't even really be themselves. They couldn't even sell jerseys with their names on them and make money. I don't know. I think that this is going to be a self-fulfilling prophecy of just money for everybody. And it's going to be great. All right. Jason Lusky wrote in and said, "Happy New Year, gentlemen. As of this writing, the official GTA trailer is at 163 million views on YouTube. This is clearly going to be one of the biggest video games of all time. What in the world would stop Take-Two or Rockstar from releasing the base game at $99.99? It's leaving cash on the table. I'll hang up and listen now." Dustin, thoughts? Well, GTA 6, when it comes out, 2025, costs more than $70.
I don't think so. And here's why. Is they know the cash cow of GTA is obviously they're going to make a lot of money on sales of the game for sure. The cash cow is the online. And as we've seen GTA 5 continue throughout the years, they've lowered the barrier to entry to online over and over, eventually separating it from the main product where you don't even need to buy the whole GTA 5 experience. You can buy just the online. And so I think at launch, they, especially if their online is very robust and ready to go, that I would think that they would want to not shake the boat too much and think, well, we'll be able to make a lot of money online afterwards. If they really did want to try to hit that $100 mark, if that's something which they're definitely capable of doing, the demand is there for the product and people would be willing to pay for it, I could see them selling the game, maybe doing online for a separate cost, maybe, but then I don't think they want to do that either. Now that I say it out loud, it's like they want to have people to even just have the ability. If you buy the game, you have online, so you're a potential customer to buy a shark card or whatever they use. So I'm gonna, you know what, instead of putting out potential options, I'm gonna say no. GTA 6 will be $70 at launch and plenty of options for microtransactions.
Chris, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I think so too. I don't think they could sell Grand Theft Auto 6 for they could sell Grand Theft Auto 6 for $40 and still make more money than anybody else has ever made, probably. So like, there's no reason for them to sell lower than the expected price. But there's also no reason for them to alienate anybody else by going deeper. I think they could easily justify it. If any studio could do it, it is probably them. But I also just feel like it would just sort of be, it would just be an unnecessary risk factor, especially where they're at right now, where obviously, I mean, that source code leak was pretty fucking huge.
Yeah, I didn't even report on that. Yeah, talk about that a little bit.
I mean, yeah, I mean, I don't know exactly how it happened, but the source code for GTA 5 is just completely out there now. Like people can go in and manipulate that shit no matter, like, very, very easily, even in the online infrastructure and in the online environment, which is really
disastrous. This is the keys to the kingdom to basically permanently break the game, right?
Yeah, and that's a huge deal for GTA Online, especially on PC. It will affect console on account of strictly because crossplay exists, but it's definitely bigger of a deal on PC. And you know, depending on, I don't know, man. I guess this really doesn't have anything to do with this, but like, I mean, I don't know, like, depending on how much of that source code is similar between GTA 5 and GTA 6, like that could be a fucking massive issue. That they could potentially be in a bit of heat, and maybe that would maybe instill them with a little bit of fear in some sense, where it's like, okay, maybe we do charge more because we can. Just in case, because who the fuck knows if this will happen again? I don't know. That's a really pie in the sky kind of hypothetical scenario. I really have no idea if that would even really mitigate anything at all, or if that would even be like a reasonable thing for executives to even ponder. But it is kind of a genie out of the bottle, and it is definitely something out there that they must be thinking about. So, but yeah, ultimately, I don't think, like, by the time GTA 6 reveals itself on store shelves, and by the time it gets to our hands in digital marketplaces, I don't know that they would charge more than the industry standard. It could be possible, though, that by the time Grand Theft Auto 6 comes out, that price might be higher. But I don't think they would go higher than what is established. Like, there could be $80 games by then, and maybe they'll just be like, hey, it's fucking $80, or like, whatever. But I don't foresee them necessarily being the first people to do it.
Yeah, I don't know that I agree with you guys that it would be interesting to see them war game it internally and see like what the answers they came up with in terms of what do we gain, what do we lose. I think they would probably gain. I think they would probably literally make more money, but I think that it would cause them unnecessary PR problems and just image problems. It's just, they have as has been noted, the widest possible market to hit. So the game, though it costs $2 billion to make or whatever, which is insane, they'll make that back in pre-orders and they'll be totally fine. And I think they know that. And so there's no reason to push it. And I think you're right too, Dustin, in the focus on GTA Online and getting people in the door and not alienating anyone, which is important. But I do want us to continue to think about the idea of expanding games beyond $70, not because we want to spend more, but what kind of value can we get out of games in the future by not only exploring the price downward, but price upward as well. I want to make sure that we can get the games we enjoy at both a reasonable and fair price and at a way that is viable for studios where they don't have to live only one game and one deal at a time and really win or lose all based on a product. And of course, this is very common. This is why there are a billion production companies in Hollywood and why production companies are often formed to make one thing and then they never make anything again with it. You know, there's risk involved in it and you want to limit that liability and all of that and spread the risk. But I just think, it's, the $100 game is not the solution. Like if they were going to do anything, you would imagine be like, well, $80, something like that. But I don't know. There's nothing new to say about this. You guys said it all.
Yeah. I also think we got to kind of get into the habit of really disabusing ourselves of the illusion that games cost $70 in the first place, because I think, you know, some of them do, but by the time you're done, even with a lot of single player games with expansions and all that shit, like you've paid well over $100 for a lot of these games anyway. And especially if you pre-order for like special editions or whatever, or like any number of things, they're making more than $100 off of you in one way or another, whether they focus on some small section of the population who's interested in buying that game or whether they get you over the long term with expansions and DLCs and whatever you're willing to pump into it. I think $70 is not, I mean, it's what we pay for most baseline games, but the reality is a lot of those baseline games are, I mean, it was a meme going back a while where they would show like the pie chart of certain games and being like, you used to get a full game and now you get like bits and pieces, but that's kind of true. That is kind of what it is now, and has been for a while. So I also don't think we should be necessarily so married to it in the first place, because it's not strictly true that games are even $70 now.
Yeah, fair enough. I think that's a complex issue, because I think it's like the argument the conversation we had about day one DLC back in the day, where there's no way to prove that day one DLC would have been in the game. Like some people would be like, this was literally cut out of the game and made day one DLC. And I'm like, maybe, but you also have to kind of be open-minded enough to understand that it might just be added and made parallel to it, and then you pay more for it. The one thing that is definitely true is that you get way more value out of the core product than any DLC. And so you want to get people in and spending that money, because Jesus Christ, I mean, $10 or $20 for a DLC pack that takes you a few hours is so much more valuable than, you know, or for the studio, and less valuable to you as a player than the $70 game where you're getting kind of a steal for a 20 or 25 hour adventure. I just think it's more complicated.
For sure.
All right, let's finish with a fun one. Kevin Bloomer wrote in and said, Happy New Year, Sacred Symbols and Sons. Hope you gents enjoyed your break. Long time, first time who subbed with the new year. Welcome. Colin, you said on another show that you'd take the opportunity to write a new Castlevania game if given the chance. I'm curious what series Chris or Dustin would do the same for. Chris, would you jump at the chance to pen the next Halo or Crash Team Racing game? I can name a dozen games that I think Dustin would put down the jar to work on, but I would love to hear from the man himself. Thanks for all of the hard work and entertainment you provide every day, and congrats on your continued success and new show. So yeah, I answered this question. So let's finish strong here. Dustin, what game would you want to write, or for what series if you could write a game?
Well, just to before I answer, I want to say real quick, I actually have almost zero desire to work on games or create my own games at all. I don't think it would be something I'd be very good at, and I think I enjoy them too much to want to get in the kitchen, if you know what I mean. So yeah, there's a lot of series I like that I think certain ideas that would be cool. But let's just say, for the sake of the hypothetical, if I wanted to come up with ideas for a new series, and I'm not just trying to be the meme, but legitimately, I think it would be so fun to make a new Tomba game, because it's not serious. Because I don't feel like I'd be able to come up with any legitimately cool or interesting story ideas for a lot of the series that I really like for a Bloodborne 2 or something. It's like, no, I don't have any ideas for that. I'm sure I could if I really forced myself to think of something, but Tomba is silly enough that it's about these evil pigs that you got to throw into bags in order to capture them. It's just stupid stuff like that. And there's, a guy with pink hair and his friend's a monkey that named Charles. I love that kind of like more quaint, silly type of writing. And so it would be fun to write what the next adventure of Tomba would be, because it feels like low stakes, and it would just be a way to make it fun and silly. So that's my answer. But overall, I know it's weird to be so into games and not care about making one or even dreaming about a sequel. But I don't know. I don't have that dog in me.
No, I don't think it's necessarily that weird. You know, people love sports, for instance, and have no interest in playing that sport.
Sure.
I think that's totally reasonable and fine. Chris, do you have an answer?
Oh yeah, dude. Well, first of all, like I come from the kind of exact opposite space of Dustin in the sense that like I actually initially really wanted to do it, specifically just to make games. And then I realized there was just so much math involved, and I'm so terrible at math and programming and all that stuff that I was like, okay, maybe this is not for me necessarily. But I love being in the kitchen in that sort of way. I watched so many Vidocs and behind the scenes game development videos as I possibly could because I was just so fascinated with how they make this stuff. I was fascinated at the tools that they used. I've downloaded both Unity and Unreal Engine and dabbled really, really extensively in both of them. Granted, that was a while ago now. Like, I don't know. I'm probably like really, really outdated even then at this point. This is probably like 2017 is the last time I really fucked around with an engine in that way. But I love games and I love the process of making them. I think it's super fascinating. I think the type of collaboration that's necessary to do them is like really fascinating and really interesting. Very trench style. Like you're kind of in the trenches getting things together in like a very, very weird, strange way. It's like building a house of cards in the middle of like a war zone. It's like you move one card and then everything tumbles and it's like, oh, who moved that card? It's interesting. But I think as far as like, I don't really have interest in doing anything as far as Crash Team Racing goes because that game is perfect and there's no room for improvement. What could be done? And that's all mechanical anyway. Like nobody gives a shit about the story of Crash Team Racing. But I will say, like, dude, I could write a Halo game probably better than anybody currently writing or who has written a Halo game in the last 10 years. And I'm absolutely fucking confident in that. Like, there are very few things that I have no doubt about. I'm a doubt-riddled person. I doubt literally everything. Even like if I'm trying to like decide on what to eat in the morning, I'm probably always certain that I've made the wrong choice. Like no matter what I choose. But this is one of those situations where like I am certain beyond a reasonable doubt that like, yeah, no. Give me a Halo game, I would crush it. And you'd have the best written Halo game probably in fucking over a decade. For sure. Easily. No contest.
Let the man cook. Let's see
what you can do. I'll do it for free.
All right, my friends. That's it for our inaugural episode this year, this calendar year. So we started the show in 2018. So 2018, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. 7th calendar year of the show. Incredible.
It's nuts.
And I don't know what else to say about that, but it's been good to be here and good to be back. Good to be back in the driver's seat talking about games. So many good games coming out, starting with The Last of Us Part 2 coming to PS5 in just a couple of weeks. And then we move right in to it's like Grand Blue Fantasy, Tekken 8, Pacific Drive, Helldivers 2, Final Fantasy 7 Remake Part 2, Stellar Blade, Rise of the Ronin, Foam Stars. I mean, there's something for everyone, I feel like, Q1. And Q2, of course, too. All right, well, let's leave it there. Chris, goodbye to you. What are you doing for the rest of your day?
Oh, man. What am I doing? I really don't know. I got back last night, so I haven't really had time to settle into my space again. I flew home for New Year's with the family. It was awesome. I had so much good food that I'm kind of upset that I'm back here. Like all the takeout's really good and the Mexican food's great, but like damn, like getting like beef empanadas like home cooked and all this like these pulled pork rice and bean dishes and
sounds nice.
Just amazing way. I was just like, oh man, I was really I thought about taking like 40 empanadas home in like a bag, and then my dad was like, those are gonna go really bad on the flight.
It's not gonna work for you.
That's it. And I was like, damn. If only they let you bring dry ice. But no, I don't know. I got to go grocery shopping for sure. There's nothing in my fridge. Might polish up a little bit more of Spyro today, but
cool.
Just sort of a settling in day, I think.
Cool. Dustin, goodbye to you. What are you doing?
Well, it's breakfast for dinner night.
Ooh, love it.
At the Furman house.
Ooh.
So I'm thinking eggs, toast, bacon. Just a fantastic thing. If you don't do Brinner, you're fucking up. It's a great time.
Eggs, toast, and bacon, though. That sounds Well, that sounds like it could be a lunch. Why not throw some French toast in there? Make it a proper breakfast.
Well, I would go more hardcore, but I'm serious, dude. I'm on a major diet right now.
Are you? So yeah, talk to us about that. What's going on?
Yeah, it sucks. It just I can always tell when it's time, when I'm like my shirts don't fit well anymore. So I'm using MyFitnessPal, calorie counting.
How many calories a day?
Good stuff. I think right now I have it set for 1,500.
Wow, that's like
I went a little under. I've gone a little under a few days too. So
wow, good for you. I mean, that's fantastic. I don't know that I could survive on that, man. You know, that boy's got to eat. That boy's hungry.
Yeah. You get used to it. The times that I've dieted before, it's like the first week is really hard, and then you kind of just like get in that mindset. Yeah, and I was just thinking about Chris a few months ago. I have to eat so many calories.
I know, it's like I gotta get a shake with my Five Guys. It's like, oh man,
oh man, I just don't eat. I don't know. Going up from 1790, I usually it was like 1900 probably. Like realistically looking back is how much I ate, but then going up to 31 is insane. It was a big leap for me in a very short period of time, but. Yeah, I don't know. Calorie counting is alien to me now. Like I haven't thought about dieting at all since the fight because I was just like, I can't deal with this. Fat little Chris. Dustin Fat Man over there counting his calories.
Using his calorie counter. I never have counted calories before because I always kind of make assumptions about how many calories I eat, but I don't know how accurate it is. And I just try to burn some calories every day. That's like an important thing for me. But you can't outrun your diet, they say. I
always assumed that calorie counting was really hard. But with MyFitnessPal, this isn't a sponsored plug or anything, but it does make it very easy to just put stuff in. And it like already has a database of all these things.
Are you surprised how much latitude you have? Like with your or how much like you can get out of a calorie or whatever?
Oh, yeah. Well, the other night, I got Chipotle and I got the bowl instead because that's a lot healthier. Yeah. At the end of the day, I was like, holy shit, I got 400 calories. I'm eating some Pop-Tarts, baby.
Nice.
And that's the nice thing about calorie counting is that everyone's different. Some people can do the hardcore like paleo diets and stuff like that. And that's cool. And you can eat as much as you want, but you can only eat certain things. If I can't eat certain things that I really like, it's going to make me depressed. Yeah. And so when you calorie count, you can eat the things you like still. You just have to account for it.
It really is just about calories in, calories out. I'm an overeater.
Exactly.
Like I OMAD, as people know, but and intermittent fast every day, but I definitely overeat. Like when I eat, it probably doesn't serve any purpose other than just raw discipline. Yeah.
Yeah. The thing about it though is like when I was calorie counting for when I was doing the fight or when I was training for the fight, I would really overthink it to the point where it's like how many calories, because there are apps that you can use, right? And you can scan almost like what you're like the barcode of what you're eating, and like it'll tell you like what it is and how much calories are in it. But I look at it as like, how accurate could this possibly be? Like, are you telling me that like each of these Chips Ahoy have an exact calorie count?
Right,
like not one, like one isn't like maybe a little bit front loaded or something. Like I was always thinking about this, like it can't be accurate. So like I was always stressed out about it. It's too, like numbers stress me out in that way where it's like I always feel like there's something that I'm not accounting for and that it just ruins the entire experience for me. So I tried to, because I had to gain as much weight as possible, I just ate high calorie things a lot and hoped that would do it. And it did.
I got to emerge more with the protein shake in those times when I'm like, I should have a little snack at night. I should have a protein shake instead. But instead I'll have a donut.
Oh yeah.
Donuts are good.
Oh, donuts are so good. All right, let's get the hell out of here, my friends. It was good to be with you guys today. Good to be with all of you out there. Thank you for your love, kindness, and support. Appreciate you. Couldn't do without you over on Patreon, patreon.com/lastdaymedia. Come join us and hang out. And we'll see you next time for more. We'll see you on Sacred Symbols Plus, all the other shows. Until then, goodbye.
See ya.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Colin's Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. It's edited by associate producer Ben Smith. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.